the roster turnover from last year in comparison to where those other guys are, and the lack of what appears to be effort at the trade deadline, or maybe banking too much on futures, right? We got, of course, I'm a guy that's for Malik Beasley, right? I don't know what's going on with the NBA. I don't know if the Pistons are behind the scene saying, hey, what are you doing? That's number one. But we swap out Karis LeVert for Tim Hardaway. When Hardaway was here, I wasn't the biggest fan of him, but at least
he's better than LeVert.
He played a little bit better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right? And he's over there in Denver doing his thing, right?
Yeah, keep peace.
Yeah, and so the other one is like we got the rookie Lanier. He doesn't see the floor. And then the move this is kind of, to me, goes along with the other moves that the other teams kind of do around the trade deadline if they don't make a move, if they make a move at all. The Herter situation. I understand he can't play defense, neither did Duncan, but Duncan came in here in a better shape than I saw him in Miami, and I was supposed to be the most elite physical conditioning team. Duncan is given a lot of more effort, right, with the block at the rim and stuff like that. But Herter doesn't see the floor, man.
No, John made that point.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, Herter doesn't even dress.
You know what I mean? So what are we doing, right? And so, look, we knew this coming in. Oh, my God, Beasley's gone. Oh, Tim Hardaway didn't sign. We need shooting. And we did basically nothing.
Malik Beasley made over 300 threes last season for the Pistons.
Right.
Yes.
It's safe to say, as good a shooter as Duncan is, they haven't replaced Beasley. And if they haven't replaced Hardaway, it puts a strain.
No, and the one thing I am still curious about is why is it taking so long to get any type of answer
on Beasley?
Yeah,
if the guy's a criminal, let's get on with it. And if he's innocent,
get on with it.
Get him
why is it taking
sneakers.
so long? I just don't understand that.
Get Adam Silver on line one. Guy says, guys, I'm not concerned at all. This is just who they are. Take away Cade, they're super vulnerable. No Robin equals no long-term playoff success. All right, then. Hey, quick note. We mentioned top of the hour, Wings are going to be calling up Sebastian Cosa, emergency conditions. What does it mean for Gibson? Clearly, it's not ideal. I'd rather Gibson just be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But it's not like they put Gibson on IR either. This might just be one of those, hey, we don't feel comfortable with him being a backup tonight, but we're not ready to put him on IR. He could very easily be playing in
a couple
Friday's game, for example. Although Tom is going to tonight's game. Tonight is a fun game to go to. Tonight they're honoring Patrick Kane.
Yes.
Dylan Larkin. Dylan Larkin's teammate Jack Eichel also here from Team USA.
Mm-hmm. Raymond and Sider. Mickey Redmond's back in the building. Tom Milliken's on the glass.
Bingo.
There you go.
Thing fell in my lap tonight. Had these tickets for a couple of months and know all this stuff was going to be going on. Exactly.
Yeah.
Good to have
cool.
Mickey back. Yeah, so super excited to go. Sitting on the glass.
That's awesome.
So hopefully...
taking the kids?
Yeah, so hopefully Cosa gets in and he's playing right in front of us because we are behind one of the goals.
36 save shutout for Cosa?
Yeah, he just takes over.
Be incredible.
No, seriously, on the Gibson thing and all that, to me, the read is that they don't want Gibson to dress tonight. So they're bringing up Cosa, Talbot.
Yeah.
And then probably Gibson's good as soon as Friday.
That would be good. I'll be there Friday, so Gibson back between the pipes.
Oh, no, you and a Panthers game this late in the year.
On the deadline day?
The fact that you're in the stands.
on deadline day.
Yeah. Are you going to...
No.
If they go light, you're gonna. I know what you're gonna do.
You're
gonna
take bring
your phone,
a sign and
Iserman's gonna be up in a booth. You're gonna be videotaped.
Hey, what if they lose 5-1 tonight? We gonna blame Gov?
Sure. Got to blame somebody.
No, but it's the idea that Iserman would get cold feet again at the deadline, not do anything. I'd showed up as a paying customer. They'd lose 5-1 to the Panthers. It'd kick off a Panthers surge at the end of the year. Yeah,
you gonna bring your sign?
What's my sign gonna say?
I'm not sure.
But the last time I went was the crazy Anaheim game last year in February. And I think you were at that, too.
Maybe.
Your sign's just going to say disco.
Oh, God. I show up in disco gear when they don't do anything at the deadline. Get escorted out. I want good things. Win tonight. Get Gibson back between the pipes Friday. Do something at the deadline. Hey, real quick, McGonagle. We brought up a couple times today this story that just, it's a great story. The idea that he could force their hand and make the major league roster. John, I mean, he did everything he could last night.
He did. I mean, he was 3 for 3, had a walk. Obviously opened the game off on the first pitch home run, and that thing was gone in a heartbeat. Exit velo was 110, didn't land for 461 feet. It was awesome. And I think when you're looking at a guy that has that ability last night, but he has shown that ability throughout the entirety of spring training, I don't know how he's not on the opening day roster.
He's their best shortstop. I know it's not saying much, but he's their best shortstop. And beyond that, John, he could flirt with being their best hitter this year. Bat to ball skills. I mean, come on. I'm
not going to put that on him. That expectation. Sure, he could be.
Yeah.
He has that potential.
I'm saying that's his biggest trait is his bat.
Yeah. Yeah, making contact, getting on base, as we've seen throughout the entirety of spring training. It's not like he's had a slump. I mean, there's been a couple of 0 for games, but
that's baseball.
Yeah.
And he's going to boot a ball eventually at shortstop. I hope this doesn't turn into a panic if he needs to spend a month down in Toledo. No, really cool. Should be many, many more moments to come, and we are under a month from the Tigers' home opener on April 3rd. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, speaking of the Tigers, Jason Benetti is set to become the top MLB announcer for NBC, debuting with the Dodgers Diamondbacks game on Sunday Night Baseball in March. So pretty cool. He is still going to continue his role as the primary play-by-play voice for the Tigers broadcasts. He's going to have a busy schedule.
Yes. Yes, he's always very busy, but yes, it'll be great to hear our guy on national TV
in the spotlight spot on Sunday night. Yeah. Now he's not going to be a Fox anymore. Did you say that? Is that in the release?
It's not in the release that we were talking about, but I do think Brendan had mentioned that he was leaving. They had released him from his contract from Fox Sports,
so that would impact some of his college football stuff potentially.
Correct.
Yeah.
U.S. women's hockey gold medal winning captain Hillary Knight just revealed that she played with a torn MCL.
Oh, wow.
So she was playing through an injury. On Monday, she appeared on CBS Mornings where she admitted that she got a little banged up.
Definitely, I'm not walking around the best, and I'm missing a few games for the Seattle Torrent now, but to be able to play through injury was definitely a mental sort of gymnastic challenge for myself and also physical, but we've got some amazing support staff that did their best to get me out there and perform at my best, as best as I could.
That's a hockey player right there.
Yep.
You'd never know it.
I mean, some of these stories about what hockey players are going through and then the season ends. Like, I know Patrice Bergeron of the Bruins played with a punctured lung skating around on the hockey players are a different breed, man.
They are.
Mm-hmm. That is correct, Jim. She is a hockey player.
Thanks, Greg.
So the internet is having a field day. I don't know if you saw this over McDonald's CEO and his big Archburger review, right? So on Tuesday, McDonald's CEO reviewed the big Archburger. It just was unveiled in the U.S. It's here for a limited time, and it's a huge burger, right? It has 2 quarter-pound beef patties. It's surrounded by 3 slices of melted white cheddar, all of the toppings.
Yeah.
And well, the burger is going viral now thanks to the CEO because he did this on-camera review where he talked about the burger and then he sampled it, right?
Right, yeah, with a little bitty bite.
With like a teeny little bite of the bun. And it's not just the little teeny tiny bite that he took. It's also like the words he used to describe it that people were having fun with. He says that I love this product instead of talking about this burger, right? The way he used it. So people are like mocking it. They're doing their own little reviews using similar terminology online. And other people are just saying like, I don't even know if he got a full bite of that burger.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
No, I mean, it was very...
Yeah, man, you got to take a bigger bite.
Yeah, it's going to take him a half an hour to finish it if that's how he eats.
He did say he was going to have it finish it for lunch. So, and other people are like, I don't think he did.
No, I need to see a video of him eating an entire burger in one sitting. Now, did I see, because everything's competitive these days, didn't Burger King have their CEO take a giant bite of their new burger?
Oh, maybe, because they're kind of They just revamped the Whopper.
Yeah.
So, but when you're doing a review of food, like that's kind of what you do. Obviously, you don't want it to be sloppy and like talk with your mouth loaded with a burger.
Oh, no, you take a monster bite.
You take a good bite that, like at least ham it up, right?
Yeah, you're not a bird eating it.
Come on now. So there's a horrifying new dating term going viral, and it's causing panic across the internet. The term is Alpine divorce. Okay. And it happens when the guy or the girl you're dating go out for a date in nature. Let's say you're going to go hiking or you're going to go camping or you're going to go for a bike ride. And then you get abandoned out by yourself in the wilderness. Basically, your date just ditches you and leaves you alone. And apparently it's happening because experts say it's a horrible form of abuse and it's not as uncommon as you may think.
So to break up, instead of texting them or instead of saying, I don't want to be in this relationship anymore, hey, let's go mountain hiking and I'm going to leave you at the top.
Peace out. And you just sprint away. And then that person is basically gaslighting you because if you talk to them afterward, they're going to blame you for everything. Like, you were too slow.
Yeah.
You didn't bring enough water. You weren't, whatever it is, right? They're blaming you for being left out in the wilderness.
You just couldn't keep up.
The next time your date says, let's go for a hike, sweetie, maybe you say like, can we go?
Take some extra rations.
And that's what they actually, well, not that, but they say, make sure you have a cell phone or like some way to call for help if you need it. Don't go out there empty-handed.
Don't call your ex-significant other. Where are you?
Well,
Alpine divorce.
Yep.
Heather with the news. Coming up next, the report about the Lions in free agency that's got everybody upset. It's 97.1. Scott on the tickets. Hey, congrats to Scott in Canton. He won the Red Wing tickets for Friday night against the Florida Panthers, March the 6th. For tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings. He heard that Panther growl during the news. He'll be at the game.
Cool.
The day of the deadline.
Mm-hmm. You'll be there with him.
Countdown is on. Do something, Steve. Stephen Gregory Yzerman, please, I beg, make a move.
Oh, you went full name. Wow. You pulled the mom move.
Well, yeah, people are going to be scolding him if they don't do something, right?
Huh.
I just can only imagine if they do very little and you're in those stands on Friday night. Like, seriously, 3 hours after the deadline.
Yeah, but just go win the hockey game and there's nothing to complain about.
You're not going to be able to control yourself. You're going to get your phone out and find him.
But in reality, we said, like, take care of business. They beat the Predators on Monday in a game where they lost their goalie, lost the lead, and scored shorthanded. Mm-hmm. Like, find ways to win. Tonight, Vegas, good team. I don't know what the goalie situation is going to be. Kosa's up under emergency circumstances. Find a way to win the game. You're playing Panthers. Don't give them life, regardless of what they do at the deadline. Go win the game. They're in the playoffs right now. Just one foot in front of another. We don't need another collapse.
Mm-hmm. Well, they get the Devils Sunday. They should win that, right?
They should. And then I don't know if you saw, they have like a road trip next week. They're going to play Tampa and Dallas, some good hockey. The schedule's it's not going to get easy for the Red Wings. It'd be nice,
though. I mean, Florida's struggling this year. Right now, probably not going to make the playoffs.
No.
I mean, that would be the probably 60% chance they don't make it at least, right?
No, so as of now, no. Yeah, it's not looking like it's going to happen.
Like, it would be nice if they could get 5 points out of 6 here.
Yep.
Going into that next week.
Take care of business. Calm any anxiety.
I think they're in great shape. I mean,
great's a strong word.
They're up 7 points with limited games left.
They're one of the worst 5-on-5 teams in hockey.
Well, which one matters more?
Well, I think what's
the
more
point
indicative
total that they have, their actual record, or
what's more indicative of how you're going to play in the future? Wins you've previously accrued, or the way you've played in those games?
They've gotten 75% of the season through.
Right, and I made this point at the break. They're closer to the top of their division than they are the cut line of being out of the playoffs.
And Tampa and Buffalo have been playing ridiculous hockey, absolutely ridiculous hockey.
Buffalo's only 2 points up, and Tampa's only 4 up.
Yeah,
the team closest chasing them, the Capitals, they've got a game in hand on them.
And they've just lost 2.
But are you saying a playoff spot could come down to Detroit and Washington?
Well, if this comes down to 91 points again, then the Wings have collapsed. See, to me, they're going to get the 96, 97 points, and I think it's going to be good.
Well, I think so. And then we'll move on. The other thing to watch is if those teams add that are right around the bubble that they are.
Yeah.
Like Rob Thomas is a big name out of St. Louis. I don't know if he'll get dealt. Insiders are kind of split on that. Buffalo is a team that's reportedly interested. So if we're waiting for them to take a step back, but they go out and get the big trade piece, it's going to make it harder to catch teams like that, or for them to skid.
The huge knock on Yzerman post-deadline would be that if, like, the Capitals were more aggressive than they were.
Right.
Yeah.
The team that's below them.
Yeah. Friday's the deadline.
Here we sit on Wednesday.
All right. A little more time to work for Brad Holmes, but this report has everybody freaking out. This is Dave Burkett. This is a trusted source, Detroit Free Press. Quote, multiple agents who met with the Lions at the NFL Combine do not expect the team to be major players in free agency, and one who spoke with the team believes they will move Tate Ratledge to center and open competition spots at the guards. The latest free agent buzz is yuck.
And then last night there was another report, dueling reports here from Albert Breer, NFL reporter on the Lions offseason. I wouldn't rule out a big swing by Detroit, maybe on someone such as Ravens free agent center Tyler Linderbaum.
Love that.
Now, I will say, if we're talking about dueling reports, Dave Burkett is much more in tune with everything Detroit Lions than any of the national reporters. And
Dave cites multiple agents. Breer's, we're not really sure where it's coming from.
Right.
I hope Breer's right. I mean, but I don't want this to turn into like news where you just tune into what you want to hear.
Right. Yeah. And this is, like I said, this is a season of smoke and mirrors. I don't necessarily know that this is smoke and mirrors coming from Dave Burkett, because it's, when they're at the combine, GMs will talk to agents. It is really the opening of the legal tampering period, because you can't prove any conversations did or did not happen. And if that is the plan I have major concerns. I will trust Hank Fraley if he says, hey, I've watched Tate Ratledge in all of his reps at center. I believe that he can make that transition and be good. Not be Frank Ragnow, but be good. Graham Barton did it coming out of college, where he was coming into the NFL draft as a tackle, and he made the move to the center position as a rookie and has played extremely well.
It's not unheard of, but
it is rare.
It's rare. Many of the top centers played center in college, including Frank Ragnow, who started at guard but was a center in college at Arkansas.
Yep.
Creed Humphrey is the gold standard right now, was a college center at Oklahoma. Tyler Linderbaum, the guy everybody wants to pay, college center at Iowa. For Tate, who never played college center and has never played NFL center, to make him the centerpiece of your line unproven after what we went through last year, that feels like a misstep.
Well, it again, I'm going to wait and see how he makes that transition. And even if it's a smooth transition, there's going to be bumps in the road. And we saw it last year with the interior three. You open up with Green Bay, it was a major bump in the road. Anytime they played against a good defense, the interior three was a major bump in the road. Tate Ratledge played really good last year for a rookie guard.
I agree.
If you move him to center,
are we starting?
And you say there's competition at guard, well, who is in competition at the guard spot? Is it Mahogany, Miles Frazier, and Juice Scruggs? Because I don't think they're going to keep, re-sign Awosika.
Right, and when I hear competition at the guards, I hear not signing a starting guard. Because there could be an argument of, hey, the guard market's going to be cooler. We can get a better player at guard, but that's competition at the guards doesn't mean we're going out and getting a bona fide starter. So now I'm going, wait, we're going to do the watered-down, unproven interior three routine again? Did we learn nothing? You want to talk smoke and mirrors? We can talk about the Lions having a top 5 offense. What did it look like when they faced good defenses? Well, they couldn't run, and their quarterback was getting hit a lot. Mm-hmm. So that's who you really are. And if you want to really improve, you got to do things you haven't done before. You're going to have to get uncomfortable in free agency.
And we always compare, and we get a chance to look. What are they doing in division? We saw Green Bay last year get Micah Parsons. We saw the Chicago Bears go out and sign a Pro Bowl center, sign Joe Thuney at guard. They had Jonah Jackson. Like they went out and made a great effort with Ben Johnson coming in. Ryan Poles solidified that offensive line. Well, yesterday we find out that their big signing at center, Drew Dahlman, better timing than Frank Ragnow, but unexpectedly retires. If they go out and replace their Pro Bowl center effectively before the Lions, who have, not great timing last year, I get that, but now they have had the entire offseason to evaluate their offensive line as well as the regular season last year. It was insufficient. If the Bears replace their center before in a better way and before the Lions do,
riot.
That's a huge indictment on how Brad Holmes is going to continue to put this team together.
Yeah, it's a pitchforks moment because you're right. We watched them solidify the interior, how important it was for their turnaround. Lesson learned, you got to see it. You got to see the Lions apply the lessons learned and address the position. By the way, what is Ben Johnson doing to his centers?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is he a center killer?
Ran Frank out of the league. He ran Dahlman out of the league.
At just 27?
I wouldn't sign there if I was Linderbaum.
And that is kind of the great mystery is like, why did Dahlman decide? I don't think he just said he was retiring. There wasn't really a reason given.
Did I read he went to Stanford?
Yeah, he's a Stanford guy, yeah. Yeah, all those smart guys.
He's like, this probably isn't good for me.
Keeping them brains.
Took him 5 years to figure that one out. Not that smart.
248-539-9797. When you hear this is boots on the ground. This is Dave Burkett. Not going to be major players in free agency. One agent believes they'll move Ratledge to center, open competition at the guard spots. What's your reaction to that? It's 97.1. All right, talk about Brightside Dental. Because as we get things going, it's March, spring training's underway, hockey, basketball battling for playoff position. Things get tuned up in the month of March, and it's the perfect time to tune up your routine. If you've put off going to the dentist, now's the time to check out Brightside. They carry you. Take care of any discomfort that you've been ignoring. If you want a whiter or straighter smile heading into the spring, Brightside can help you. New patients are always welcome. $35 new patient special. And Brightside isn't some big national chain, locally owned and part of the community. If your current dentist can't see you, Brightside can same day. Book appointments online or give them a call. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Dave Burkett, Detroit Free Press. Tech says the organization doesn't want to spend money to fix their O-line or their defense, but they sure seem excited to run out and pay their running back and inside linebacker early. Says those are the two least valuable positions in the modern NFL. I think there's been a resurgence to the run game and front sevens and all that stuff. But, John, there's no reason to rush out and get a Gibbs extension right now.
No, there's not. And I would understand probably Jack Campbell before I would Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, both of them, they'll pick up their 4th year or their 5th year option. That'll happen this summer at some point. They'll make that announcement.
Yeah, they have till May.
This is their 4th year. They will be under contract for another 5th year, and you still have, now you only can franchise one of them, but you have 3 years of control at your disposal for both of these guys. And so if you're clearing cap space, like we heard them, hey, we don't want to fall in love with our own guys. Well, they have done exactly that, and I get it. Like falling in love with Jahmyr Gibbs and what he can do on the field, it's intoxicating. Jack Campbell, labeled as the best interior linebacker in the NFL last year. I get it. It's intoxicating. But at some point, you got to make the tough decisions for what's best for the team. And what's best for the team, maybe keeping those guys, but doing it cost effectively.
Yeah, just so people understand the numbers on this. If they're going to give Gibbs a record-setting deal, John, give me a per-year dollar you think it would be.
Well, so I don't know that it's necessarily record-setting because I don't have all the running back contracts in front of me, but it's been reported that they're going to give him $20 million a year.
Okay, so let's use the $20 million just so we understand where we're at. $20 million a year would be a lot of money. His 5th-year option is 14,
right,
and the running back tag is 14. He doesn't have access to $20 million for 3 years. The idea that the Lions would be rushing to do it before he takes over as the bell cow and gets bumps and bruises as the full-time back, that wouldn't just feel like a bad decision. It'd feel like a reckless decision, like a negligent decision.
It's what they did with J-Mo.
A little different running back position, right? Wear and tear. You're about to make this guy the feature bell cow, and this is 3 years early.
Yeah, but at least Jahmyr has been extremely productive.
Right, but it's not about what you did. It's about what you're going to do.
I understand that.
And it's about what you're going to do starting in 2028.
I'm not arguing for paying Jahmyr Gibbs early.
But just so people understand, they would be deciding to pay him big cash 2028 and beyond because they're good until then. They don't have to do anything until then. I think that would be a huge misstep to prioritize that deal over the current roster that needs upgrades. You just missed the playoffs and finished 4th in the division.
I could get behind it more if they did this next offseason before he hits his 5th year.
To roll it into the deal to help lower the cost.
Sure.
There's ways to do it.
But this year, it does. It seems reckless when there are other needs. What is going to happen? Brian Branch will be back. Mm-hmm. Don't know how effective he'll be next year coming off an Achilles. But Kirby Joseph, there's a major question mark as to whether he can even play again or not. So what are you doing in the secondary? Terrion Arnold. I know a lot of people want to throw him around the bust word. I'm not ready to throw that out there, but he has underperformed the expectations of a first-round corner. And then you look, okay, you're losing Anzalone. What are you going to do to solidify the linebacker spot? Behind Laporta, who's coming off a back injury, what are you doing to secure the depth at the tight end position? You've got to find an RB2. You have to address the interior 3 offensive linemen. There's just so many other priorities. Why would you go to paying your running back years before you have to?
And let's tie it all together. They have 9 draft picks, but not all 9 are going to be rookie contributors in year 1. Not all 9 are going to make the roster in year 1. As much as they want to do draft and develop, even they say we don't chase needs in the draft. So how are you filling all these needs? You're not going to draft for them. They're not all going to play right away. How the hell are you going to make this team better if you're not going to be, quote, major players in free agency? I hope all of this is bluster or rope-a-dope and okey-doke, and we said one thing, we're going to gotcha the other way. But we got to start hearing about some restructures, and that's like any day now, right? I mean, the Goff thing.
Yeah, because the league year opens up Wednesday
of next week, yeah.
And so, first of all, they have to be under the cap, which they're currently not. That's going to be easy to do.
Yeah.
but being able to clear enough space so that you could go out and at least have conversations with legal tampering opens up on Monday.
So, like today, restructure Goff's deal. Tomorrow, restructure Goff's deal.
I mean, so it doesn't have to happen until Wednesday at, I think it's 4:00.
Yeah. My point is, like, if and when, and I think it's a when with that. I mean, they're not going to carry a $70 million cap hit for Jared Goff.
I can't imagine they would.
And Jared's not going to complain about locking in more of the money on his deal. When they do that, though, it's about what they do with the money. And if it's making sure you earmark money for Gibbs so he's comfortable, okay. He's not going to be very comfortable when the team in front of him doesn't block.
Right. And you're hoping for that, there's a whole bunch of 1-yard gains and you're just waiting for that 55-yard pop.
He's got a lot of wiggle, but
yeah,
maybe wait till he's carried a ball 350 times, a couple seasons in a row, and he's holding up, and you've won a Super Bowl, and then we'll worry about it then.
Yeah.
Nobody carries it 350 times.
I mean, touches.
No.
We'll do touches.
Touches. There you go. Touches works, but with receptions as well. But
yeah,
different game today.
When you take those hits is my point.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Gator.
Gator, how you doing?
I'm all right. Just trying to keep everything in perspective, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's only one game last night.
Just one game. It's just one game. Whether it's the Tigers and McGonagle or the Pistons and losing to Cleveland, just one game.
Okay, so it is only one game for Kevin McGonagle, but it's been a really nice spring training for Kevin McGonagle. What do you think ultimately happens?
I mean, if I had to say right now today, I think he makes the team. Right now.
Yeah.
Because it's based on what we've seen so far. But this is why it's a long spring. They've got another 2.5 weeks of spring ball to play, so it could be, maybe he doesn't have another hit the rest of the way. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Unlikely, but
it is unlikely. The fact that he smacked a 98-mile-an-hour pitch off of a really good major league pitcher, 460 feet.
Yeah.
Away from home plate.
110 miles an hour as he ejected the ball.
And then, a couple of bats later, just rips a single with like the same kind of exit velocity. And I mean, if the outfielder isn't placed where he's placed, that ball is absolutely going to the wall. I mean, this is kind of fun.
It's a lot of fun.
It's kind of fun.
And you start seeing the names that skipped AAA, and players that are that good end up being really, really good.
Yeah, they do.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
What's up?
Not much. How are you today, Doug?
I'm good, Scott.
Anything fun happened in the Carshall household last night?
Yeah, last night was a busy night.
I saw pictures of you.
Yeah, I went to a high school basketball game that was a buzzer beater, and my youngest was back. He's got spring break, and he played last year for Ann Arbor Pioneer, and Ann Arbor Pioneer was taking on Detroit CC. And my good friend Rich Marion coaches Ann Arbor Pioneer, and they were tied with about a minute and a half to go, and CC missed a shot, and Pioneer and CC played a game of cat and mouse for the last 90 seconds where CC had fouls to give, and Pioneers started using timeouts and ran out of timeouts, but were successfully able to hold it to the last shot. And after a held ball on a shot that got blocked with 1.2 to go, Pioneer ran an inbounds play. And on the receiving end of that play was Anders Whitridge, who not only did I coach in baseball last summer, but he was his family bid on a studio sit-in, and Anders came in and sat in this studio last summer. You were out that day. But
this is kind of a loaded question, I guess, Kang, when I said anything happened in
it was pretty exciting. They won at the buzzer. And
you saw pictures.
Doug was right. Yeah, I did see pictures. Yeah, Doug was writing.
Oh, you mean I bumped into Leach?
Well, and Renko, yeah.
Well, Renko, people might not know Renko. If you don't know, Renko worked here at the station, and the problem with Renko is everything he does is great. His golf shots, his golf swing, great. He was for us at our station, he was the most interesting man in the world.
He's up there.
All his teeth were wisdom teeth, as they say in the new commercial. Like, Renko's the man. And saw Leach. They were there to broadcast the next game, but Pioneer advanced.
Was Wooly there?
Did not see Wooly.
Okay.
No, I did not see Wooly, but it was fun. High school basketball this time of year. I remember, didn't your old high school make a run years ago? Your morphed high school?
When the first year they morphed together to become just Bloomfield Hills High School. The first year they did that, they got to the state championship game.
Right. And was that with Yante Mayton?
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the team they lost to had DeAndre somebody. I forget where the kid. It was from Muskegon, and they just smoked Bloomfield Hills.
Did they?
Yeah, I forget where. And that kid played Division I ball too. Yeah. Otherwise, my high school was absolutely, positively pathetic in basketball. Like nationally renowned for being bad. For there was like a 3-year stretch where they didn't win a game or something.
Yeah.
Right when I was entering my freshman year in high school, I think. It was awful. It was just brutal. And they started to win a little bit, but not a ton. But had some decent players come through, but nothing special until that team.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, high school. Kang, did your high school ever get on a March Madness run?
No, we were terrible in all sports.
Yeah, but even since you left, have they?
Oh, since I left? I think I read something they were actually good in football for a couple of years. From what I remember.
Remind us, your high school was what?
Warren Cosno.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do not know for certain, so I apologize to you.
Anyone
that had a good high school, athletic career after me.
Yeah, it's
which
fun.
Is everybody.
No, it's fun to see this, and I think if you live long enough, eventually your high school is going to get good at something, and you can ride the wave of a March Madness run or a playoff run in football, or it's been some great high school baseball in this state. So
Deontay Davis was the player.
Was it? Okay, gotcha. Did he played at Michigan State?
I believe he did.
Yeah. I thought so. What about you? What also went to a going away party last night.
Oh, okay.
Which is I got a story for that, but we'll get to that later.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Things kind of quiet. I just sat on the couch and watched the Tigers in their game, which was actually fun. The crowd was so into it, which is great to see. To me, that's the best part of the World Baseball Classic. Mm-hmm. Is to see how into it when they play on the road, when you get crowds like that. They were so into it. It was great, and of course the McGonagle stuff was awesome. And then Pistons. Certainly was watching that too. So interesting. And then I caught part of an HBO show that just started. And, HBO has had great television throughout the years. I mean, forever. They've had great TV shows since I can remember, back with We when the football show was at First and 10 or something like that way back in the day, and Dream On, just great shows. They have a new one that I caught probably 40 minutes of.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might really be into it. I might have to be into it. Yeah. And I think this is one you would watch based on who's in it.
All right. De Niro?
No.
All right. Denzel?
No.
Okay. Just tell me.
Wendy?
Oh, really?
We do this other show? Different network? Is that good? We're good? We're good. No, we can do this.
Jason Bateman.
Jason Bateman's in it.
Jason Bateman's awesome.
Yeah.
What's the show?
It's called, I want to make sure I get the name right.
Oh, I think I heard him talk about this on his podcast.
It's called DTF St. Louis.
Maybe it's not the same show. I got to figure out what I heard him talk about on his podcast. But, okay. Premise? Give me a premise.
Looks like a murder mystery.
Okay.
And lots of layers to it. Sounds like there's going to be tons of surprises involved.
Mm-hmm.
But no spoilers. Someone dies in the first episode.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason Bateman is definitely a suspect.
Okay.
So really, really interesting.
This is a show, not a movie.
Show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll check it out. First thing we'd have to do is reactivate HBO, which as the kids have matriculated out of the house, certain subscriptions have run out not gotten renewed, and that
I understand.
That is one of them.
Yeah, no, this one, it looks like it's kind of in the same vein as a little bit like True Detective.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's already got a really interesting premise, and then they
never made it through season 1 of True Detective. It got dark.
You got freaked out.
I got a little freaked out, and I'm like, all right, I'm not enjoying this. I'm
got
out.
Scared.
I didn't get scared.
You got scared.
Well, whatever. Yeah, you call it scared. I'm sure I was scared. Whatever it was, I just was not enjoying it. I said, the hell with this.
So this is kind of like that, but maybe not. I don't think it's as dark, but it's got some twists and turns coming down the pike that are going to be interesting.
Gotcha. Cool. All right, I'm just going to say it. The other thing I did was take in the Piston game. And quite frankly, I think last night was a bit embarrassing.
Oh, no.
I think it was a bit embarrassing. Last week, the shorthanded Cavs, in many ways, outplayed the Pistons on Friday night. And the Pistons got maybe some luck to win that game, which is a singular data point. I don't really care that the Cavs, shorthanded, pushed the Pistons. And the Pistons won the game. There's going to be ups and downs. Let's see. One game doesn't matter. But in the wake of that game, when word gets out that the Cavs don't think the Pistons are, quote, in their class, all right? They don't think the Pistons is in their class, which I think is pretty insulting, especially when said about the top team in the conference. And the Cavs belittle the Pistons and then still shorthanded beat the Pistons 4 days later. I think it's pretty embarrassing that the Pistons didn't respond with some degree of authority. And look, people closely watching the Pistons, maybe it's an overreaction because they're like, since San Antonio came to town, they're 3-2. Last night ended a 6-game road winning streak. So there's still some trends that are good. But they didn't respond, and I'm a little surprised. And with what JB had to say after the game, it makes me more surprised. And I think we have to have a real serious discussion about the Pistons and where they are right now.
Oh, boy.
I think it was embarrassing that they didn't respond. I think they're built on a lot of intangibles, and they didn't respond. And that bothers me.
I was there are a couple of statistical anomalies in that game with two players. Tobias Harris had 17 points in the third quarter. He finished with 19 points. I don't know if you have the four-quarter breakdown of what people scored. I don't have the full-on box score like that. But he had 17 in the third. Does that mean he didn't score in the fourth and he had the other 2 points in the first half? I don't know. Cade Cunningham finished with 10 points on 4 of 16 shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Cade was 4 of 15 through 3 quarters. Cade Cunningham took 1 shot in the fourth quarter. Now, I know he had 5 fouls, but he still played because he dished the ball off. He had 4 assists in the
You're
fourth
looking for
quarter.
Tobias Harris's fourth quarter stats?
Yeah.
2 points.
So he had the 2 points, and so all the points he gave, all 19 points he had were in the second half. 2 in the fourth quarter. Cade had 2 in the fourth quarter. Between those two guys, they had 4 points. And like I said, the more alarming part to me is that Cade only took 1 shot in the fourth quarter. And yet the Pistons were able to turn a 9-point deficit into a 4-point loss. They ended up winning that quarter. But if either one of those guys contributes to scoring, they probably win the game.
Yeah, we've done a lot of this, statistical anomalies, going back to the San Antonio game, and it feels like they're outliers, but they keep happening. Outliers keep happening. Like 2 of Cade's worst games of the year have come in the last 8 days, and they're big games against San Antonio and against Cleveland. And I think it has a lot to do with how teams are defending Cade. I'm not trying to coach a team. I'm no basketball coach, but it strikes me that they have to find a way to respond to what teams are trying to do to Cade. And the good teams appear to be having success with it.
Well, he did have 25 points against Cleveland last week.
I know, but last night and against San Antonio, in 2 of his worst performances of the year, and Cleveland's shorthanded. And Cleveland went into the game shorthanded, and then during the game, they lost one of their best players early in the second half to a knee injury. And look, I'm not drawing long-term doomsday conclusions. I just think it's a little embarrassing that they didn't respond. And to me, it's a bad look. And after the game, it looked to me like Cade just walked off the floor. I wanted them all to walk off the floor. It didn't happen from what the TV cameras could show you, but I want this to sting and burn inside, and it warrants a response. Now, there's a lot of season left to be played. I'm not saying they're done, but in that context of what's happened in the last 10 days, I think it's a bad look and a bit of a scary trend.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that they play San Antonio tomorrow night on the road. And it's another, you want your yardsticks, your barometers. What do you want to say? Here's another one right back at you. Did they learn anything for the first time they played San Antonio?
248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. Look, we have a Twitter question out there about this, about how the Cavs said the Pistons weren't in their class, and then shorthanded beat the Pistons last night. Is this a matter of, hey, it's a slump, it's the middle of the season, this happens, they can still win the East, or do you think they've been exposed here a little bit? 248-539-9797. That Twitter poll's out there. You can vote yes or no on whether or not they can still win the East or they've been exposed. And when you comment, there's a good chance we'll read your comments on the air. The best ones will be read on the air. So go vote and comment, plus your phone calls and your feedback. I want Kang's 2 cents on what's going on. Weird place for this basketball team after last night. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
A green, weed-free lawn likely doesn't happen without some planning. Do the planning and call the right people at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get that early bird discount. That's pretty great. And this is a company that offers the 100% satisfaction guarantee. It's a company I've used for nearly a dozen years. I couldn't be happier with the way that my lawn looks every summer. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need to make the right moves, have the right timing, and the right program. And they've got all the programs you need, a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, and you get that green, weed-free lawn all summer long. Or you can go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Oh, the Piston feedback. And I don't mean the text people are sending in. I just mean what they've showed us for the last 10 days has been uneven. Not what we're accustomed to. And I think last night, I feel like this team thrives on intangibles. And they were offered up one on a plate. They're not in our class. And then they go out and they play that way and they get beat.
You used the word embarrassment. I would use the word disappointment because I was disappointed. I don't think I would say embarrassed. It's not like Cleveland wiped the floor with them, but the comments that came out beforehand that weren't attributed to any single person, which was interesting. When JB was asked about it, he's like, well, I don't really pay attention to stuff where nobody puts their name to it, something to that effect. Mm-hmm. It was an opportunity to throw it right back in their face and stomp on them, and they didn't do it.
No.
It's disappointing. This is a regular season game. If this were a playoff game, it's different.
Of course.
And obviously, I think Cleveland took this game way more seriously than the Pistons did. And JB upset with the effort defensively afterwards, and the three-point guarding was not good. And as we point out, some statistical anomalies in the game. Here's another one. Minutes played for Paul Reed, 0. So if that's going to be the direct result of having Isaiah Stewart coming back, and I love Isaiah Stewart coming back, but if you're not going to play Paul Reed, look, they got plenty of mixing and matching to do over the last 20 games in the season here, but that was also a disappointment for me. Paul Reed had played so well, while Isaiah Stewart was serving his 7-game suspension. And he doesn't need to get 25 minutes a game, but it'd be nice to get him in there at least, particularly when the team is struggling as much as they did. Well, and he's just riding a pine with Bobby Klintman and Kevin Huerter and Marcus Sasser and Chaz Lanier.
Well, I'll just say this. I'm not drawing long-term conclusions, okay? I think it's one of the dangers of doing what we do is seeing short-term results and drawing long-term conclusions. But my concern level is up quite a bit here. You know, we've been pointing to that last week for a long time. And even though they took 2 out of 3, it wasn't a comfortable 2 out of 3, given who played for teams and who didn't. And then to follow it up where they kind of get their manhood challenged a little bit, and they don't really respond. I think is a growing, and personally I feel like it's a legitimate concern. A lot of times you'll find us in the calm down camp. I'm not really in a calm place today, and I thought last night was a bit embarrassing. Let's get to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Brian in Detroit. Hi, Brian.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Brian.
Gator, a couple weeks, I don't know when Cade shot 25%. You told me it'll never happen again. It happened last night. The Pistons not making the championship. They not winning no championship. They need another score. And Doug, I'm like you. That was disappointing. That was a bad look.
Gator said it disappointing. I said embarrassing.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. That's my fault.
Can I ask you a question? So one of the things that I think that we can have a legitimate debate about is whether or not this team has the answers. Whether on this roster and on that chalkboard, does JB have the answers? Because you have come out and based on interpretation of what you had to say, Brian, you're giving it a no. They don't have the answers in this roster and on that chalkboard.
Man, listen, for that GM to say, we go through the playoffs and see what we really got was a mistake. They don't have the answers. And, Doug, you were absolutely right. It was disappointing. A team called you out, and you played like that. And your best player had 10 points and shot 25%. You think what you going to tell me again? He'll never play like this again?
Well, I would say this.
Games like,
in my defense, I said he was never going to shoot 20% again because he was just under 20. He shot 19% against San Antonio the first game. So technically, I'm still alive with that. But I'm the one who said he was I was disappointed, Brian. Doug's embarrassed. I'm disappointed.
Yeah. Look, Gator, nice save.
Listen, the Pistons are a good team. The Pistons are not a top 5 team. The Pistons are not winning the.
Okay, so look, I think a reasonable.
Let me explain though.
Go ahead.
Let me explain though, because you need another score. You can't listen. It's not brain surgery, man. They need another score. Don't tell me Cade not gonna play like this again.
Well, Brian, here's the question:
bad games in the playoffs.
I think we are really centrally focused on even just getting to the NBA Finals. I think there's everybody thinks the West is better, but you don't think this team is even going to get to the finals.
Man, listen. A team said you're not on their level,
I know.
and you went out there and played like that.
It's
that
embarrassing. I'm embarrassed.
Don't tell me about we played hard with chip on the shoulder. That was the greatest chip in the world. Team.
Yeah, that was a really good look.
They did not respond.
Yeah,
they didn't respond, and that's not like them.
No, that was no good. Here's another statistical anomaly. Jalen Duren, who had 24 points, only played 27 minutes, and he had 3 fouls.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if that was addressed afterwards. Why
JB didn't say anything
wasn't
about
playing
it.
more. I mean,
he didn't get. I don't think he got asked about the rotations. But Kang, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, on the Paul Reed and the rotation set, Gator. Paul Reed is not playing unless something happens to Duren or Stewart. I mean, he's the third man, and the good thing is when he has been called on, he's been, a la Kevin Garnett in 2001. The bad thing is he's just not going to see time unless, like I said, something happens to the other two guys. They already run a 10-man rotation. I don't think JB's going to go any deeper than that. And so as far as Paul Reed, I don't see him on the court. And they do need help on certain nights. This is the fear last night was, and I'm not going to overreact to one game against the Cavs, but the fear long-term is in the playoffs is 3-point shooting is one of them, and secondary scoring, right? So Cade was off last night. Tobias stepped up. Jalen Duren has his usual game that he has. They still lost. You look at the 3-point shooting. Look at the percentage. Oh, Pistons didn't shoot that bad. Look at how many less threes they took compared to the Cavs. The Cavs took almost double the amount of three-pointers the Pistons did. This is the
46 to 24.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the league. You have to be able to not just shoot the three-pointers and make them, but the volume matters. And that's what teams like the Celtics, the Cavs, they fire up volume. And the Pistons just don't do that.
Yeah, and it's a good debate to have. It's a very good debate to have of whether or not you can win an NBA championship this way. Like, this is a team that emphasizes paint scoring, defense, and they don't take volume three-pointers.
That was, and to all three of those points, except for the volume 3-point shooting, because that lived up to its name last night, that was not a Pistons game. They didn't score much in the paint. It's 46 points, 48 points in the paint. That was it. That's not like them at all. Defensively, that's not like the Pistons to play that poorly defensively either. A lot of weird things in last night. I want to say yuck, throw it in the garbage, but I'm not going to do it because there's a little bit of a pattern where they've played either poorly or they played down to the level of competition. When you take on a completely depleted Cavs team last week and you need overtime to win, that's playing down to the level of competition. When you struggle with Oklahoma City and they're without all the guys they have, that's playing down to the level of competition. There's a lot of things were just kind of funky last night. I'm not giving up on them. I still think it's the best team in the Eastern Conference. Brian thinks they're the 5th best team in the league. Okay, well, they only have to be the best in the East to get to the finals.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. if JB were sitting in this room, because I find it alarming, and this is what I talk about the response. They had every reason in the world to be a maximum effort Piston team last night. Oh, we're not on your level. Whether it was said or not, whether it's attributed or not, that quote was reported by a Cavs insider out of their locker room after the Pistons beat them Friday night. They're not on our level. Even though the Pistons won, they didn't have Donovan Mitchell. They didn't have James Harden. Last night they got Harden back, didn't have Mitchell. And that screamed maximum effort night, and according to JB, it wasn't there. Now, I wonder, Gator, and you always wonder, if JB is a longtime NBA guy, if he were sitting in the studio and we went to commercial break, he might say, don't worry about that. He might say, don't worry about that, because it's hard to be maximum effort for 82 games. Yeah. That you can't do it. He might say that, and that would make me feel a little bit better. But I really expected maximum effort Pistons. My eyeballs didn't show me that. I didn't feel like they played that way. Additionally, the coach said it afterwards to affirm it. So I don't know. I thought it was a really bad look for a team thrives off of, some of the intangibles, and it was right there for them. 248-539-9797. Philip in Allen Park. You are next. What's up, Philip?
Hey, what's going on?
How we doing?
Listen, I'm great. Listen, guys, you got to calm down. One game. Last time I looked, we're 6 games ahead in the East. I tell you what, we're not really concerned with some Cavs insider in the locker room not standing tall like a man and giving his name, and not any player putting their name to it. So we're not going to sit up here and fight ghosts. We don't have anything to prove to Cleveland. James Harden hasn't proved anything in the playoffs in his entire career. Donovan Mitchell, he's done well in the playoffs, but hey, it all remains to be seen what they're going to do. And last time I looked, it's the Pistons number 1, Boston number 2, Knicks around there, and Cleveland's number 4. I guarantee you, every one of those teams, or most of those teams, they're not looking forward to playing us in a 7-game series, because last time I looked, it's 4 out of 7, not 1 out of this week and lose 1 last week.
Philip, you're right. You're factually correct about. I don't think any team wants to play the Pistons. That I think there is a handful of teams here in the Eastern Conference are going to give each other a real hard time. But the fact is that 6-game lead has now dropped to 4.5 over Boston. Boston's going to get Tatum back. That could be troublesome with that. I still like the Pistons' chances to win the Eastern Conference. It's just last night is a snapshot where it didn't look good.
I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree with Philip, and I disagree with you. I don't think this is about one game. Hold on, Philip. I don't think it's about one game at all. I think it's about San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, and Cleveland again. The last 10 days have not been great feedback from the Pistons.
Okay, so we're 2-2. 2-2. But the sky's not falling.
The two wins have come against a shorthanded OKC team and a shorthanded Cleveland team. Now, Philip, I'm not drawing long-term conclusions, but it's why I'm concerned. My concern level's pretty high right now.
Okay, well, let's pump our brakes. Let's pump our brakes, because this load management thing and teams not playing their best players, that's just the way of the league. That's not our concern. That's not our problem. If they choose not to play their best players, those other men on that team, they are professionals, okay? So their job, if they don't play well, hey, they might not be in the league long. So they're not chopped liver. They're good enough to be on that 12-man roster.
In a one-game sample, I would agree with you. I feel like this is getting lengthy, where they haven't looked right.
We got the W last week. I don't care if it was fluky or an anomaly. Everybody's not going to make all the shots all the time. Okay. Hey, I'm very hard on K. I'm happy K has his game is coming to the superstar level, but he's not perfect. Are there still some things that he has to work on his craft to make his skill set even better? Absolutely. But clearly he is doing that. He looks stronger. He's not getting hurt like he did when he was younger. He's a beast. He's not a three-point shooter. Yeah, does he have to hone his craft on that? Absolutely.
Phillip?
Do we need more three-point shooting? Absolutely. But guess what? We're still strong in the land, and I tell you what, teams are not looking forward We don't have to prove any toughness to anybody.
Well,
because
Philip,
if you couldn't put your name to it, you're a coward.
All right, thank you for the phone call. I hope you're right. I'm just seeing a trend here that I don't like, and I will tell you that, I'm not thinking they're done. I still think they have a shot. I think they just need to respond. And I thought last night was a prime time to respond to recent play, to being called out. They have another opportunity Thursday against San Antonio. And which is way better than playing Dallas or somebody. So I'm thrilled that they have another chance to go out and prove themselves. But at the end of the day, I think the sample size is getting larger of this team looking just off. 248-539-9797. Kang, am I overreacting? Philip thinks I'm overreacting.
I think you're overreacting a little bit. Maybe this is you're reacting in the moment, right? But I think your concerns are valid long term as far as, because it also depends on the expectations. I'm not trying to figure out who's the better fan here, right? But what your expectations are of this team. So if you expect them to make the Eastern Conference Finals, I could see you being a little worried because effort, that's what this team runs on. If they don't come out, especially when they're quote unquote, allegedly challenged, right?
Yep.
They didn't come up with that effort.
Let's be clear. When you say reacting the moment, understanding that the moment is not one game, right? It's a larger sample size than that.
Sure. Yep. But I mean, overall, what are their last 10 games,
Well, I mean, they've got a good record, but did you feel good about the Oklahoma City win? Given who was on the floor with Oklahoma City? Same thing about the Cleveland win.
You don't feel great about it. You feel good that you got the win, but you're not like, oh, yeah, here we come, baby.
Yeah.
You're kind of like, oh, I got the win. Let's get out of here.
Those are also games that during the course of the season, it's a regular season game that sometimes you just need enough to win and get on to the next night because it's an 82-game grind.
Let's go to Justin in Madison Heights. What's up, Justin?
Hey, fellas, I'm with both of y'all. I'm disappointed, and that was embarrassing. I literally said to my daughter before the game, I was telling her about the players calling them out in the locker room. I was like, I'll bet you the Pistons beat them by like 15, 16 points. They're going to come out hair on fire. They're ready to play. They're not, a team that is going to put up with being disrespected. And the crazy thing, they definitely didn't play to their identity, right? That first half was brutal on defense. They absolutely were not hustling. They were giving up easy drives to the lane with no effort to contest the shot. They obviously picked the defense up in the fourth quarter, but the whole first half was brutal. And then I wanted to ask you guys, did you notice they came out with a weird game plan to start that first half? They had Cade off ball almost the entire first half. They had Asar bringing the ball up. They had JD go coast to coast, whether it was planned or not. But, JD would get the ball inbounded. He would bring the ball up the court. He would drive the lane. Sometimes he made it, sometimes he missed. But I distinctly noticed, why isn't Cade bringing the ball up? Not to say that has to be the way it is, but that's been the most effective way.
Yeah, I don't know if it was something that they did there that's in response to what Cleveland did. I like JB Bickerstaff as a coach, and I think that he probably does have answers, and I hope that the roster can give him what he needs. And look, a lot of what people said, I mean, the Kevin Huerter thing right now, I can't believe he can't even get on the floor. He has been a good shooter in his career. He wasn't having a great shooting season in Chicago when they got him, but he can't even get on the floor.
Well, that's tough because it's like, looking back at it, then why not just hang on to Jaden Ivey?
Right.
And let him get healthy and, use him as what he could be for the Pistons. Somebody who could shoot from beyond the arc coming off the bench, which kind of sucks. Let me throw this at you.
Please throw something.
I'm going to throw something at both of you guys.
Throw away.
Maybe same hand, two balls in the same hand. I can hit you both from 30 yards out.
That's impressive.
Caller claimed they could do that.
Fantastic. Is it possible? Because we're looking at all these things that were just strange about last night's game. And I'll take the caller at his word last night. I didn't pay too much attention to see who was bringing the ball up the court. But if Cade was playing off ball most of the night, and you got Asar bringing it up, or Jalen Duren doing it, and Duren only plays 27 minutes in a game, and you see there's not even one single minute for Paul Reed, and you got all these things going on that just don't seem right.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible
that JB Bickerstaff is just saying, we're going to try something different tonight.
It's possible.
We're going to match up with this team probably in the playoffs at some point, maybe not. Let's not give them anything to throw on tape. We didn't play well last week. We got the win. So that's good enough, right? This game, if we win by doing something completely different, that's awesome too, because now they don't know what to expect. But let's not give them anything.
I mean, it's possible.
Is it possible, Kane?
I think it's possible. But then I'd also like to see Herter play then.
Right? I mean,
there's that.
Because I'm a big believer that there are times where coaches go, we're going to do this tonight because we're going to try and either develop this aspect, develop this player. I think one of the most stunning things is that they're not even trying to develop on the floor in game time. Kevin Herter, I'm sure they're working on it at practice. But what was the purpose of trading for this guy if they aren't going to play him? Now, maybe they got him and realize he stinks. Maybe that's it. But it seems like he has a skill set that everybody thinks his team needs, and he's not seeing playing time. And I know you're big on the Sasser bandwagon.
I think what's hurting Herter right now, I think, first of all, he was kind of insurance for Duncan Robinson. If, knock on wood, if something happens to Duncan, that's the guy who's going to get his minutes. And right now, he's playing behind LeVert, basically. LeVert's getting the minutes that Herter could be getting. That could be, where they switch it up if you want to see something different.
Right.
But maybe JB just trusts LeVert more because he's been here the whole time.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Twin Peaks, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbons and brews at Twin Peaks. That's right. The hottest Wednesdays are back to cure your midweek blues. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls, dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, where they serve up all your favorites. Talk about the ultimate man cave experience. The beautiful ladies, the Twin Peaks girls, serving up 29-degree frozen draft you crave, the best bar food you've ever had, including the Chipotle chicken. I was sitting at the bar at Twin Peaks watching short track speed skating, having the Chipotle chicken. It's great. They got 50-plus TVs. You think you died and gone to heaven. Tonight's perfect time to check it out. It's hockey team back in action at 7 o'clock. There's also a full slate of pro and college basketball action. And be sure to stop by the Livonia Lodge as they're giving away tickets to the Michigan Golf Show all week long. It's the perfect place to meet or recap if you're headed to the show. And Saturday night features the highly anticipated rematch between Holloway and Oliveira as they take center stage for UFC 326. You won't want to miss it. Come see why. You don't just eat at Twin Peaks, you party. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. I'm not particularly calm today. I'm not panicked either, okay? To try and perfectly characterize my feelings after last night's Piston game. I have a long and established track record of don't freak out. So I'm not panicked and I'm not freaked out, but I'm not calm either. I thought last night was embarrassing. For a team that is built on so many of the things that makes them incredibly watchable, and a team that feasts on intangibles. And J.B. Bickerstaff said it after the game. They weren't maximum effort last night. And I can't believe they weren't maximum effort after getting called out by the Cavs. Now, in the grand scheme of things, does this one game in the regular season mean anything? Not particularly. But it's also on the heels of a less than stellar 4 games preceding it. San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, and Orlando. The Orlando game was fine. I mean, they trailed first half, ran away and hit in the second half. But it's Orlando. And these other more barometer games, they are 2-2 in those games, which is also fine, except both their wins came against dramatically shorthanded Cleveland and Oklahoma City teams. And Cleveland was still shorthanded last night. And they got called out. And I think saying someone's not in your class is a pretty disrespectful thing to say. And they didn't respond. I'm just not accustomed to this from the Pistons.
Well, it's a very disrespectful thing to say. Unfortunately, it wasn't attributed to any one person.
I'm not sure that matters. Maybe it matters a little, but
I think it matters a little bit. I mean, I look, me personally, I would use that as motivation, and I wouldn't care, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who said it doesn't matter. Somebody on that team said it, and we're going to make you pay for it. But they didn't. Instead, they played down to the level of Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't show their normal selves out there. Played a weird game with weird anomalations, like Cade taking one shot in the fourth quarter on a bad night of shooting anyway, on a night where Tobias scores 17 in the third and only has 2 in the fourth, a night where Jalen Duren only plays 27 minutes, yet he had 24 points, a night where they weren't scoring points in the paint, probably because Jalen Duren only played 27 minutes.
Now, they're not done by any stretch of the imagination, but they've looked out of character and uneven, and not being able to do the things that they've done for much of the season. Haven't been there, and the sample size is getting larger. 248-539-9797. Bob's in Grand Rapids and next. Hi, Bob.
Yeah, I'm a little bit back and forth on what the two of you guys are talking about here, Doug.
Yeah.
They're 8-2 over the last 10 games. I know you're kind of bringing out the Oklahoma City game and the Cleveland game. Guys aren't playing, but 7 of those wins are against playoff teams. And, I think it's kind of like the second half of the season. I think guys are getting tired. The Pistons don't load management, so guys are playing a lot of minutes, although Duren didn't play that many last night. Of course, 27, I'm looking at it right here. But they had a lot of weird turnovers last night. Duren had 5 turnovers. He was bringing the ball up the court quite a bit last night, and he was making some really kind of passes that a guard should be making, not him. And, they only lost by 4 points. I get the call out, Doug. I get you're kind of concerned. But the problem with this team is they don't have a secondary three-point shooter. And we all know this. That's the way it's going to be. I'm not too they haven't lost back-to-back games since December.
Yep.
And, you guys are going to probably freak out tomorrow if they lose, because they haven't. That was December 26th and 28th at Utah and the Clippers. I'm looking at it. So I'm not too concerned about it. One other thing before I let you guys go, Cade was pissed off last night. There are calls. I mean, look, the foul calls were even in the game. I'm not bitching about the refs, but not all fouls are the same. He is not getting the same calls as Harden gets. He is not getting the same calls. He was frustrated. All the layups we missed last night, he missed a lot of short shots.
And JB said afterwards, I don't know how he goes to the basket that much and only has 2 free throws.
Right.
Exactly. Yep. But thanks, guys.
I appreciate the call. And if they lose at San Antonio, but are highly competitive and look like themselves, I actually won't freak out. It'd be way better if they win, don't get me wrong, and I certainly think they can. But this has been a disturbing trend where I'm just not brushing this off as no big deal anymore. 248-539-9797. Thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Dave in Clinton Township. You're next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, fellas. So I'm a little bit confused myself as what's going on. Are you guys expecting a last year's Tiger-like collapse where for most of the season they're the best team in the league, and then boom?
I'm not drawing any long-term conclusions, Dave. I just am pretty disappointed in what's happened lately.
Right. No, and I kind of like what you said. They lost by 4 points. Cleveland's played probably the best 2 games they played in the season, and I don't think they can do it for a 7-game series. So I'm not as concerned. But I think there is, some cause for the concern. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
Detroit didn't play all that great. Cleveland did, and we only lost by 4.
Question, and I don't know your answer to this. Do you watch a ton of Cavs basketball to make the statement they've played probably their best 2 games of the season?
I know that you can't sustain the amount of shots that they're just making. To answer your question, honestly, no. Of course, I watch more Pistons than Cavs. Thank God, by the way. And Cleveland, come on. Wow. But you think of the shots that they made. Think of all, even Oklahoma City, going back to the Oklahoma City game where they were playing with the G League team. The amount of shots that they made can't be sustained over a series.
I guess. I feel like, Dave, thank you for the phone call and the perspective. I feel like we're saying that a lot lately. Well, what they did was an anomaly. Well, we keep seeing anomalies, and at some point you look in the mirror and say, does this have something to do with us? If you're the Pistons?
I don't think so, Doug. I mean, look how many games the Pistons won with their backup lineups. I think the NBA is a lot deeper and more talented than we realize with the guys off the bench. The Cavs, just because they didn't have their starters out there doesn't mean the other guys can't play, just like the Pistons have done with Javonte Green and Paul Reed and Jenkins, right? Mm-hmm. So I think they've run into that a little bit with OKC's deep. The Cavs are deep, and they're better with Harden on the floor, of course. I think the long-term concern is the three-point shooting and the secondary scoring. I think that would be a bigger concern. Because last night, JB called out the effort. Do you think, how many times are we going to call out the effort for the Pistons? Not many, right? I especially come playoff time, I think that's going to be there. Is the three-point shooting going to be there in volume? Is the secondary scoring going to be there? That's what I would be more concerned about.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Bernard in Detroit. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay.
I just want to repeat what Kenny was saying. And, we whooped them back early in the season without Jason Durham on the floor. Doug, I never hear you mention that. We always mention about who they have.
Well, there was a stretch. There's truth in what you're saying. There was a stretch where the Pistons were really shorthanded and just kept winning. But that stretch is a while ago.
Yeah, it just happens in basketball, though. This is basketball. We know nothing about basketball. People go through the minor slump. We lost by 4 points. And quit listening to Carl O'Brien, because Carl O'Brien tell you something, we ain't never going to win nothing compared to him telling. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, one thing I like to say, I'll say this, and it's not specific to Brian, but you know what's a very safe position to have? We're not going to win it. Because when you say that, you're basically saying, I'll take the field. And in just about virtually every sport, you could say, I'll just take the field over one team and feel pretty confident.
Right.
248-539-9797. But is there a path? I think there probably is. I still feel like there is a path to winning the East. But I'm not totally dismissive of what we've seen the last 5 games.
Well, I'm not dismissive of it, but I also think that, the path is the Pistons to take. The obstacles are behind them right now. That they're trying to run up alongside them, but they're still behind them. Pistons have the best team right now. They're not playing that way, and that's what's disappointing.
248-539-9797. Daryl's in Detroit next. Hi, Daryl.
Doug, you crack me up on a daily basis.
Good.
And not in a good way.
Oh.
Let me tell you why.
Hurts.
First of all, here we are, we complaining about a team that's 45-15, 30 games over 500, 8-2 in their last 10 games, but yet we're going to complain about them. You know what? They lost last night, so what? I'm not worried about Cleveland. I'm not worried about Tatum in Boston. I'm not worried about San Antonio or none of them. The Pistons are all right, and they'll be there for the long run. And here's the funny thing about last night. The Pistons shot 50% from the field. Cleveland shot 42%. The Pistons shot 37.5 from 3. Cleveland shot 37. The Pistons out-rebounded them. They got more steals, more blocks. They hit more free throws. It was just an anomaly. They just lost. Now, Cleveland did score 8 more threes than Detroit did. Detroit scored 9 threes, which is good for them. But the problem is 3 points. That's what the problem is. So, Doug, quit cracking me up.
Daryl, thank you for listening. 248-539-9797. Terry is next on 97.1. Hi, Terry.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing, sir?
Good. Hey, I had a classic tape like 4 years ago. You guys invited me a job inside of the studio, and I had a classic tape.
Well, here's prove it, because you got about 20 seconds before we got a break, so go.
Okay. Cade is a big guard. And when we were talking about the draft before, we said, listen, you want a big guard. In the modern NBA, Cade is using all his tools, but he's not foul baiting like every other superstar.
You want him to?
He has to.
That's going to make that's an interesting jumping off point.
I got to tell you, we will respond to that coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. The Red Wings are back on their home ice tonight as they're set to take on the Vegas Golden Knights. Detroit is 2-1 since returning from the Olympics. They're currently in the last playoff spot in the Atlantic Division with 76 points, one ahead of Montreal. We'll likely see Cam Talbot in net tonight as the team emergency called up Grand Rapids goalie Sebastian Cossa today. It appears John Gibson may still be dealing with that shoulder stinger. The Athletics' Max Bultman said at morning skate, Lanham's made it look like Talbot will start between the pipes. Face off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. In Tigers news, Jason Benetti is going to be the new voice of baseball on NBC, particularly Sunday Night Baseball. The team released this statement about their TV play-by-play man today, saying, quote, "We're incredibly proud that Benetti has been named the new voice of Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. Jason will continue calling Tigers games, and as in previous years, will step away once per week to handle national broadcast duties," unquote. And former Pistons legend Chauncey Billups will be back in court today for a status hearing in his sports gambling and illegally rigged poker games case. Billups, along with the 30 other defendants, some of whom are certified mobsters and affiliated members of the Italian organized crime syndicate La Cosa Nostra, are all ordered to appear in court today for a status hearing. It's unclear what the status hearing is for, but this was always the plan as the defense has been given a few months to review evidence in the case. The 31 defendants appear in court in Brooklyn at 2 p.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
La Cosa Nostra back in the house. Thank you, Update Kid. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Look, I will tell you, I'm authentically concerned about the Pistons. I'm not panicked. I'm not drawing long-term conclusions, but I do not like the way the last 5 games have gone. I do not like the fact that they didn't respond. I do not like the fact that they didn't lean into the intangibles last night that they so much excel at. I also fully understand that it's a long season. There are ups and downs. But I'm not dismissive of what we've seen the last 5 games. Others are, and that's fine. That's your right. The previous caller said something that I really don't want to believe is true. That's the way I'll put it. His point was, and he did a nice job wrapping it up. I think it was Terry. He told him he had 20 seconds, and he, as people pointed out, he spent the first 5 seconds saying, okay. But then he wrapped it up with seconds to spare before a hard out. And that was that Cade needs to foul bait more.
Yeah, if you're going to be that big and run the point, you got to draw more attention and draw more fouls. And we've loved the fact that he is not this unethical scorer hunting fouls, and I still love that. I'm still hopeful. All this can happen organically. He doesn't have to hunt for fouls. He can just drive to the lane, get fouled, and actually call it. And there was a point this year where we did shows and we talked about how he's actually getting those calls. Mm-hmm. Now, did he get them last night? Maybe not. And maybe there needs to be more consistency about that. I do not want him to go out there looking like Trae Young or one of these other guys, Jalen Brunson, to just clearly hunting for fouls.
Dude.
And it's different. And maybe it's different because those are smaller players.
I don't want this to be wishful thinking, but I don't want that to be a primary focus of Cade's game, and I don't think it needs to be. That might be the wishful thinking part. I hope that's true. There are certain things you hope. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world that I hope aren't true but seem to be true, and I don't want it to be true that you need to foul hunt. And I'm not saying Terry's wrong. I'm going to give it a lot more time before I come to that conclusion. I want to see this not work with my own eyes before I go where Terry went.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait till it doesn't work.
I would like to say, like, you want the best of both worlds. Don't hunt for fouls until you have to hunt for fouls. You know, if you're down and you just need to you're getting close to desperation time, to go ahead and hunt for them if you have to.
Well,
but I prefer not to. Be great if you're playing with a lead and you don't have to do things like that. And for the most part this year, they've done that. They've been an excellent team this year. This last week, it leaves a lot to be desired, how they played.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Carl in Chesterfield. You're next. Hi, Carl.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? First of all, let me apologize to all my consumers out here or fans. Let us stop crying, okay? Let's take the Michael Jordan approach, even though I have to use Michael Jordan. And, we lost. And sometimes we just need to get punched in the face. As to Cade Cunningham needs to do nothing but just keep playing. He's learning how to win. And he's doing a good job at it, and he just needs to stay on that path.
Yeah, I mean, look, Carl, this is one of the reasons why I'm very careful to say this might sound like I'm panicking, but I'm not. For me, I guess it's probably a little bit on the closer to panic than usual, but I think this is it's a real time for self-reflection. When you get called out by another team and you haven't been playing great, and that other team is directly likely between you and the NBA Finals at some point this postseason, and your response is to go out there and not give maximum effort, which is something JB talked about afterwards. I could see on a Tuesday in December and you're playing Memphis and you don't give maximum effort. That's one thing. This didn't feel like the kind of game that they would not have maximum effort.
Yeah, and I just think they just need to get humble sometime and make them realize that, you know what, this is not going to be a cakewalk. So now that we just got slapped in the face, what are we going to do? And, we're getting ready to play the Spurs. So, that's a good little measuring thing. And we're getting ready for the playoffs. So I want everybody to take the attitude, Detroit versus everybody, and everybody stop crying and saying we only lost by 4 points and we only did this and we only did that. This is basketball. People stop crying.
Carl, thank you for the phone call. I mean, look, you don't want to hear it, but it's a big part of sports. It doesn't change reality. It's a typical fan reaction to be disappointed, and I thought last night was embarrassing. But 248-539-9797 feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, and there's a lot of it today. I think Cleveland would beat Detroit in a 7-game series. That's from Doug in Rochester. Well, I don't know that that's defined yet, but there's no question that it's not going to be easy. See what happens between now and then if it happens. Kevin in Advance says, I still think we win the East, but if we harken back to the start of the year, did any of us think they'd win the championship?
No.
Kevin, no. And I don't think there's any embarrassment in not being ready to win the championship given where they are in their timeline. But when you spend this much of the season acting like the best team of the East, I'll tell you this. There are some tough matchups in the East that we'll probably get into as we get closer. And Cleveland certainly doesn't look like they're going to be easy, which we shouldn't have thought in the first place. Anthony in Mail Truck, I'm a little frustrated with the loss. It seems a big problem with the half-court offense. They're a top team when they run. The ball seems to sit when the half-court offense is being run. That's from an unnamed. No, that's Anthony. Sorry. And an unnamed texter says, Cade had a bad game in a terrible fourth quarter. Pistons got within 2, and then Cade had back-to-back turnovers. Hopefully it's just yuck, throw it away game. Yeah, those turnovers were bad, and one of them was really weird. Like he just threw the ball into no man's land.
Yeah, it's there is a big element of yuck, throw it in the garbage because they had their chances to get right back there and take the lead, and they just didn't do it. They couldn't make the one extra play.
Well,
and that is really painful in the playoffs. It's so less painful in regular season, but because this game comes at a time where we're in a stretch of games that look unenthusiastic.
Yeah.
I understand why you're a little more bummed about it tonight.
Last night was kind of an exclamation point on a stretch of games that include didn't feel good about Monday against San Antonio, didn't feel great about Wednesday against Oklahoma City, certainly didn't feel good about Friday against Cleveland, even though the last 2 were wins. Felt better against Orlando, but, right opponent, and then they don't respond. Last night, season's not over, of course. Let's go to Everett. You're next. Hi, Everett.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Okay.
Great. Hey, look, I just want to say, with losing Ivy, also losing Stu, in the last 4 games, that's like losing, by them being such a tight-knit group, when you lose something like those players like that, 2 players, And still they won 2 games, but you still they fought through that period. So I really don't think that we got too much to worry about. Yeah, they lost the game by 4 points. They had a lot of turnovers that they didn't do. But let's
Everett,
not take this too far.
Here's my question. And you're saying they kind of need to get used to life without Ivy, and they're just getting Stewart back, and so there's some recalibration. My question is, when they recalibrate or get used to life with the roster that they have, is that going to help the Pistons more than getting Donovan Mitchell back will help the Cavs? Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
And so, I think they can certainly play better. And there are some challenges with the things that you brought up. But feeding into these concerns is they're going to get a big boost back, a 7-time All-Star. 248-539-9797. Last night was concerning because you knew the Cavs were going to come out in playoff mode, and it showed. Once everyone is playoff mode, we might not look as good. That's from an unnamed texter. Another unnamed texter. We got to get away from overhyping regular season wins and freaking out over regular season losses. To be clear here, I'm not just freaking out over regular season losses. I am also freaking out over a couple of regular season wins.
These are facts. Maybe more so the wins than they are the loss.
I'm trying very hard not to freak out at all. Michael in Sterling Heights says, I think the Pistons are starting to lose their wheels a little bit. Jenkins has not been as effective as he was. Robinson's been very ineffective his last few games on three-point shooting and it's affected our team. And the GM should have made a trade to add more three-point shooting to this team. We are not making the finals, and we'll be lucky to even reach the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, Duncan Robinson is he's got 8 points in his last 2 games, and he had 8 last night.
All right, Gator, I've got a quiz for you and Kang. I think you will find this quite entertaining. It is also Cleveland related. We will get to that today at 11:16. Plus more of your phone calls and feedback. A little bit later on, we got some NFL stuff to get to. And Red Wings calling up Kosa. We have to talk about that. Certainly it's not for the reason we want with the injury to Gibson, but we will talk some Red Wings before the show is done as well. It's open lines, so anything on your mind, fair game. You're on 97.1. Back to your phone calls and feedback in a moment. Gator, we've joked a little bit that every time there's a quarterback available or rumored to be available or rumored to be drafted, which team in the NFL is always connected to that quarterback?
The Cleveland Browns.
How many quarterbacks did they draft last year?
2.
Yeah.
And they still have a quarterback they're paying
$80 million this coming year.
Yeah. And still have like $180 million that they owe him.
Yep. I mean, it just feels like we kind of laugh a little bit. Like, where is the money coming from? Where do they think the money is coming from? But Gator, did you see the line or the odds put out by betonline.ag?
No.
By chance. They were just sent over to us. They sent us
Haven't
spreads and point spreads, and they got odds on Browns starting quarterback week 1.
Great.
Okay.
Yep.
And I want you to guess how many different players have odds.
All right. So you're going to have Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel.
Yep.
That's 3 that they have right now that I can think of.
Yep. And Kang, I want you to think about this too.
Okay. Ty Simpson's going to be on there. Heck, why not? Let's throw a couple of the rookies out there. Nussmeier and Carson Beck. I don't know. Some free agents. Let's throw like Malik Willis, Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray.
You're at 9, I believe.
This is ridiculous. Russell Wilson. I mean, obviously there's more than 10, but I'm going to stop at 10.
Okay. Kang, do you think there is more? You even think there's more than 10? Do you want to, even if you can't name them?
So say 10.5, would you say? Is that the over-under?
I'll put the over-under. I'll say it at 13.5.
Wow. Even higher. I'll go under.
It's over.
My God, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Set another over-under.
16.5.
Kang, over-under.
Under.
It's over.
Wow. 18.5.
How many quarterbacks have odds on being the starter in week 1 for the Browns? Gator has now repurposed the over-under to 18.5 different people with odds.
They can't just put every single available quarterback on this list.
Sure they can. It sounds like they're doing it.
It's going to be 50.
I'll take the under in that.
Are you going over 18.5, Kang?
I'm going to go under.
It's over.
Jeez.
Are we getting to the why don't you just tell me stage?
21.5.
Over under 21.5 quarterbacks.
I'm going to say it's 21. Under.
It's over.
All right, I'm done.
All
Just
right.
tell us.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, the 75-1 long shots are Marcus Mariota, Jacoby Brissett, Davis Mills, and Carson Wentz. At 50-1 is Tyrod Taylor. At 45-1 is Zach Wilson. Mitchell Trubisky and Anthony Richardson are 40-1. Will Levis 33-1. Tyson Badgett is 28-1. Spencer Rattler 25-1. Drew Lock 18-1. Jimmy Garoppolo 16-1. Tanner McGee and Mac Jones 14-1. Tua Tagovailoa 12-1, Malik Willis 9-1, Joe Flacco 8-1, Dylan Gabriel 6-1, any rookie quarterback 6-1, Kyler Murray 5-1, Deshaun Watson 7-2, and Shedeur Sanders 3-1. All that is 23 different people that have odds, and that is including any rookie quarterback as one person. Right. 23 different people bets you can make on who will be the starting quarterback for the Browns in Week 1.
That's incredible.
I didn't hear you say Johnny Manziel.
I didn't, but maybe I should take a look deeper. Ask betonline.ag to put odds out on Johnny Manziel.
Didn't hear you say Hendon Hooker.
I did not say Hendon Hooker. Are there any? Because they got the same thing for the Cardinals, the Dolphins, the Jets, the Steelers.
The Jets is probably crazy too. Although I don't know if they have as many in-house crazy candidates.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 Jets.
See, it's not as crazy.
No, you're right. I just crack up because everybody has been rumored to be headed to Cleveland. And I just look at it and I go, Deshaun Watson has an $80 million cap hit. How can they afford another quarterback?
Can they just shut up and just go with what they have? I wonder if the Cleveland GM is like, I don't know why these things keep coming out. I'm not even sniffing towards a quarterback. We have 3 right now.
And 2 of them are in the second year of their contract.
Right.
Yep.
They're both Pro Bowlers.
All right, here's feedback coming in regarding the Pistons. Doug, your worries are valid. This isn't the same team from a month ago. Who cares at all about what happened up until now? It's all about whether or not they can compete in the playoffs. They didn't have scoring options and shooting to keep up with the Cavs and Celtics. I'm sorry, they don't have scoring options and shooting to keep up with the Cavs and Celtics in a 7-game series. And Cade is looking a little worn down from taking on the huge workload he's forced to do every night. That's from Jim in Sylvania. Next text, 82 games. They have the 1 seed. This is an overreaction. They can lose games. The playoffs are a 7-game series. Any concerns you had going on should probe off the team. I don't know what that means, but I wrote the word probe off. Do you know what PROBAF means? They have lapses like any other team. Please come up with a definition for probe off for me before the show is done.
I'll do my best.
PROBAF. Disrespected, embarrassed, it doesn't matter. The Cavs are a better team right now. The Pistons didn't make enough moves at the trade deadline. They're pulling the Lions' number 1 seed in East and first-round exit. That's Ernie in North Carolina. What else do we got here? You love the Pistons in part because they work hard and don't do load management. I think they are tired, and it's been a long season. That's from Brian and Ipsy.
It might be, but they just gave, Jalen Duren just came off suspension and Isaiah Stewart's coming off suspension here. Now, does that mean that maybe Cade needs a rest? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I certainly don't like the load management.
I will say this. There's 2 things that I just can't stand about the NBA. And one is foul baiting. 2 is load management. We had a caller suggest last hour that Cade needs to start getting into more foul baiting. If I'm going to accept one or the other, that the Pistons have to do something that I can't stand, it would be load management over foul baiting. I will accept load management before I will accept foul baiting. Not that anybody cares what Doug accepts, but I won't feel as bad if they sit some guys to rest them for the postseason as I will if Cade starts playing unethical basketball, Brunson-style basketball.
I would agree with you on that.
Rod in Bama says expectations for Detroit basketball hasn't changed. Win a home playoff game, win a first-round series. Anything more than that is a bonus. I trust Langdon will make the necessary changes in the offseason. I mean, have they changed? I think getting to the Eastern Conference Finals would be a really big accomplishment. And even though I want to win the Eastern Conference Finals, it would be hard for me to be mad about not winning the East. Because I do think there is a lot to be said for a team that hasn't won a playoff series yet. Brian Windhorst's been around this league for a long time. He's uncomfortable taking the Spurs to the NBA Finals, but he's breaking his rule, which is don't take a team to win 12 games in the postseason that hasn't even won a best-of-7 series and won 4 games in a series yet. But he's doing it with the Spurs this year. Next text, you can't leave Paul Reed on the bench. You have to work all the bugs out in the game. Maybe different combinations. Reed, Duren, Thompson, you have to mix it up. Cade, Thompson, you have to mix it up. It's from an unnamed texter. Drew in Lake Orion says, lack of shooting and scoring is alarming. Disappointed in the trade deadline. Seems like they should have at least kept Ivy for his shooting. Now it feels like the only path to win is shut down defense and fast break points.
Well, the other thing is Ivy's not even playing right now.
No, and I mean, but... Would Ivy long-term give him more this season than Herter?
If he's able to come back,
yeah.
Okay, sure. And it is a thought that is going to cross everybody's mind the longer that Herter doesn't play, or if he does play and doesn't knock down 3-point shots. And if Jaden Ivey comes back and plays the last 10 games of the season and shows that he is what he is, can knock down a 3-point shot, that'll be disappointing.
Why are we even talking about the Pistons being in a slump? They're 8-2 in their last 10 games and lost a tough game to a depleted team. No big deal. I think this is a way overreaction. Look at their full body of work. I'm typically zoom out full body of work guy. I also am not. I didn't like the wins over Oklahoma City and Cleveland last week. I did not feel like those were Piston-like performances in those games, given that the opponents and who they didn't have. Look, they did win the games, and if it were won in the middle of all this, if they were playing well and they had a tight game against that Oklahoma City roster that was a G League roster and they won a close one, I wouldn't care that much. But between San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland, and Cleveland again, I have growing concerns.
If they were playing like this and the playoffs started next week, I'd have big concerns. There's 22 games left in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
They got plenty of time to
They do.
Get their mojo back or figure it out or whatever it is that the hell was going on last night. Whether that was a plan to have this bizarrely played game or if it's just yuck, throw it in the garbage, things weren't working. I don't know. There was lots to talk about. JB Bickerstaff was not happy with it defensively. And, that's defense is always an effort thing, and that's a concern, I guess. But that's also something that's the most easily corrected thing in the world is effort.
It really is, and it's what they hang their hat on. Maybe they're just going through. They very well could be just going through a slump. I will admit that. And this is going to turn into the Pistons win a big game, and we're going to get calls of people calling up and say, "See, told you," and that's fine. But I just. This is enough of a sample size. My concerns have grown. All right, straight ahead. Gators asked for it. Now he gets to see it. How do you feel about it? We'll get to that at 11:31 here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. I keep talking Pistons. Love it. 248-539-9797. We've had way too many NBA seasons where we get into this time in the calendar and they're not even worth talking about. So it is great to have this team competitive at the level that they have been competitive at, not only in of late, but certainly last year as well. And I think the future is very, very bright for this organization. The update on the Twitter poll at Doug Gator 971. The question is, did the Pistons get exposed or can they still win the East? 64.7% say yes, they can win the East. 35.3% say no, Detroit has been exposed. Go vote and comment. Best comments read on the air. So, Gator, Sebastian Coates is coming up, huh?
Seabass.
Yep. You have been calling for this for a while. It's interesting that they haven't made this move. And I guess the reason they haven't made the move is because they got a goalie playing as well as anybody in the NHL.
Yeah.
So what's the use in bringing up your young netminder to stand there on the bench?
Well, I think the point is that they're unsure about, or they just want to take precautions with Gibson.
Oh, I know what they're doing now.
With that.
I'm talking about the months leading up to this, why they didn't call him up.
I don't know. Well, because they had two veteran goaltenders. And if you're going to bring up the rookie, it's like conceding that you're getting rid of one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that was the case. The first part of the season was hit or miss with the goaltending. He wasn't very consistent. And then all of a sudden, Gibson's found his way. And he's been outstanding for the last 2.5 months or whatever it is. Maybe the best goaltender in hockey over the last 2.5 months. And that's been great. And to have the backup being a seasoned veteran like Cam Talbot, you feel pretty good about that too. Even though Talbot hasn't played great, he played well the other night in relief. He played well enough to keep the team in the game, and they were able to win the game. But bringing Kosa up now, obviously for out of precaution, I'd like to see him get a chance to play if you're going to bring him up. And I was hoping that he was going to get the starting nod tonight. I understand why he's not, but it's just me personally. I want to see the guy play. And if you get to Friday night and you're still not ready to go with Gibson, why not give Kosa a chance?
Well, look, I think I wouldn't play him tonight. And the reason I wouldn't play him tonight is I don't want to give any reason for the general manager to be hesitant about thinking that this team can compete. And in the past, he's cited that the play did not dictate that they were going to add to the roster. They aren't like some team that is dominant, as we all know, but they're also a team that is closer to first place in the conference than they are. Well, now they're even. Columbus got a point last night, so they're 6 points from being out of the playoffs, but also 6 points from being the 1 seed. Okay? What that tells you is that it's anybody's conference. Anybody can win this thing. And one of the assets that they have is a goalie that can get white hot. It screams of a roster that could use an addition or two. And, I don't know that one game will make any difference, but I don't want to lose this game to Vegas tonight. And so whoever gives you the best chance to win it is probably the veteran.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I'm not terribly upset with that. That Kosa's up and he's not going to play tonight. I'm fine with it. The timing with the trade deadline right around the corner, I get all that. Mm-hmm. You got Vegas tonight, who's coming off back-to-back. This will be the second game of back-to-back nights. They lost last night in Buffalo, 3-2. It's an opportunity for the Red Wings to just take advantage of it, right? Vegas is they're a good hockey team, not a great hockey team. Take advantage of this situation and prove to everybody that you're ready to take this next leap, which is not just make the playoffs, but do something in the playoffs. If they added two pieces, let's just say for the sake of we'll throw names to it. They add Trocheck and they add Ristolainen.
Mm-hmm.
So Trocheck from the Rangers, a forward, a great two-way forward, two-way center. And then you had the right-hand defenseman in Ristolainen, who plays on the mean streak to him, and that ends up being probably a top 4 defenseman. You add those two pieces to this team, I feel like you've absolutely increased how good your defensive capabilities are in any given game. Because Trocheck is so good defensively as a forward, and then Ristolainen is more of a defensive defenseman anyway. You're really kind of hammering home how important that is. And at the same time, Trocheck provides offense as well.
Yeah.
Now, he's not a goal-a-game guy or a point-a-game guy, but he's still pretty good.
I would love to add Trocheck.
If they added both of those players, I'd be absolutely thrilled if they could do that. And they can. The question is, what's the pain going to be going the other way in these deals? Because there's going to be some pain. Some players have been dealt in the last week. A big forward was dealt who plays a little bit of a mean streak, but he's not a great forward, and he went for, a second-round pick? I'm a little concerned with how high the price is going to be. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, you're not getting – it doesn't seem like the Red Wings want the rental player, right? Like Eisenman's always talked about term and stuff like that. Well, some of these guys have a couple years left on their deals at reasonable prices that aren't going to break the bank and prevent you from getting a free agent in the offseason after next year. So I like the moves that are possible there, but I'm also prepared that you're going to probably end up losing at least a first-round pick, maybe a couple first-round picks and a player.
So I saw something from a Red Wing blogger that went around last night, and when I first saw it, I thought it was an actual trade. And I was, and it was Brock Seguin had this, and so, but I got fooled briefly, right? And I thought it was an actual trade.
Is it Niskanen?
No, it was Robert Thomas to Detroit for a 2028 first-round pick, a 2029 first-round pick, Nate Danielson, Carter Mazur, and William Wallander.
That's a lot.
And this is the example of when people say you got to make a trade when you put that price tag on it. Now it's a 2028 first round pick.
Right, it's not.
And a 2029 first round pick, which are down the road. But that is a hefty price.
And Nate Danielson.
And Nate Danielson and Carter Mazur.
Carter Mazur too, who hasn't played, but he's because he's
Brock,
been
you fooled me for a second, and because I thought I didn't read it because it was on me,
But at least it's
I'd had too much water at that point.
Well, other story.
Yeah.
But at least that's something that puts in perspective how you got to actually give something to get something, right?
Yep.
And Robert Thomas is a really good, promising younger player, signed for many years after this year at
plus
like
player on a bad team. He's not a 50-goal scorer, gotcha, but he's a plus player on a bad team.
But he's a guy who has been a point-a-game guy, and he's only 26 years old, 26, 27 years old. So, okay, I like him. But that's the cost. 2 first-round picks, Nate Danielson and Carter Mazur, and William Wallander. Now, you're not using Wallander, so it's a throw-in.
Yeah.
Carter Mazur you haven't seen. He played 1 shift with the Red Wings last year and got hurt, and hasn't really played this year either. Although you like a lot that he has to offer, but he hasn't played. And Nate Danielson, who is a defensive-minded forward more than anything else, that's the cost.
Dude, it's one of those deals where I think a lot of people from Detroit would say, no, I'm not giving up all of that. But if that's the cost and the costs are like that, do you end up standing pat? And then we start the whole cycle again of, I can't believe they didn't make a move. And, that's where it gets really difficult because the people in charge, obviously they know their sport. The question is, are they aggressive enough? Are they wired to take chances? Like these are, and so when hockey people say no to that kind of price tag, you go, well, they're probably right. That feels like too much to me.
It does, and yet I feel like that's may end up being close to what you have to offer to get Robert Thomas. Now, St. Louis doesn't have to trade him.
No.
He's 20, like I said, he's 26 or 27 years old. They've got him signed. It's a reasonable contract, and they don't need to, but St. Louis is having such a bad year. They're looking to move on from some things. Now, if I were the Red Wings, I would come back and say, okay, that's a lot. Throw in Falk, and we can talk about what else you need to make it happen, the defenseman. And then it's one-stop shopping, which would be one hell of a one-stop shop if you got both of them.
In the meantime, at this hour, the Red Wings have tweeted out, per Coach McClellan, John Gibson skated today and is feeling better, but not ready for this game, listed officially as day-to-day. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, you want to keep having this discussion. And I tell you what, he refuses to let us not talk about him.
This guy.
Right? We'll get to that today at 11:46 on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. And here's what sets them apart. Shaner's a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a new roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding, Michigan's name you can trust.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so Kevin McGonagle might be really good at baseball, Scott. And he refuses to let us not talk about him as he takes the first pitch in their World Baseball Classic exhibition game against the Dominican Republic. Yoiks and away to right field. Kids, I mean, he's like forcing their hand, dude.
Yeah, you don't see many baseballs hit 460 feet, let alone, one that you actually smacked that came at you at 98 miles an hour.
Yep.
That was impressive. First pitch of the game. Boom, gone. Yep. And then he comes up.
Well, good evening to you, sir.
Yeah, hello. And then he comes up again and rips a base hit to right field that I swear to God, if the outfielder were placed in a different spot, the ball could have gone through him. I don't know what the exit velo on that was, but that looked like it was absolutely smoked. And then he has another hit. He draws a walk, gets to third base on a bad throw over to first and on a pickoff attempt and gets himself in scoring position. He is doing every single thing that is necessary to make the team. And you can't help but look at this and go, oh, my God. Yeah, okay, let's keep playing him. And they've got another international exhibition game today. He's starting at shortstop. It's interesting how they've got the rosters kind of split up for all this stuff, but he's getting his at-bats, and he's making the most of it. And good for him, because this is a guy who could single-handedly inject more life into a single team outside of signing Skubal to a long-term deal,
right,
than could have been done by any other free agent. Like the Framber Valdez free agent signing is great. But if Kevin McGonagle
dude
ends up being anywhere close to what we've seen in the spring, this is, for people that complain about, and rightfully so in some cases, they didn't add a bat in the offseason. Right, they didn't add a bat, and I'm with you. I wanted to add a bat. They didn't add a bat. Well, if the bat's Kevin McGonagle,
yep,
then we might just say, okay, all right, you're right.
Yep.
My bad.
Yep.
My bad. But for a rookie to make that kind of impact, I don't expect it. It's not expected. It's, can they be a great pro at some point? Sure. I just don't expect it to be in the first year without playing a single inning of AAA. But he is knocking on that door so hard right now that he's making so much noise you can't ignore it. And I don't think A.J. Hinch is ignoring it. I think A.J. Hinch is loving the idea of having this guy be your everyday shortstop.
Baseball America did an analysis of players and the impact of AAA on their development. And so they took a look back to 2010 and the 1,655 position players who have debuted in the majors since then. Now, they've excluded foreign professionals, guys who were like Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, they were major league ready. They were coming over here to play in the majors, not coming over here to play at the minors. And so they took a look at the 15% that had zero AAA experience. 15.6% of players that debuted didn't actually play at the AAA level, which I thought was surprising that it was that many. Names include William Contreras, DJ LeMahieu, Dansby Swanson, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Julio Rodriguez, JD Martinez, Paul Goldschmidt, Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, Jose Ramirez, Fernando Tatis Jr., Mike Trout, Juan Soto, Manny Machado, Brandon Crawford, Nolan Arenado, Kyle Schwarber. It is a long list of impressive players. And that just flat out skip AAA. And the data feedback says that players with fewer AAA plate appearances have better success rates than those who spent more time at AAA. Now, that doesn't mean that skipping AAA is the way to go, but what it does say is that the greats, they just don't need AAA. And even the ones that go aren't there for very long. So I don't, we've kind of discussed the merits of putting him in AAA and having him stay, and let him season. And I look, this data to tell me it's not necessary. They're not doing something careless or rushing him unusually if he's skipping AAA, right?
Correct. And I'm just going through to look at some other players that the Tigers have had, really good guys at high upside or guys that have played well at the major league level. Did they play at Toledo all that much? And, I'm looking at like Riley Green, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Riley Green came up and played 124 games for the Tigers in 2021. And he only played 40 games in Toledo prior to that.
Right.
Colt Keith had played 67 games at Toledo before making the Tiger team out of spring training the following year. McGonagle, we're talking about not even playing AAA.
Yeah.
Which is insane. But this is why I love these exhibition games they're playing right now in the World Baseball Classic, because they're facing really high-end talent throughout that roster. And he answered the bell last night. Will he do it again today?
Who did he get the home run off of? Do you know?
I forget who the pitcher was.
Because the other thing that's happening in these, like they've got guys with no numbers and nameplates on their jersey because they just need somebody to throw some innings and they don't want to tax some pitchers. So I don't know who he hit the bomb off of. But he did. It was impressive. And, either way, he's forcing their hand. Now, baseball, real solid baseball conclusions are drawn over months, if not years, and certainly not weeks. But for this team right here, right now, it doesn't matter. Call them up. Sure, come north with them. And if it's not working out, send them down. I don't think it's that big a deal. So there's a lot of I've seen enough going around today.
Well, there's a lot of that.
Yep.
Yeah, and I look, as much as I want to make that proclamation, there's a long way to go here.
Yep.
It's not. It's like 10 games that he's played, 8 games he's played, something like that. He hit the home run off of Luis Severino.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. In the meantime, I was just taking a look back. The first 2 selections made in the draft by Scott Harris were Max Clark and Kevin McGonagle. It's a pretty nice start to his career.
Yeah, it is. It's a very nice start to his career, and this is what he wants. This is what he's as a GM. This is what you're waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
You made a controversial pick with Max Clark. It was very controversial to take the high school kid over the college ready to go guy.
Yep.
And you're playing a longer game with that, and then you use your. I think McGonagle was a sandwich pick.
Yes, he was.
And use that on McGonagle, who was a highly thought of, guy who was ready to hit, had good bat to ball skills, but has developed so quickly. And those numbers are through the roof. What the scouting numbers were back then and where they are now, it's fantastic to see that kind of growth. And they've got a few of these guys in their organization that are now really highly thought of. And this is what he's waiting for. As a GM, this is the gratification that comes from taking those chances. And we had the guy call yesterday and say, it was kind of interesting that he has yet to give up any of those prospects that he has.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a team that's made the playoffs the last 2 years. Nobody thought they'd make the playoffs 2 years ago. And then last year was an interesting season to say the least. And they still made the playoffs and unfortunately just fell shy of getting to the ALCS. And now they're kind of loaded up. Here it is. You got an opportunity to bring up one of your blue chippers, the number 2 overall prospect in baseball. And it looks like his time could be now. We'll wait another 2 weeks to make that total determination.
Yeah.
But if I had to pick right now, based on what he's done, yeah, I'd say he makes a team.
Well, the one thing, we talked about what kind of impact a rookie of the year candidate bat could be. Somebody's going to be rookie of the year. And our guy right now is as strong a bet as anybody to be rookie of the year based upon what's going on down there in Florida. So that type of impact on a team that is trying to compete at the highest level, that has a perceived shortcoming in the offseason, left probably a box that didn't get checked according to most fans, then that's fine. If this kid checks it, then it will be a risk taken and a reward for Scott Harris. That he rolled the dice here a little bit, and that doesn't mean that he still can't add a bat or still shouldn't add a bat. But, dude, this kid's raking, absolutely raking. And then, the other thing about a hot rookie is it injects a real buzz into a clubhouse that's already pretty excited. I thought Kerry Carpenter's on-field interview the other day with ESPN and his unbridled enthusiasm for what this team did right before spring training started mix in a Rookie of the Year candidate, and boy, it could be fun.
Yeah, that's why it's interesting. You go back to a year ago with Dylan Larkin and his comments after the trade deadline, how he was a little disappointed they didn't add, because additions do add juice.
Yep.
And they do get you invigorated or reinvigorated. So I like where the Tigers are at right now. I like what McGonagle has done. I don't think there's a single person out there that can say, yeah, I don't like what McGonagle's done. I mean, the guy's hitting like over 500 in the spring if you include last night's statistics, and why wouldn't you?
I think even the most conservative baseball observers are like pulling a wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, if you want to keep talking Tigers, 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you on this Wednesday. Straight ahead, a Lions insider with some nuggets about what the offseason plan may look like and some insight on Max Crosby. Could he be coming to Detroit? Is it realistic? We'll get to that in the noon hour here on 97.1.
The Red Wings play the Vegas Golden Knights today, and Todd McClellan confirmed moments ago that Wings goalie John Gibson is officially listed as day-to-day with his upper body injury. Cam Talbot will start in net tonight with Grand Rapids Griffins star goalie Sebastian Cossa backing him up, as Cossa was emergency called up by the team this morning. Vegas has struggled since returning from the Olympic break. They won their first game back, but have lost each of the last 3 since. Their 70 points are good enough for the top spot in the Pacific Division. Tonight is also the second of a back-to-back for the Knights, who lost to the Sabres 3-2 yesterday in Buffalo. However, Vegas is 6-3-2 on the second night of a back-to-back this year. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage begins at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown commented on his podcast this morning about the trade of David Montgomery to the Texans. Here's what he had to say.
Like I said, I'm upset, but also I'm really happy for people how much he wants to have a bigger role on offense, and I think he's going to get that new soon.
The Tigers also have 2 exhibition games today against Panama from Lakeland at 1:05 and against the Dominican Republic from Santo Domingo at 2:05. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
Okay, big move in the NFL here. Trent McDuffie, Pro Bowl cornerback, is being traded. Would you want a Pro Bowl quarterback, Detroit Lions fans? Would you want him?
Corner?
Yep.
I mean, yeah, I like Pro Bowl corners.
Okay. The price to get him, would you give up your first-round pick, your 5th-round pick, your 6th-round pick, and next year's 3rd-round pick?
No, I would not.
Okay. That's what the Rams have done to get Trent McDuffie.
That's a lot of draft capital.
It is a lot of draft capital. Not alone, I got to see what the cost is under the cap. All right. That's a big part of this deal, too, is what his cap hit will be. And the Lions could use a corner. McDuffie's cap hit is $13 million. That's not that bad. But he's also going into his free agent year. He's an unrestricted free agent after this year. But, the Rams have been them picks for a long time. It's got him a Super Bowl. And
they say which first-round pick they gave him?
The one at 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they gave up 29. What else did they give up?
5th-round pick, 6th-round pick, and next year's 3rd-round pick.
All right, then.
Yep. Yeah, this is an aggressive move that fits the Rams' profile. It doesn't really seem to fit the Lions' profile. The question that's constantly debated, of course, is whether or not it should fit the Lions' profile. But some Lions talk coming up this hour as one of the insiders kind of laid out a likely off-season game plan. 248-539-9797. Kevin. I just called Kane Kevin.
It's a first. I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
That is a first.
That is a first.
Whoa.
Kevin.
Kevin.
Wow. Let's get rid of all the ethnicity here, huh?
Kevin.
So anyway, Kev.
Yeah.
Would you have made this trade?
I can't now. I'm going to get past the
I've
Kevin
just derailed the entire segment. We got no shot.
Man, that's great. What's better, Kevin or Jug?
What I did yesterday. I don't know if you caught what I did yesterday.
I didn't hear what you did yesterday.
I was doing a live read, and I tried to say the word shots, and that's not what came out.
Well, oh boy. Oh.
Use your imagination.
Kang, you caught it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously, I wasn't the only one.
Yeah, there was a texter.
Just one.
All right, go ahead, Kev.
Anyway, Kev.
All right, Daryl, Steve. Yeah, this is obviously on brand for the Rams, F them picks. And this is on brand for the Chiefs. They don't want to pay guys. Like, as soon as the guy is about to get paid, they're like, well, we're trading him. Right? The only person we'll pay is Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Everyone else, you can be gone, and we trust our scouting department and our GM to find the next guy. Because When they let go L'Jarius Sneed, he was one of the best corners in the league. They're like, it's okay, we got McDuffie.
Yep.
Now they're doing the same thing with McDuffie.
Yep. It's crazy. The Lions are right in between. The Lions don't trade their guys that they're about to get paid. They pay them.
Yes.
So you got the Rams that trade away all their picks. You got Kansas City that trades away anyone that's going to get paid. Yeah. And you got the Lions that just pay their guys.
Yeah, exactly, Daryl.
So the draft value charts, if you look at any of these and give them any credence, based on all that capital they gave up, basically ends up being what the Rams gave up would be the equivalent of their pick at 13 overall.
Interesting. So 13 overall could have got it done?
Well, by the value of it, yeah.
Value chart. Interesting. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Joe in Grocio. What's up, Joe?
Hey guys.
Hey.
I think it's imperative that the Tigers start the season with McGonagle as their starting shortstop, leadoff hitter. Not only because he deserves it, because of the way he's played, but it's essential for the Tiger fan psyche, who have accepted the fact that it's most likely Tarek Skubal's last year here. And we want to know that we've got a chance to have a guy who can be super special. It's happened on other teams where somebody is called up at a young age and he turns out to be a superstar. And if you put one on each end of a teeter-totter, if Skubal's on his way out and McGonagle's on his way up, we want a superstar. We're proud of what Skubal's done, and we want that next guy to be McGonagle, and it sure as heck looks like he's going to be. So, yeah, you got to start him. And I hope I'm wrong about Skubal, but gosh darn, I think he's probably gone.
I think most people are accepting the fact that he's probably gone. And when it comes to McGonagle, I don't know. Like, there are baseball reasons to do it. And then most people think, the teams will make moves to sell tickets. Other people think teams won't make moves to hang on to another year of club control. I don't think you do the club control thing when you're trying to win a World Series. And this team has positioned itself like a team that's trying to win a World Series. And I think even the biggest skeptic can see that they have gotten far more aggressive in like literally the last month than anybody expected. So then to turn around and manipulate club control would not be congruent behavior. I think he's probably coming north. And I'm here for it, man. Everybody is. It's a feel-good story, and it's a player that looks like he is very authentically in the process of earning it.
I don't think the Tigers have any intention to manipulate service time. I don't think that just as a fan of the sport, it doesn't even make any sense because you're not going to be a free agent for a long, long time anyway. Mm-hmm. You're getting plenty of great quality years that at the end, when you get close to the end of it, you probably want to extend the guy anyway. So trying to influence that, or it just doesn't make sense to me.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Here is some of the feedback that's come in recently, and we do appreciate all your ticket texts. A lot on the Wings here. I don't know. Prove me wrong, Steve, but it seems like if it costs him anything, he's not going to do it. Newsflash, Steve. Good players cost something. Well, I mean, at some point, you start cashing in your future chips for chips now. And when Steve talks about why he hasn't made trades, he's given his reasoning. And a big part of it is, and what I go back to, and I think he's probably right, is the team hasn't justified adding. This team's right in the thick of an Eastern Conference championship hunt. A 1 seed. Like, they're chasing a 1 seed. I think that is certainly far more justification than the last couple of teams have had.
Yeah, I think there's way more justification to pull the trigger now than there has been in the past. And some of that is that you're starting to see some of these guys matriculate around through either the minors or even getting their feet wet at the NHL level. That I think they've got a lot of players that they like. And now as that pool's expanded, now is the time. Okay, maybe, the draft picks. Hey, we've held on to first-round picks for a while now. We can afford to get rid of something. We've got a glut of goaltenders in the system. Maybe it's time to throw one of those somebody else's way to land a player that makes us better, not only now, but for the next several years. Because I think that's what he's looking at. If the Red Wings were just going to be interested in guys that were going to hit the free agent market in the offseason, I mean, that doesn't make any sense to give up something in the future for something that's going to be fleeting and gone in 6 months.
248-539-9797. Remember when we signed DeBrincat, we said if they miss the playoffs the next year, it's a failure. Dude, how long ago was that? If the Wings don't make the playoffs this year, Yzerman is an absolute failure. How long are we going to kick the can down the road?
Okay, so when they make the playoffs.
Yeah, but let's start with this. I don't know why got to put a tag on it. If they don't make the playoffs, he's absolutely a failure.
He may not have a job if they fail.
If they don't make the playoffs, he may not have a job. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm not in any rush to put a tag on success or failure or anything like that.
I think ownership has been very patient with Steve Yzerman.
Well, that is true.
And I think maybe even Steve Yzerman might admit that this is taking longer than he thought for this team to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't want to. He doesn't just want to make the playoffs. He wants to make a run in the playoffs. And when you point out how close they are to the top of the Eastern Conference in the point total, when it's 6 or 7 points or whatever it is, that's close. That's not that far off. And yet you look at this roster and you say, well, they don't have this. They don't have that. But what they do is they play well together. And they played awfully well together for a long time now. They can solidify this team and make them even stronger down the stretch to get closer to that top end. I don't think they're going to be at that top end until they add what could be deemed as a superstar player, because they don't have one of those right now.
Yep.
But in the meantime, keep stacking up good player after good player. If you can find a great player, that's awesome too.
A year ago at this time, the Red Wings were out of a playoff spot. So it's easier to pull the trigger on a big deal when you're this close to being the top seed. But they haven't even locked up a playoff spot. That is true. And they got work to do. I want this Red Wing team more than anything to add offense. This is one of the worst 5-on-5 goal-scoring teams in the league, and games are won and lost in the playoffs 5-on-5. Can't rely on power play scoring forever. Got to get more offense. I don't think anybody is going to turn down more offense.
No, which is why you look at a player like Robert Thomas and you think, okay, does that help? 35 points in 43 games this year. I had a little procedure done, but he's ready to go. But it's a guy who has been a point-a-game player for each of the last 2 years when he had 86 and 81 points respectively. Not a 30-goal scorer, but he's a guy who gets the puck to other guys who are going to score. And I'll take guys like that.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to the latest on the Detroit Lions. Got a little sidetracked there. Apologize for that, but we will get to that straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. In this state, respect is earned, not given. They've spent 5 decades earning yours by fighting for what's right. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Well, this story warrants some discussion today, put out by Dave Burkett, Lions Insider, Detroit Free Press, Freep.com. Dave does a good job. Good dude. And there's some stuff in here, Gator, that I want your thoughts on.
You got some stuff?
Yeah, Kang, I want your thoughts as well. Starting with the, we're kind of in the pre-free agency talk period, and then the tamper thing starts Monday at noon, and we'll be all over that when that starts.
I feel like tampering's already going on. The legal tampering starts Monday, but they're already tampering. I mean, come on.
Well, the definition of tampering is an interesting one. Is that the teams aren't allowed to reach out to agents, but are agents allowed to reach out to teams? And that's where you get in. I don't know the exact rules, but NFL seems pretty comfortable with it. But you have to, when you hear deals that are agreed to in the first 20 minutes of free agency, it does make you wonder. But the tampering part starts Monday at noon, and then deals can be signed starting on, I think it's Wednesday of next week. So we're in the pre-talk. This is the build-up. But Dave Burkett of the Freep wrote the following yesterday. Multiple agents who met with the Lions at the NFL Combine do not expect the team to be major players in free agency. And one who spoke with the team believes they will move Tate Ratledge to center and open up competition at the guard spots. Okay. Two different things to talk about there. One, multiple agents who met with the Lions at the NFL Combine do not expect the team to be major players in free agency. Thoughts?
I understand that because I wouldn't expect them to be. And when you talk about a major player in free agency, you're talking about the top free agents in football. And do I think that they're going to go out and spend top dollar on Trey Hendrickson or Malik Willis? Obviously not for the quarterback, but that's one of the top free agents. I don't think so. Albert Breer apparently said something to the effect of that he expects the Lions to be looking at Linderbaum and may spend big on Linderbaum. I'd love to hear that they're doing that. I just don't believe it. So based on how Brad Holmes has operated in the past, he's gotten good players without having to spend ridiculous amounts of money to get some free agents. So I think that's going to be the same plan.
Look at track records, and one of the descriptor of major player. What does that mean, major player? Alex Anzalone was not a major signing when he came to Detroit. Has been totally a integral part of their success. El-Quadi Muhammad last year had double-digit sacks. Would you feel good if I told you right now that the Lions would add a double-digit sack guy opposite of Aiden Hutchinson?
Of course.
Roy Lopez was a minor signing last year. Helped this team. So I'm not too concerned about this definition as long as they're a player and as long as they follow the track record, which is a lot of smart money thrown around. Not all are they haven't hit on everybody, but they've kind of built some good teams around some non-major signings.
So it's the second part that has me more intrigued.
Well, let's get to that second part. Kang, hold on. I want to get Kang's part. Kang's thoughts on this.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is status quo for the Lions. They're never huge splash name players. I know they've said recently, like, if it fits, if it lines up correctly, they're not against it, but they've just never done it. Plus, with the cap issues they're having right now, you really don't expect them to go after like a Tyler Linderbaum. So the guys you just mentioned, though, that's how this team's been built, with underrated, guys that they think they can develop or see something on film or tape that I like the way that guy plays. That would work here. That's our style. That's our culture. So I think they're going to continue to try to do that. And I'm going to let you go and start on the second part, Gator, because I think I agree with you. That part is more. That's the part where it has my eyebrow raised more than anything.
Here we go. The second part is one agent who spoke with the team believes they will move Tate Ratledge to center and open up competition at the guard spots. Thoughts?
So we discussed a little bit yesterday talking when we had the 2-round mock draft and how you're doing things. And I said, there's one player that's out there that I might consider that may not be there at 17, but if he's there at 17, hard for me not to do it. And it's a guard. And it's because if this plan comes to fruition, if they are actually thinking about Tate Ratledge as their center and opening competition at guard, then if Benga Ionye is truly a generational talent at guard, go get him. Go draft him if you can. And then you've got, I think, a really interesting situation there on your offensive line. It's shifted, and there's unknown. I don't know if that's what the Lions are doing. There's one agent that says that. I don't know. I'm not buying it just yet. I think everything's under consideration. I think that they did draft Ratledge with the idea that he could move to center if they had to. But then it feels like there's, 6 centers on the free market or something like that, 5 or whatever it is.
All pretty good.
That are pretty good centers that are all upgrades over what you had last year. No offense to Glasgow, but Glasgow was playing out of position. That I think those guys, you get one of those guys at a way lesser value than Linderbaum, and that probably makes more sense.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with this part. This part is, I mean, you know what I'm not uncomfortable with? I'm actually not uncomfortable with Mahogany and Frazier and Juice Scruggs and maybe a draft pick battling out of the guard spots. Okay, I think there's a ton of potential there, and I think it stands to reason that since you can't sign someone everywhere and spend a ton of money everywhere, that feels like a loaded position with young players that can compete and do a job, and it's not wishful thinking. They're high upside guys. Ratledge at center. This feels like one, okay, the trust has been earned with Brad Holmes, but you damn well better be right. They cannot have the same offensive line problems next year as they've had this past year. And I think Ratledge has a ton of promise. Everybody does. But the bottom line is, if you're wrong on this one, I'm not sure next year is going to be any better than this past season.
Ratledge had a decent year last year as a rookie, but there were games you're like, wow, that's what we got here. Okay. And then there were other games like, okay, that looks good. I mean, ups and downs as you would expect, inconsistencies of being a rookie. To switch positions altogether, and now it's another learning curve. When I'm personally, I'd be in a win now mode. I don't know if I want to take chances and try to start a different guy at center. Now, maybe you can get away with that. Like I said, if you have these great guards to work with, you got Taylor Decker back for another year, and you've got the best right tackle in football. Okay, but is the offensive line any better than what it was last year? Because if it's not, that's a real problem. Because the offensive line was the issue last year for this team.
Ken, do you have anything to add?
They obviously, I think they put Ratledge at center during camp just for a little bit. They figured out really early that Graham Glasgow should be the center, right? That was the best move for the team moving forward, and we saw how that worked out at the end of the year here. They must have some confidence, and if this report is true, that Tate Ratledge can play center because they need an upgrade there. My issue is though he's young, obviously, but the communication issues seem to be a big thing they brought up last year. Again, is he going to be able to, have the right assignments? I know you got 2 veteran tackles on the outside, but he's still calling out the protection.
There's a lot riding on this working if this is the case.
Yeah. So if it works, home run. If it doesn't, kind of in deep trouble, right?
You go back to the decision they made last year in training camp where, okay, he had a couple practices and then they said, okay, and they have to make a decision quickly because the season's getting ready to start. And I get why they did that. Say, okay, we're going to go with Ratledge. We're going to give Glasgow a shot here because Glasgow's played center before. Let's move that way. But understand what that decision really entailed there, because Graham Glasgow was actually a good right guard in the league. Maybe not as good as left guard the year prior when he played there, but he had to play there because he was a right guard, and then they signed Zeitler, and Zeitler bumped him over to the other side. So it's kind of weird to look at how that offensive line was constructed last season, that they moved, and this is something Will Birchfield brought up in what he wrote recently, what he talked about recently about Graham Glasgow retiring, how kind of got a bum deal. He's a guy who's a pretty good right guard, gets bumped from right to left guard, and then gets bumped over to center because they draft the guy at right guard. So if the decision's going to be made to put Ratledge at center now with no Glasgow, I don't know if I'm ready for that. If that works. Obviously, the coaching staff knows way more than we do.
Sure.
And maybe it was a heck of a lot closer of a decision to make last year. Maybe we're like, wow, we're going to go with Graham, but Ratledge could do it. I'll trust Dan Campbell and his decision on what that means. If Ratledge can really be a center, that could help a lot of things out there, because you're saving money by not having to go into the free agent market and spending it there, and then he could spend the money elsewhere.
Two things. One, this plan makes me uncomfortable.
Yes.
But I'm open-minded to it, but it does make me uncomfortable. Two is I'm not sure I believe an agent.
I was going to say, the other thing is it's not necessarily a plan because an agent says that's what it is.
Sean in West Bloomfield, you're on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. So, Gator, I completely agree with you that I don't believe they're in on Linderbaum because Brad Holmes hasn't done it. But what's frustrating me to death is this concept that they won't go out and give a historic, big, huge contract to a free agent because they've done it already many times, right? They've given big, huge, historic contracts to their own guys.
Free agents.
Right?
Yes, they have.
St. Brown, Hutchinson, Sewell, Goff. I mean, you can go on and on, right? So it's not like you can make a case that they're unwilling to give a player, right, a very large, massive contract. And the problem I have is that the people that are coming up that are our own guys, we're talking about safeties and running backs and all that. And that is not where the need lies, in my opinion. It's absolutely on that O-line. So to take a proven commodity like Linderbaum, right, and say, we won't do it because he's not one of our own guys is just nonsense.
I highly doubt, Sean, I'll say this. I highly doubt that's their philosophy, that they simply won't do it because he's not one of their own guys. They haven't done it yet. I get that. I know. I get they haven't done it yet. But, I mean, that would be absurd. And Brad Holmes is not an absurd thinking individual.
But they literally haven't done it.
I know they haven't done it, but maybe it's just the right guy hasn't come along.
Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting point to bring up, looking at would you give the money to Linderbaum that you would have given to Sam Laporta?
It's worth talking about. I'll just say this, though. Until they do it, I'm understanding the skepticism.
Yeah.
I think it would be an absurd thing to think. We're not going to pay anybody big money because they're not our guy. It's cutting off access to great resources. They probably just haven't seen the guy that I would be more inclined to think they haven't seen a guy they love and they know is going to work the way they feel so comfortable with their own guys because they've worked in their system and they are the right kind of pros and workers they want, that they feel more comfortable bringing those guys back than bringing in outsiders. But to just cut off that resource would be an absurd way of doing business, if you ask me. 248-539-9797. There was more in that story from Dave Burkett. We will get to that at 12:32, 97.1. The other thing about trying to figure out what the Lions are going to do, I feel like we're sitting at a table in Vegas and our cards have been dealt and they're face down and we have some chips, but we don't know how many. And we're being asked to bet. I don't know what cards we have, meaning I don't know what Elquity Muhammad wants. I don't know what Alex Anzalone wants. I don't know the possibility what Ray Lopez wants. The guys that are in-house that may come back. I don't know if their asking price is something that I would pay. And then the chips are the analogy for, I don't know what money's going to get freed up by restructures. So I'm a gambler sitting at a table in Vegas. I have cards laid down in front of me, and I have some unspecified amount of chips, and I'm being asked to bet. And we don't know what our cards are, and we don't know how many chips we have. We'll find those things out because you can re-up with your own free agents right now, and contracts are going to get restructured most likely before Monday. But so it's really hard to predict what the Lions may or may not do.
Yeah, Dallas just did some restructuring today. We saw Kansas City do it a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Lions will do some restructuring, and we'll see exactly, to your point, how much are they going to have to spend?
Yep.
I think they'll have plenty of money to spend to get some players to add to this roster to fill some holes. I don't think the money that they're going to free up is enough to say, oh, yeah, let's hand out a $20 million contract and let's go for this guy and give him another $15 million. So does that take him out of Linderbaum? I think it does. It doesn't take him out of the other centers that are on the market, although now there's one more team that needs a center because the center from the Bears just retired unexpectedly.
That, huh?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it happen more often where guys are in the prime of their careers just say, you know what, I'm going to walk away while I can still walk away. And good for you to make whatever decision you think is best for you. But in terms of the Lions, that doesn't help the Lions at all, knowing that now the Bears need some help at center. But we'll see. And the other thing is the edge rusher position with this team. It'd be nice to know what they're doing here. Like if they don't get one in free agency, it probably tips the hand they're going to get one in the draft. But I feel like we've said things like that before and it hasn't come through.
Right.
Because Brad Holmes just does what Brad Holmes is going to do.
All right, next from Dave Burkett's story yesterday on how they might get better this offseason if they aren't a major player in free agency. Dave writes, Holmes said at the Combine the Lions were looking at every avenue to acquire players and that more trades could become a reality what the pool of available players are. So a slight tip of the hand that they might be more active in the trade market. Thoughts?
Well, does that mean they'll be trading their own players to get draft capital or trading draft capital to get players?
That's a good question.
And if it's trading their own players to get draft capital, I don't know who those players are on that roster other than, I mean, we talked about Laporta before because of what they did with Hawkinson at the same time. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they love Sam Laporta, and there's reason to love Sam Laporta. There was a reason to love TJ Hawkinson too. Beyond him, I don't know if are there other players on this roster that other teams that you'd be willing to part with that other teams would want?
I will tell you that I fully expect Detroit to flip the Houston pick for a good player. The 4th round pick they got back. It feels to me like that's a Holmes-like move. We're going to go get this draft pick, and I'm going to take that pick, and I'm going to spin it into a player. And my thoughts on this is that Holmes' track record with trades is actually pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. The golf trade set the foundation for this team building to what they were, which is really good. Carlton Davis trade, which was for, I believe, they got Carlton Davis and 2 6th-round picks for a 3rd. Now the Demo trade. I'm comfortable with him on the trade market because I think his track record's been more good than bad. But I think part of the thing that they might be doing here is hoarding draft capital to turn around and trade draft capital for established players. Kang, trades instead of free agency this offseason, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, obviously going back to the big splash moves, smaller type trades, guys that they target and feel like they're Lions type players. I could see that happening. But there's so many centers available that you know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised, like the Bears, their center just abruptly retired. And now they have a scheduled visit from the guy, the Commanders, that left the Commanders, that got released.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to start to hearing stuff like that with the Lions, or are they going to really keep this thing all the way up to like the draft?
Or we're just not going to know about it.
Yeah. It's hard not to nowadays, I feel like. But yes, that's always a possibility.
Final thing for Dave Burkett on Max Crosby. Dave writes, the Lions don't currently have the budget to acquire Crosby in his $30 million contract or pay him the market rate on a new deal. With contracts expected this offseason for Gibbs, Jack Campbell, and others, Holmes said after the 2025 season, he planned to take the same approach that we took last year when the Lions leaned on low-priced veterans. Thoughts?
So I don't think it's any surprise that none of us think that they can afford Max Crosby, let alone what you're taking on in salary, but what has to go out to make that happen if the reports are correct that they want a player and a first-round pick. Well, what player are they going to want? Then you're going to have to eat that dead cap money on top of it, which makes it damn near impossible, and then there's the draft capital you have to give up. However, I was thinking about this. Everybody that's in that Max Crosby camp, go get him, go make the big splash. I don't care. Let's trade J-Mo and a first-round pick and go get him.
Mm-hmm.
If you're hell-bent on that, would that crowd also be hell-bent on and accept this as an alternative? The Bengals did not do anything with Trey Hendrickson. He's a full-on free agent. They didn't give him any franchise tag or transition tag, nothing, right? Franchise tag, I think, would have given him $30 million. Now, that kind of tells me that they don't expect, maybe it's a Bengals issue, but is Hendrickson going to get $30 million on the open market?
Well, ESPN just updated their list of top free agents available, and he was listed at number one.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put him number one, but are they doing this because they think that's what the market dictates? I don't want any part of him at this point. I'm
just talking us through here. So if let's just say that he gets a deal for $28 million,
yep,
okay, which is right on par with what Max Crosby is making.
Mm-hmm.
Would it make more sense for the Lions to say, if they were even thinking about trying to make it work with Max Crosby, to say, let's pivot and let's look at Trey Hendrickson, because we don't have to lose a player, which would add more money to the dead cap. We don't have to give up a first-round pick. All we're doing is paying the man. And can they afford to do it that way and give him a 2-year, $55 million contract or something like that? Is that possible, and would that appease those people that desperately want to have the other edge rusher? Now, to your point, I get it.
Yep.
Hendrickson is coming off an injury.
Where he is in his career is where most edge rushers, with some exceptions, but I mean, the line of delineation. Age at 30 has been pretty accurate. I don't want any part of him. Would it satisfy that crowd? I think it would. The go get another edge rusher crowd would be thrilled. I think they'd regret it when it was all said and done, but I think they'd be thrilled. Now, the only way to me Hendrickson makes sense is if the market completely dries up and you can get him on the cheap. And he wants to win a Super Bowl and thinks pairing up with Aiden Hutchinson makes Detroit's defense unstoppable.
Now, for somebody who is the number one free agent object, according to ESPN, I doubt that he's the guy that you wait around and 3 weeks from now you say, oh, we can get him for cheap. I don't think he's that candidate. But I do wonder if he's the guy that the candidate, we're not on the cheap, but maybe it's a 1 or 2 year deal. It's expensive.
Yep.
But you're not committed to a 5-year deal for $130 million.
248-539-9797. All right, we've given our thoughts on what Dave Burkett had to write. Although, wait, real quick, Kang, the Max Crosby part, my apologies.
It's super fun to think about. Not realistic probably at all. As far as adding another edge rusher, I mean, especially someone like that, Brad Holmes has come out and said it basically. Hey, we have a premier edge rusher right here. How many teams in the league have 2 premier ones? They have Aiden Hutchinson. They're looking for somebody to, complement him, if anybody. Trey Hendrickson, I agree, Doug, at the right price. If this market dries up, I think you have to give him a call because for the right price, bring him in for sure, but I'm not overpaying for him.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, we have a trade in the National Hockey League, and it's a name that was rumored to be tied to Detroit, and he is not coming to Detroit. Where's Tyler Myers going?
According to Pierre LeBrun, the real Pierre LeBrun, Tyler Myers to Dallas for a second-round pick in 2027 and a fourth-round pick in 2029. Plus, Vancouver, or as Eli Zarrett used to say, Vank, is retaining 50% on remainder of Myers' contract, which makes him a $1.5 million player this year and next year. So I'm guessing that extra fourth-round pick you got to pay for him, that's the cost of having Vancouver pick up half the price tag. But a second-round pick is a pretty hefty price, and that was the rumor that the Red Wings were going to give. So I'm glad this worked out this way because I want better than Tyler Myers. He's a really big guy, 6'8", but he doesn't play like he's 6'8". And if the Red Wings are going to add a defenseman, I want somebody who's going to be very good defensively. And he's at the end of his career. He can still add something, and maybe he would have fit in the Red Wings in the last pairing. Mm-hmm. But if I'm Steve Yzerman, I'm looking to solidify the second pairing, not the third pairing.
Okay, well, there you go. So that's off the table. Bring you up to speed. All right, a bunch of feedback coming out on this Lions thing in reaction to the Dave Burkett story. I don't love the idea of Tate at center. Had a lot of ups and downs last year. Not sure what to think about him quarterbacking the offensive line. That's from Joe at work. I'll co-sign that, Joe. I'm with you. I think we're all here kind of like, is this true? And I'm not sure it is. Like, these are thoughts from an agent who believes that the Lions are going to roll. In fact, you know what I think is more likely? I think far more likely than Tate Ratledge being the center, if there's an in-house solution, it's Juice Scruggs with Ratledge and some combination of one of those other young guards winning the other guard spot.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I wonder, when these agents spoke to Burkett and talked about this, did they speak before the trade happened? Because I would agree. It sounds like Juice Scruggs, based on how he's played in the past, where he has played center and has been a decent center, that maybe that works out.
And give him to Hank Fraley and let's test the powers, which have been tested a little bit lately, and he hasn't come through with shining colors. I'd like to see some Hank magic again, the old line coach. DWN Warren writes in, I think all unnamed texter to the show should be called Otis from Hazard County.
Oh.
We will take it under advisement. Next text from Robin Redford. It's disappointing that within a day of hearing Hendrickson and Linderbaum are both going to be free agents, the first thing we hear is that they're not going to be players the first thing we hear about the Lions is they're not going to be players for those players. I mean, I don't think we realistically thought that, given that they're still over the cap, that they could make a run and they have so many needs. I just never really thought they were really going to be a player for Hendrickson or Linderbaum. But there are other guys at those positions that can help you win. And for the price of one of those guys, you could probably fill both spots with useful players. But I get it, Rob. When what you do isn't working or hasn't worked yet, people want you to try something else. And the big name out of house free agent hasn't been a move that they've really done. Jay in Bloomfield says, how many titles have the Lions won with the current way they sign players? Going to have to make an investment. Okay, just for the record, those are two separate things. They've made a massive investment in their future. They've spent like $1 billion in future contracts.
There's a lot there.
Now, if you want them to go out, they haven't done it on guys out of house, but it would be so foolish and short-sighted to say, we're just simply not going to do it for guys that aren't already in-house.
No, that doesn't make any sense. I think they believe in their core of players, and now that belief might be tested here because guys have gotten hurt. Guys you've handed out these contracts to, a couple of them anyway, whether it's Kirby Joseph or Lee McNeil have been hurt going through that. And now you've got to make your decision up on guys that are entering their fourth year, but they have fifth years with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. But the real sense of urgency is about Sam Laporta and Brian Branch, who are two guys that don't even know if they're going to start the season.
Next text. Anything we hear right now about the Lions' personnel moves or confidence is pure free agency and draft period psychological manipulation. Signed, Otis in Hazard County.
No, there it is.
Otis in Hazard County also sent this. With all this offensive line shuffling, it sounds like they're trying to fix a broken bone with a Band-Aid. The fix that they're trying to make is not a long-term fix. It's just going to keep us limping along. I'll tell you this. It doesn't need to be a long-term fix. If I find out they signed like McGovern or Mays to a center, a veteran center to a one-year contract, that's not long-term, but I'll love it. I'll love it.
Yeah, because it'll give you an excellent chance to reboot things this year.
Another unnamed texter here says, just keep in mind, Ragnow moved to center after 1 year of seasoning at guard. This is true. To me, the Lions need a new center and a new guard. There's no center on the roster, and Christian Mahogany was a replacement-level player at best last year when he was even healthy. So I'm not putting all my eggs in his basket. Well, I'm really curious about this Juice Scruggs move. I think that is something, and I'm not counting on Mahogany. I feel like I'm counting on Mahogany or Frazier.
That's the thing. There's more than one candidate there. If you've got, and throw Scruggs in the mix, those three guys competing for a guard job, I'm intrigued by it.
Is somebody going to emerge?
We probably like Miles Frazier more than anybody else.
I think you're probably right.
And yet,
Dang, why'd you laugh?
Yeah, because it's true.
Because it's true. And we were just so desperate to see him play last year, and he finally got some chances to play, and I thought he played well. So now he's completely healthy, has the whole offseason to work out with this team and showcase his wares and really compete. And it's going to put pressure on Christian Mahogany to earn that spot again. And the competition should make the best out of the situation.
Do the Lions need, for your confidence, guys, to have like a bona fide center going into camp? Or can you hide that position like the guards kind of?
No.
Okay. You know what I mean?
I think center's different.
I go bona fide center.
Because I feel like we're headed that way until the draft, right? I know it's early. It's way early. But with these reports, it's just got me thinking, man, who's playing center for this team? That's a big, important position.
And there's so many guys out there. And look, some of them are let go because of performance. Others are cap casualties. But a Biadasz, a Cushenberry, somebody is going to be affordable that can make that position significantly better than it was a year ago. And that's what matters. Lions fans are forced to pay top prices within the NFL for tickets. I think the Lions fans should expect the Lions to go after top free agents, Linderbaum/McGovern. Well, the Lions aren't cheap. Okay, they aren't cheap, but they aren't. They're spreading their money around in a way that they think builds the best football team, not necessarily after one guy at one position. But I get it. It's a big offseason for the Detroit Lions. We have another edition of Who's on Top coming up today at 1:05. That is next on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Red Wings and Golden Knights coming up tonight right here on 97.1. Todd McClellan confirmed earlier today that John Gibson is day-to-day and Cam Talbot will start in the crease tonight. Sebastian Cossa will be his backup. McClellan said he was open to the idea of playing Cossa at some point this year and said they're ready to call on him if they need him. But right now they're happy with their top two goalies and are focused on winning as many games as possible right now. McClellan was also asked about the month of March by the media once more, despite already saying he wasn't going to answer any more questions about it. He said in the locker room they're not worried about the month of March at all. It only ever comes up in the media room, and he sounds like he doesn't want to keep talking about it. Safe to say he's not too worried. Puck drop at 7 o'clock from LCA tonight. Pregame coverage starts right here on 97.1 beginning at 6:45. A major trade in the NFL today. The Kansas City Chiefs are sending Pro Bowl corner Trent McDuffie to the Los Angeles Rams for 4 draft picks. Los Angeles says screw them picks again as they send KC a 1st, 5th, and 6th rounder from this upcoming draft, which starts April 23rd. They also included a 3rd rounder in 2027. The Tigers have 2 exhibition games today as well. The one in Lakeland against Panama starts in about 4 minutes. Jack Flaherty pitching there. And then in about 64 minutes, there's another one down in Santo Domingo against the Dominican Republic. You can watch that one over on MLB Network. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yes, sir. The universal solution to all technical problems. Unplug it and plug it back in.
How long do you normally wait while it's unplugged before you plug it back in?
I've been told 20 seconds.
And do you count
20
seconds?
I do. 1001, 1002, 1003. And then I see, welcome. Bienvenido.
Bienvenido. Bienvenido. Yeah, there it is.
Mm-hmm. Had some TV issues here. Saw an engineer, and I'm like, dude, it's not a rush because our TVs were giving us problem. But March Madness is coming up. We got to get the screens here in studio all ready to go.
Yeah, that'd be wise.
Yep. So anyway, that is taken care of. 248-539-9797. Who's on top coming up in a minute. To me, the Lions need a new center and a new guard. There's no center on the roster, and Chris Mahogany. Oh, I'm sorry. I already read that one. My apologies. Regarding the Detroit Lions, I didn't know what Ratledge could have done here to have the Lions just pencil him in as starting center. I call this theory crap. I'm not saying Dave is wrong and his reporting is wrong. I know that one of the best resources, people who say they know things, are agents. I also know that agents oftentimes speak on their client's behalf. So let's say, for instance, Dave talked to Tyler Linderbaum, his agent.
Mm-hmm.
And his agent said, I heard nothing from the Lions. I guess they're moving Ratledge to center. Well, Cade May's agent might say something different when it comes to the Lions and their possible interest. Of course, they're not supposed to be talking anyway. So
right. It's just speculation from an agent. I mean, because agents haven't been able to, like you said, they're not allowed to talk yet to GMs about stuff like that.
Yeah,
so, and the other thing is, does Brad Holmes let stuff leak out?
No, and maybe the follow-up question for the agent is, how do you know what anybody's thinking? Nobody's supposed to be talking yet, right?
Yeah, and to Dave's credit, he's reporting it as with an agent.
Sure. Not mad at Dave at all. But by the way, one way to get all these deals done is to restructure Goff, Aleem, Amon-Ra, et cetera, or like, what if Crosby says, I'll rip up my contract? These are extreme measures. But would a player rip up his contract because he wants to be in Detroit that badly? We'd love to see it, but we're probably talking in terms of fantasy right now. All right, Gator, time for another edition of Who's on Top. Found a list here. Top 10 college bars in the state of Michigan. The top 10 college bars in the state of Michigan.
Well, it's been a minute, so it's, in college.
I have great familiarity with the top college bars in the state of Michigan because I have kids in college, and let me give you a term that I've come to love, Parents' Weekend. Love Parents Weekend. But I'll give you 3 guesses.
All right, I will start with what I remember at Michigan State. It's changed names over the years, but I believe it's is it Harper's now?
Okay.
I'm gonna go with that. University of Michigan. The only bar I ever hear about, well, I hear a couple of them, but I'm gonna go with Rick's, which I could have done at Michigan State. It feels every college campus has a Rick's.
Mm-hmm.
And from my time at Central, there were 2 bars at Central. I can't for the life of me remember the one that I used to go to that was closer to my dorm, but the one that everybody went to was called the Wayside. I don't know if the Wayside, if it's still called that or not. It's at the south end of Conference over by the towers there, but the Wayside. I'm going to go with those 3.
Okay. Gator got, we have a top 10 list here, and Gator got 1 of the top 10. Coming in at number 2, Rick's American Cafe in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So you got that one right.
You didn't get my Spartan bar?
No. Now, you're right. I don't think Harper's has changed its name, but it did not make the top 10.
Well, it was Dooley's when we were in school. And then
What was underneath it?
Sensations.
Sensations. That's where you hung out, right?
It was where you go see bands play, or they had the nightclubby feel, the dance club down there. It's where U2 played back in the day.
Anyway, all right. What do you got, people? Top 10 college bars in the state of Michigan. Gator got 1. There's 9 more on the list. Let's see if we can get all 10. 248-539-9797. What are the top 10 college bars in the state? And obviously, there's Wayne State, there's Oakland, there's UAD, there's Ann Arbor, there's East Lansing, Western, Central, Eastern. I wonder if any of the UP bars you think Tech or Northern is going to represent here. The Sioux.
Could see.
The Lakers.
I just don't know any of those bars.
Yeah. Let's get to the people. We go to Mark. You're on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're great.
Mark.
Hey, how about the cabin in Mount Pleasant?
The cabin in Mount Pleasant. Gator, have you ever heard of the cabin?
I've never heard of it, but I'll trust you.
What's the cabin like, Mark?
Well, I really don't know, but my kids went to Central, and that's where they always seem to hang out.
Okay. So. The cabin did not make the top 10 of college bars in the state of Michigan. Warrants a little research here. The cabin in Mount Pleasant. Yeah. Okay. I see it. A lot of woodwork on the walls. There's a deer's head. Fireplace. All right.
I just wanted to make sure the Wayside was still there. It is.
Is it? Okay.
It's still not on the list, though.
Nope. So cabin didn't make it. Top 10 college bars in the state of Michigan. 248-539-9797. Terry in Fenton is next. Hi, Terry.
Hey, guys. I think I got a good one for you. Good Time Charlie's in Ann Arbor.
Good Time Charlie's. Gator, do you know anything about Good Time Charlie's?
I don't know anything about Good Time Charlie's, so I'm going to say no.
Good Time Charlie's checks in at number 7.
Okay.
And as the parent of a U of M graduate and a current student, I was shocked at how often they go to Good Time Charlie's. Good Time Charlie's has changed quite a bit since this young lad grew up in Ann Arbor.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Top 10 college bars in the state. We got 2, and we got number 7 so far. Let's go to Chuck in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, what's up, fellas? All right, Gator, you'll remember this. Let's go with Crunchies and Ethel in East Lansing, Michigan.
Crunchies. I love Crunchies. And Ethel was the waitress that worked there. That she was like a million years old, and she had attitude. Used to say she was guffy. I had a fantasy hockey team that was called Ethel's Guffy Bucket because you would serve buckets of beer at Crunchies.
What a great name.
Yeah.
Do you think Crunchies made the list?
I don't, but Crunchies is a great time.
Number 1.
Oh, it is. Yeah. There you go. Way to go, Chuck.
Well done, Chuck.
Love it.
Great call. We still have 7 more on the list. Help us finish it and round it out. Well, you're excited, huh?
I am.
Let's go to Dave in Ferndale. You're next on 97.1. Top 10 college bars in the state.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm going to go with Waldo's in Kalamazoo.
Waldo's Tavern in Kalamazoo. Do you think it made it, Gator?
Yes.
Dave in Ferndale, it checks in at number 5 on the list.
There you go.
What's special about Waldo's?
Oh, it's just they have so many specials. They're very sports themed. So like last year I was out there for the Western Hockey National Championship.
That'd be fun.
and they play all the great sports theme songs. We are the champion.
All right.
Checks in at number 5. Well done. 248-539-9797. Tim is next. Hi, Tim.
Hi. Houghton, the downtowner.
The downtowner in Houghton, Gator. Do you think the downtowner in Houghton made it?
No reason to say no.
It did not.
Oh.
Sorry, Tim. What makes a downtowner special?
Double bubble on Thursdays.
Double bubble?
Double bubble, man.
Does that mean 2 pitchers?
Buy 2 beers, get them half price each.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That's 2 for 1 is really what the concept is.
Yeah. 248-539-9797.
Why make it difficult?
I don't know. Daniel in Berkeley, you're next.
Each
Hi,
beer is
Daniel.
half price.
Daniel, go ahead.
Daniel.
All right. We go to Anthony next on 97.1. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, how we doing?
We're great.
Hey, I wanted to throw one in for the UP. My personal favorite is the wooden nickel in Marquette.
The wooden nickel in Marquette, Gator.
Sure.
It did not make it.
What makes
a wooden nickel special?
It's just, it's kind of smack dab in the middle of the neighborhood. It's real small. Every inch of the walls and ceilings covered in old memorabilia. It's awesome.
Well, thank you for sharing. Top 10 college bars in the state. Jenny is next on 97.1. Hello, Jenny.
Hi.
Hey.
I would say Gator in Mount Pleasant.
There's a bar called Gator?
It's attached to Wayside now.
Oh, it's attached to Wayside.
I don't know it. I will. I'll say no. If Wayside wasn't there, then I don't think Gators.
It did not make it, Jenny.
All right.
What made it cool?
I didn't go to it, but my son was there every weekend.
I love hearing of people because this is what I heard. The feedback parents get from kids.
And by the way, for those who want the joke, no, I was not attached to the Wayside for my one awful year at Central Michigan University. No.
TJ is next. Hi, TJ.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I was going to say the Bird in Mount Pleasant.
The Bird in Mount Pleasant.
It's another one I haven't heard of. I'm going to say no.
It did not make it. Tell me about the Bird. What makes it special?
$2 doubles on Thursday nights.
All right, well, there you go.
I can't think of the other. There's another bar that we used to go to that maybe it's not there anymore. But
we'll keep going. Maybe it'll come up. Eric is next. Hi, Eric.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Hey.
I'm going to go with the Blind Pig in Ann Arbor.
The Blind Pig in Ann Arbor. Gator?
It's a great place for music, right? They have live music there all the time, but I don't know if that's is that a college bar or is that? I'm going to say no.
It didn't make it, and it is a college bar. It is. I wouldn't call it a college bar. Sorry, it is a music bar.
Yeah,
and they've got a lot of great and not so great bands that come through there. But it is kind of a staple and a classic, and it's been around forever, and I highly recommend it. But I wouldn't think it made the college bar list. But it's a good bar. Nolan and Northville, you're next. Hi, Nolan.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I ended up wanting to change my guess, but I'm going to say Scorekeepers in Ann Arbor.
Do you think Scorekeepers? Skeeps, as the kids say.
I will say yes, because I've heard you mention Scorekeepers a million times.
Scorekeepers, number 3 on the list as the top college bars in the state.
Michigan State, let's go!
Well, there is
plenty left. But
yeah.
I don't like that Michigan's got, 2 and 3? And we got number 1 with Crunchies, but...
Dan is next. Hi,
I didn't even
Dan.
think it was going to be on the list.
As the kids say.
Hey, Dan.
Okay, got to keep your radio down, Dan. We go to Charles next on 97.1. Hi, Charles.
Hey, I was going to say the Brown Jug in Ann Arbor. So another Michigan one.
Yeah, it's already been said.
It was already said. It was already said. I didn't hear it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It didn't make it, but I'm amazed at how often our kids are there. Let's try Dan again. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, Schuberg's at Fair State University in Big Rapids.
Schuberg's, Gator.
No.
It did not make it. What makes Schuberg special?
The hamburgers and the dollar beers.
Dollar beers.
Dollar beers will get you every time.
Let's take one more. Top 10 college bars in the state. David Milford. Hi, Dave.
Hi, how you doing?
Great.
How about the Beer Exchange in Kalamazoo?
The Beer Exchange in Kalamazoo.
No.
The Beer Exchange in Kalamazoo made the other notable mentions, but did not make the top 10. What makes the Beer Exchange awesome?
It's a great setup. They have like big TVs all around, and they do like the stock exchange, and every beer is on that, and the prices go up and down as the night goes on or the day goes on, and then you want to buy your beer at the low price and then wait if it's at the high.
It sounds like a game.
Well, it's kind of like the Dow in Birmingham. It's next to Dicko Dow's. It's part of Dicko Dow's. It's just the back end, and it's a whole different type of bar, and it's the exact same premise. It's kind of fun.
Okay, we will tell you what bars made the top 10 college bars in the state, and Gator, you'll get your green and white love.
Well, I'll offer some green and white.
We will get to that today at 121 97.1.
You want that? Speaking of green and white, we just want the green part of this, and that's your lawn. You really want your lawn to look green. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call now, and by the end of the month, you get all those great discounts, the early bird discount. It's awesome. Do it right now. 100% satisfaction guarantee. And let me tell you something. For greener grass, fewer weeds, early treatment is absolutely key. They're going to offer up a program designed to strengthen your turf, improve the color, and absolutely control those weeds in the lawn. And you want to start early for those best results. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. And for a limited time only, you purchase the full lawn program, you will get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Also, call about the tree care they offer up in the pest services. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
You know, I think we're going to have a lot of people upset what didn't make this list. Top college bars in the state. And we enjoyed this one. Because either A, you can relate because you've been there, done that, or are still there and doing that. Or B, it brings back memories.
Well, it's kind of funny because looking like at Crunchies, for instance, which is number one on the list up in East Lansing. Crunchies is not the bar like you go to pick up chicks. It's not
Speak
even
for
where
yourself.
You don't You don't go there to watch the game. You're there to have a burger and a couple beers you got with your friends, and that's really it. All the extra stuff is not typically there at Crunchies. The other bars at Michigan State, that's where you go to talk to the opposite sex. Maybe
that's what you did.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
I mean, if I was going to go to like in East Lansing, like, for instance, is the Land Shark on this list?
Well, we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah. Yes, the Land Shark's on the list. That's where that's a spot.
Yeah, you go to Land Shark, you can do a shark bowl, and the music's loud, the place is packed. You know, there's not real tables to sit down at. There's bar tops, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference. That's the type of bar I was thinking of. That's why I didn't think of Crunchies when you actually sit down and have a good time, as opposed to standing up, and it's a whole different kind of vibe.
Okay, so this was the product of a Google search and apparently ranked by Yelp. I saw a list of the best college bars in the country, and it made me thinking about the state, so I Googled it, and this is what we came up with. First, I'll start with the other notable mentions. These are others receiving votes.
Okay.
Yep. So just outside the rankings. The Old Miami, which is a Wayne State bar, popular spot in Detroit.
Okay.
Hopcat in East Lansing and Ann Arbor, known for high-quality food and beer. Necto Nightclub in Ann Arbor, high-energy dancing. I think that's called something different now. The Brown Jug, that got mentioned, historic spot near campus. The Kalamazoo Beer Exchange, a listener had that. That's on the outside, known for stock market-style beer pricing. And Cantina Taqueria and Bar in Ann Arbor, popular with freshmen, which is code for something. All right, here's your top 10.
Okay.
Number 10, Ashley's Ann Arbor, famed for its vast beer selection and pub atmosphere.
Do you consider that to be a college bar?
Not even remotely.
Okay.
Surprised it was on the list.
Yeah, because
here's what I do. Yes, I do. When I'm working on my PhD as a postgrad, I go to Ashley's.
Is that what you do?
Yeah. Number 9, Land Shark Bar and Grill, East Lansing, a key high-energy crowded bar in East Lansing. Number 8, Western Michigan, Kalamazoo, The Library.
Okay.
Which I don't know anything about.
Yeah,
For great prices
never
and
went
music.
to Western.
Number 7, Good Time Charlie's in Ann Arbor, known for its Charlie drink and casual vibe. Terry got that. Number 6, nobody mentioned this, Peanut Barrel in East Lansing, famous for its outdoor patio and burgers.
I mean, it's a classic, but that was like a place you would go to before you went to the bars.
It was a line of demarcation in my life.
It's a place you'd go to for a burger or something for food and then go to the bar.
Yep. That was the last burger.
That was the one?
That it was just, let me just state, I overreacted to a burger that was undercooked. And I'm like, this is bleeding. This can't be good for me. And it was right then and there. I said, let me try to give up this red meat for a while. And that's been then it became my policy. So happened at Peanut Barrel.
No,
but Peanut Barrel, I mean, the olive burger there is phenomenal.
It's a great place to go when the weather gets nice. You want to go to the Peanut Barrel because you sit outside.
Yep. Number 5, Waldo's Tavern, Kalamazoo in Western Michigan, a staple for Western Michigan University students. Dave got that. Number 4, known for its game day atmosphere and rooftop area, The Riv, East Lansing.
Yeah, I remember the Riv. I don't remember a rooftop at the Riv.
Must be new. Number 3, Skeeps, scorekeepers in Ann Arbor, popular crowded high-energy classic college bar. Nolan got that. Number 2, Gator got Rick's American Cafe in Ann Arbor, a premier 21 and up dance spot. There is an emphasis on the 21 and up. I'll tell you that. Yeah. And number 1, Crunchies in East Lansing, known for 27-ounce beer buckets, burgers, and karaoke. So, there you go. It's good, man. It's a good list. Anything that you think got completely robbed here? Maybe you could text us if you want places that got completely robbed.
I'm just trying. The other place that I was trying to think of at Central Michigan when I was there was called Nick's. And at Michigan State, I mean, the other bars were like Small Planet was the place where people would go to. or Rick's. Frankly, there's a Rick's at Michigan State.
Yeah, there is. But really, the Rick's in Ann Arbor and the Rick's in East Lansing are really similar. Not layout-wise, but, I mean, down in the basement.
Right.
Perfect kind of basement, grungy bar place.
Is there a top 10 list of dad bars? Because that's where I'm at in my life now, where dads go to get away from the wife and kids.
Right.
And they're just like, hey, I'm going to Target, I'll be back. But really, they're just
going to Twin Peaks.
Just get me a beer, man.
Actually, you know what's the thing about dad bars is dad bars are literally any bar.
Yeah.
When you're at the mall, you're battling Target, and you're like, what's that? Red Robin? They got a bar?
I'm going to sit inside Jay Alexander, just have a beer at the bar.
It's funny because if you were to ask me about mine, I would say the Applebee's across the street from Oakland University or the TGI Friday across the street from Oakland University.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Ruby Tuesdays across the street from Oakland.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I hear you. Fun times, good times.
Good time.
We got Parents Weekend coming up in a few weeks. You want to come?
No.
We had a Parents Weekend.
Was that quick enough for you?
Yeah, it was pretty quick. I think it was 2 years ago where all our adult friends wanted to come to Parents Weekend. So we had some show up at a frat party. They loved every second of it.
Sure they did.
Yeah. But that's it. Top college bars again. It was a Google search came up and it was credited with Yelp for top 10 college bars in the state of Michigan.
No, but again, Harper's didn't even get a mention on the outside.
No. I don't know what's the deal here.
Seems strange.
Is that the one? Is that the biggest one that's robbed in your opinion?
I think so.
I want to hear. I did want to hear some UP places. Like, what's the best spot? Tech. What's the best spot? Let's see here. I did have the Library Bar in Houghton. Got to be one in Copper County. The Downtowner in Houghton. This is from my UP correspondent.
Oh, you got a correspondent?
Yeah, correspondent of the UP. But
your UP source.
Got sources everywhere.
Yes, you do.
Probably be more helpful in other ways, but I got UP bar sources. All right. Straight ahead. I'm kind of embarrassed of what happened in the Piston game last night. I thought it was kind of embarrassing. And it wasn't what I expected at all. We'll get to the reasons why today at 1:32 on Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. Forgive me if I just want to keep talking about bars. We're not going to. Fun topic. All right, so look, I thought last night was kind of embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. Last Friday, a shorthanded Cavs team in many ways outplayed the Pistons. And as one singular long season, one game in an 82-game season, I don't think it's that big a deal. But it became a little bit bigger of a deal when, after the game, word came out of the locker room and was reported in Cleveland that Cavs players were saying the Pistons, that they didn't measure up. They weren't in the same class. Pistons weren't in the same class as a shorthanded Cavs team. And I thought, well, that's pretty damn disrespectful. And I expected a response last night. A resounding and emphatic response. Or at least an enthusiastic, resounding, emphatic effort. And it didn't happen. And I thought after the Cavs belittled the team with the best record in the Eastern Conference, and that thought bubble was still hanging over the Cavs bench. And what happened? The Pistons didn't have their best effort. And I'm watching the game and I'm thinking, it doesn't look like the amped up, ready to go Pistons that we have seen. And then after the game, J.B. Bickerstaff, the head coach, said this about what was lacking. You can't see this Piston team doing great things without being the best version of themselves, and they do work very hard. You also can't expect them all 82 games to be flat out pedal down. Both skis pointed straight downhill. So, okay, a night off or a less than giving it the old 110 is going to happen. I just didn't expect it to happen after the Cavs game, after all of last week, which was wholly unsatisfying, in part because of who sat out. But you think about it, right? San Antonio ran away and hid from them late. Then they played a G League version of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Then they played the zombie Cavs. The Cavs disrespected them, and they won those games against Oklahoma and Cleveland, but they really had to work. Better against Orlando, but then, okay, let's go send a message, and there was no message sent. I thought it was way out of character and not what I expected at all.
I was disappointed with it. The defensive effort, I'll echo what JP Bickerstaff said. That was disappointing because it's just effort, and you can control that.
Mm-hmm.
Offensively, I thought it was strange that Cade Cunningham only took one shot in the fourth quarter. I mean, this is your guy, and he takes over games. He puts the team on his shoulders, and he took one shot. The Tobias Harris, after a 17-point third quarter, had 2 points in the fourth quarter. The Duncan Robinson has 8 points in his last two games. You know, that's not good. The Jalen Duren only played 27 minutes. You know, he's been his revelation offensively, where he had, 5 games in a row where he had 25 points and 10 rebounds. And last night he had 24 points and 14 rebounds, but only played 27 minutes. Thought that was strange. You've got this rotation that they're working in. Isaiah Stewart comes back and plays 22 minutes last night, but comes at the expense of Paul Reed, who doesn't even get off the bench. And Paul Reed had done a really nice job while Isaiah Stewart was out. I don't know if he'll never see the floor again because Stewart's back, or is this just, hey, it's one game off. We're working the rotation. We'll do different things and use different guys each night. But there's a lot of statistical anomalies from that game that I'm not happy with. I'm not content with at all. At the same time, I can take a step back and say, there's 22 games left in the regular season. This one doesn't matter that much. It matters to us because we made a big deal out of the comments that were, attributed to nobody in particular from Cleveland that said that they're not even in our class. That's where it's disappointing that you have that to work with. You're down by 9 after 3 quarters and end up losing the game altogether. So
here's more from JB last night. Now, let me be clear here. This is not a reaction to one game. This is a reaction to the last 5 games. And, you know, there might be something wrong. They might be in a funk, but I can't sit here and tell you I would be super enthusiastic if they blew through last week. Everybody was fully manned and the Pistons went out and took care of business. That would be reason to be excited. When you get to this point in the season and we're getting, it's getting late early here, it's disappointing to me that they showed effort-wise and defensively, according to the head coach, last night. And I thought it was a little surprising, given what was said about them. And by the way, Cleveland was still shorthanded without their 7-time All-Star Donovan Mitchell. And when the game went on, they lost a player in the third quarter. Went out with a knee injury, never came back. Is it an overreaction? Well, they're 3-2 in those 5 games, 8-2 in their last 10. That brought the end a 6-game road winning streak. But even those wins, okay, Oklahoma City and the Cavs last week didn't instill faith in me. So I'm not. It's not a 1-game reaction. It's a 10-day reaction.
Well, another reaction I have is because now we played this team twice in the last 5 days or whatever it is. Cleveland's got guys you don't like. Cleveland's got some irritants on that team. And, Jalen Tyson was exhibiting that kind of behavior last week when they played him.
Mm-hmm.
Keon Ellis looked like he played a little recklessly sometimes with his body and does the, oh, my bad type thing. When, okay, dude, you didn't have to do that. Craig Porter Jr., just the name is going to bother me because which Porter Jr. are we talking about? And that's even before you get to James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, who are great players that are on that team too. The other one who's sneaky irritating and I'm upset about is Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder plays the type of basketball. He belongs in a Pistons uniform. Am I looking back at this and saying, I wish they never got rid of him? Because he's great off the bench for what they need. Need a guy to handle a basketball and who is completely calm under pressure at the end of games and who is irritating as hell. It's Dennis Schroeder. And he's doing the same thing now for Cleveland, and now it's against the Pistons, and I hate it.
Yeah, that's never great. And look, this Piston team, they haven't gotten anything out of their trade deadline acquisition. And it's hard to imagine that that's going to make much of a difference. They still got a nice lead. Playoffs are a different animal, and I felt like Cleveland called their shot a little bit, and Detroit let them be right. And I'm not panicked, okay? I'm not saying the season's over. I'm not saying this is clearly they're not going to do much in the playoffs. It's just I don't like this, what this might have meant. And it might be nothing, but what it might have meant scares me. 248-539-9797. CJ in Rochester, you're on 97.1. Hi, CJ.
What's happening, guys? How are you?
Good, thank you.
So the way I'm hearing you, Doug, it's like you actually have a problem with the fact of how they're winning the games.
Yeah, I have a problem with how they won the Wednesday and the Friday game last week.
But are the Pistons in a situation, in a place where the fan base can pick and choose? Like, if we credit them, give them full credit for winning games because of who's playing or not playing, or can we just holistically look at this season and say this is way more? They're doing a lot better than we originally expected. They still have a 4.5 game lead. You just went through the numbers. They're 8-2 in their last 10 games, but yet now we feel like we're at a point where we can pick at them because certain guys are sitting on the bench when we're winning.
I mean, I can't speak for anybody else. I'm just telling you how I feel. And, do I feel like it's okay to question whether or not those wins are games that shouldn't have been as close as they were? In a snapshot in time, those 48-minute games aren't that concerning. It's San Antonio, Oklahoma City, Cleveland for the last 5 games that has led to my concern. Yes.
But again, they went 3-2 in those games.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
They've gone 8-2 in the last 10. But I feel like we're
let me put it to you like this,
team.
CJ, when they get to the postseason, the Cleveland team they'd play or the Oklahoma City team they'd play, which would be a great problem to have because they'd be in the finals. I don't think the effort they put up against those teams would come anywhere close to beating those teams when they were at their full roster out there.
Well, okay. So if we're gonna pivot and talk solely about their effort, then sure. But then again, you got to look at the fact that it's an 82 game season. They just reached the 60 game mark. There's a lot of basketball left to play,
without question, and that's why I'm not giving up on the season, and that's why I'm not. I don't think it's an overreaction to be concerned, and that's all I am. Is I'm concerned, and I've given my reasons why, and I hope that they're seen as valid reasons. If not, if you don't think they're valid, I'm cool with that. I have no issue with that. I have no issue with you. I just. To me, I'm not dismissive of what we've just seen. I think it might be indicative of some bigger problems, but time will tell. Hell, they could come out and pound San Antonio tomorrow night, and I'll feel like, okay, it was all nothing to worry about, nothing to see
dream. A bad dream.
That's right.
In fact, they could lose to San Antonio tomorrow night, but play much better and play their brand of basketball, and I'll feel better.
100% agree.
Yep. So thank
Awesome,
you, CJ.
man.
All right, 248-539-9797. Well, how about this? Woj, known as Wojadamas for his ability to predict something. Is he predicting something or does he know something? He just posted a name I'd watch for the Lions as a replacement for David Montgomery is, we'll tell you who at 146 on 97.1. All right, so Wojo. A name I watched for the Lions as a replacement for David Montgomery. Steelers free agent Kenneth Gainwell. Compact runner who averaged 4.7 yards a carry and caught 73 passes last year. He's only 26. Gainwell grades out very well in pass pro, in case you're wondering. So there's a few things here. One is Wojo guessing? Or has Wojo been given a tip? What's going on with Woj?
I think he's just looking at free agents and saying, hey, I remember that guy.
I'm going to go with Wojo's dialed in.
Are you? I'm not going to say that.
I think he just put a shoot the boot guarantee out there, actually.
Oh,
probably. I think that's what it is, yeah.
Well, Bob's going to have to do it if it doesn't come true. I think you remember what Gainwell did for Pittsburgh against Detroit, and he was pain in the ass, right?
Yep.
To get that guy on board, does that make sense? He only 114 carries last year, 73 receptions last year. So if he's not in there to run the ball, okay, he's there to catch the football. I mean, he's a weapon in that respect. I'll trust Bob in that he says he's good at pass protection because he would have to be. Whatever running back they have to be RB2 has got to be good at pass protection. And we know that Gainwell is good in the other aspects. So, in his career, he's a 4.4 yards per carry guy, and he's never gotten more carries than he did last year with 114 at Pittsburgh.
I think an important question you have to ask when you get into feasibility is what will the market likely be for Kenneth Gainwell? You see what his projected contract is from Spot Track?
I am not, but I can't imagine it's terribly high.
It is $2.9 million a year.
Yeah.
So
he is diminutive in stature, 5'9" and 200 pounds.
Yep. But if he can block, but if he can get some tough yards.
Yeah,
you don't have to have a David Montgomery clone.
No, but I'm just 5'9" isn't exactly somebody I would think is going to be able to stop that linebacker from coming on the outside and getting to the quarterback.
Yep. But this is an example. Like, I think if let me ask you this: if the Lions sign Kenneth Gainwell, how do you think Detroit Lions fans would react to that?
I think they'd be fine with it.
Kang, how do you think Lions Nation would react to Kenneth Gainwell?
I think they'd be okay with it. I don't think they would hate it. I'm not sure they would love it.
Yeah.
I think they could do better, but there's going to be a lot of guys available like that, and I expect the Lions to get one of them.
Can they do better, or can they do better if they spend more money?
No, I think in the same general salary.
Do you?
I don't know, Rico Dowdell, Algier. I'm not sure how much I like those guys better.
Algier is expected to get a lot.
I mean, Pachenko is going to be available. The guy who just runs like he hates the ground.
Yeah, he runs like he's mad at the ground.
Yeah, so I mean,
going back to his days at Rutgers.
But I'm looking for a guy to get tough yards and pick up the pass pro, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're right. I think those players, all three of those guys you just mentioned, are projected to get more than twice as much as Gainwell, and that's where we get into the questionable part of, all right, well, what can they afford? I think you can make a lot of additions to this football team if you don't go big on one player, and a lot of good additions. Let me ask you guys the follow-up question. If you're going to go big on one position, what position would you go big on in free agency? And by big, I just mean your big ticket item, whatever amount of money it is.
Center.
Kang, you?
Yeah, if they were going to spend big money, it'd be the center.
Yep. That's 3 for 3. And do you think Detroit would agree with that, or do you think Detroit would say edge rusher?
Ooh, well, given the edge rusher on the market is Trey Hendrickson.
Let me be clear here. When I am saying Detroit,
yeah,
I'm talking about the fans, not the organization itself. Yeah.
I mean, because in my mind, I'm already going through if I've got money spent in the center, okay, what about the edge rusher? Well, my edge rusher is coming with the 17th pick. So I'm addressing it there. But because who are the other edge rushers in the market as a free agent other than Hendrickson? Al-Qadim Muhammad.
Yeah, he's out there, and I'm kind of hoping they reach terms with him before free agency starts. Khalil Mack, who was a free agent prediction that they said made sense to Detroit on ESPN. Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, Joey Bosa. Joey Bosa is another name that people speculated, and I just mean writers thought maybe Detroit.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
what do you think the market is for El Quadin Muhammad? What kind of contract do you think is too much for him to come back to Detroit? What's a Detroit-friendly El Quadin Muhammad contract?
I would feel like anything less than $10 million a year is probably Detroit-friendly. Because what's his – I've seen different write-ups on it. That his market is like 12 or his market is 18. Like, what is his market?
Well, Spot Track says 7.
Says 7.
Yep.
Okay, well, then I guess
7.9. My apologies. 7.9. So almost 8.
So, yeah, what's Detroit friendly would be somewhere between, 6 and 9, I guess.
I think if this is a good number, if this is a real number, look, it takes one bidder to make this wrong. But that would be a guy to look out for. As far as defensive tackle's concerned, I said Calais Campbell, he might be too expensive. Ray Lopez is expected to get over 6, who is the Lions, the returning Lion. Who am I blanking on? But there was one more that we brought up last week. Guy from New Orleans.
Oh,
Cameron Jordan, right?
There you go.
Yep. That's an interesting one to pay attention to. I like these. For the Lions, I think a fit is the Walter Payton Man of the Year stuff that still produces. I don't think they're scared that much by age. And the most amazing stat in the world is that Cam Jordan has played every game his entire career. He's been in the league since 2011. He has missed 0 games to injury. That's incredible.
That is incredible.
And he's coming off a double-digit sack season.
Yes.
So one to pay attention to moving forward. For the Detroit Lions, free agency starts on Monday. In case you're just joining us, Tyler Myers will not be a Detroit Red Wing, traded for 2 draft picks, a 2nd and a 4th. Is that correct, to Dallas?
Yes, 2nd and 4th, and then Vancouver is picking up half of his salary.
This could be a product of, hey, he wanted to go to Dallas more than he wanted to go to Detroit.
Well, is he from Texas?
That I don't know. I do know that his half brother's Quentin Grimes. That has nothing to do with your with your question.
I'm happy that it's not the Red Wings are getting him for the 2nd round pick. I think he would upgrade your overall defense, but I don't think that's the upgrade that they want. It's not the upgrade I want. I'll just put it on myself. I have no idea what Steve Eisman is thinking. That's not what I want. I want bigger, better. I want top 4 defensemen, and I don't think he's top 4 defenseman.
He was born in Houston, Texas. So you are right on that front. Voting's final after last night's game. Can the Pistons still think the Pistons can win the East? 65.8% of the vote. No, Detroit has been exposed, 34.2%. Thank you for all your votes and your comments. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Here is Rico Beard. What's up, man?
And there is Doug Carson. Scott Anderson.
How are you?
Hey, man. Good. How are you guys doing?
Do you hear the good news?
No. What happened?
Crunchies is the number 1 college bar in the state of Michigan.
Yep, we did top college bars in the state. Crunchies ranked number 1.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The Crunchies lunch special. Was it $2.75 on Fridays? We would skip class. Yeah.
What?
No. We'd get the bucket of beer and burgers.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Doug, you never skipped class, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Doug would always admonish me because we had a class together. I didn't show up. Doug did. Hey, Doug, can I borrow your notes? No.
Did you say no?
No, I let him borrow his notes.
He would, but you could tell he was very uncomfortable.
I had a friend.
His thought bubbles were, how about you just get your butt to class and you could take your own?
I had a friend of mine. That,
right?
It's criminal justice, wasn't it?
I had a friend of mine that we studied for a final together, and I needed notes for one. I only missed one class, and it was like a movie class or something like that. And hey, can I borrow your notes on this? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like copying him down. He goes, you're just copying him? I'm like, well, yeah. I'm asked to borrow.
Why didn't you just take a picture with your cell phone?
Because it was 1990.
Polaroid.
But I was pissed. He wouldn't let me borrow all the notes. He took them back. He's like, well, if you're just gonna do that, then I might as well. I'm like, okay.
Well, then what did he expect you to do?
I don't know. What are we doing here?
Real quick, what do you guys got coming up next?
Kind of where you guys left off with the Pistons. We got a question for the people out there. Better chance you think they make it to the NBA final or they lose to the 2nd round to the Cavs?
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Red Wings goalie John Gibson is day-to-day with an upper body injury. He did skate today and is feeling better, according to Tom McClellan, but just not ready for the game tonight against the Knights. Cam Talbot will make the start, but prospect Sebastian Cossa was called up to fill up backup responsibilities today. The corresponding move sends Eric Gustafson to Grand Rapids. Here, the 7 o'clock puck drop right here on 97.1. The Stars traded for defenseman Tyler Myers for a 2027 and 2029 future pick. The Tigers back in the field this afternoon for another game against the Dominican Republic. Kevin McGonagle will once again lead off after his impressive homer last night. Tigers TV announcer Jason Benetti has been named the new voice of Sunday Night Baseball on NBC as well. Detroit Mercy basketball is the number 3 seed in the Horizon League tournament I will not say that on the call tonight. Their highest since 12-13. They host Milwaukee at Callahan Hall at 7. Oakland grabbed the 4 seed as they host NKU at 7 as well. Hear that on the Bet 1270. All right, maybe I'll say that. The Chiefs are trading corner Trent McDuffie to the Rams.
I will
in a
pay
deal
you if that makes the air tonight.
A first-round pick this season. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have a loaded baked potato for you today. We're going to get into some Lions a little bit later. Big trade in the NFL. Of course, the Lions were not involved in that. We do have a question about Batman, Mr. McGonagle. We're going to talk about it. We have Kenny's Red Wing Trade Cafe. Shirt and shoes are optional. But we want to start out...
You've been on fire all day.
The sun's out. I can't control myself.
Barrels.
We're ready to rock. But
Terry Tate.
Oh, God. These ain't your pens, Richard. So we're going to start out with the Pistons because David was yelling at me yesterday, and I'm like, look, dude, let them play the Cavs before you do what you're going to do. And again, look, here's the problem. The last couple of weeks were supposed to be one thing, and it's been completely another. Meaning you've played teams that on surface are these really good teams, and through no fault of your own, these teams haven't played anybody. I mean, OKC comes in missing 5 of their top 6 and 8 players overall. Friday night against the Cavs, they don't have James Harden or Spider Mitchell. Like, those results are largely null and void. I can't take it serious. It's not your fault, but I always say this. Your weapon is you try hard, and that's great in the regular season. Now, you played the Spurs, who were pretty much full strength. You lost. Now, last night, it was interesting because it was playing the Cavs twice in a 3-game set. You played Orlando, down Franz Wagner, of course, and you shot 3 for 30 from deep and won. I dare you to do that in the playoffs. But you played the Cavs twice. And this is what's interesting. That report that came out of Friday night, that an anonymous player in the locker room, that the belief coming out of that game is that, quote, there is no way they can beat us in the playoffs. And that was from the Cavs. Friday night, the overtime, brilliant play by Dennis Jenkins, right call, and hit the free throws. You win an OT without Cade. But they didn't have up to 3 starters. So I was concerned that you're even in overtime. So then you go into last night's game. And what did I say to you yesterday? I go, oh, there we go. No Spider Mitchell, so whatever. And the problem is you got wired. And once again, you don't take threes. You don't make threes. You were, minus 24 from the three-point line again last night. And I wanted to ask a question, because here's what we run into. Callers, I'd say it's 50-50. Texters, chatters, those people are like 90-10. That they basically want you to talk about the team like they're the 85 Lakers. Too bad. I have said I have no problem if you believe they're going to the finals. I also have no problem if you have concerns. And that's where I want to welcome David, Rico, and Kenny to the program. I'm going to just throw a question out there. And my demand, I'm not asking it. My demand is, you will not call this show with DJ Khaled nonsense, just screaming, we the best.
Another one.
I'm not interested. You have to have reasons. Okay? That's not a big ask. Have reasons. Otherwise, just keep blathering and do it in another day part. So here's the question. If you are super Pistons guy, say it with your chest. And if you have doubts, do the same. The question is the following. Are you more confident in choice A, the Detroit Pistons are going to the NBA Finals, or choice B, they will lose in the second round to the Cleveland Cavaliers? Because presumably, they're not going to be without Spider Mitchell, and they're not going to get 15 minutes from Jared Allen. And full strength with their shooting and with their ability with shot creation down the stretch, I'm asking. Because doubters have, I think, a reason to have a conversation. So do people that are confident. And the only comp I will offer, and then I'm just not going to speak until 6 o'clock. Last year, we dealt with the Detroit baseball Tigers, right? First to 20, first to 30, first to 40. Every update guy was touching their sack. They had the best record. They were never the best team. I think you can have that conversation about the Pistons, that they're good. Anyone who says Pistons aren't good, they're an idiot. They're good. But it's this idea of, okay, they have the best record. They're not the best team. And people get bent out of shape when I'm like, yeah, great, okay, you played OKC and they're missing 88 points. I'm sorry. I just don't value that. So tell me, people, 248-539-9797. More confident you're going to the finals or more confident you're going out in the second round to the Cavs? Have some fun. It's March 4th. Don't be so uptight, people. Rico, David, and believe me, once you're done, I told David he has to behave himself. Because what he said to me on the phone earlier, I told him, you can't take that opinion to the air. The people will rightfully skewer you.
Well,
so control yourself.
I feel like, you know what, with David being back, I'm going to go ahead and yield to the senator from Cass Tech.
Oh, we're doing the little Congress thing.
Yes.
I cede my time.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to the senator from Cass Tech. I'll finish up with after he's done.
Remember what I said. Behave yourself.
What this team looks like is a team that is nowhere close to making it to an Eastern Conference final. So I am leaning in the direction that they lose in the second round. And here's why. They can't hit the three. I've looked things up. I've watched them play, and it matches up. They are shooting 31% from behind the arc since the trade deadline. And in an attempt to fix that, the player they traded for can't even get on the floor. He's not even playing. He's sitting there and is scoring and playing as most minutes as I am each night. 0 and 0.
Oh, okay.
And the problem I have is it kind of came into my brain when I watched them face the San Antonio Spurs about a couple weeks ago or whatever it was. And they looked like because that's how the playoffs was going to be. They're going to come after your best player. They're going to try to stop your best player and force others to score. Well, we don't have anybody else. We don't have anybody else on this roster. And the problem I had with the deadline was that they didn't be aggressive in trying to get a second score. Every playoff team, and Boston's going to do it. Cleveland's shown that they're doing it already. This wasn't even a playoff matchup, and they're doing it. All you have to do is slow Cade down, and this team looks like this. Yeah. I'm worried.
You blitz Cade, and you forced him to pass the ball to somebody else. David, I'm with you. I think that given the choices, I'm more apt to think that they will make it to the second round and get bounced because the team plays great defense, but they can't shoot the three-pointer. And for one game, you could get by with that. And you've seen them, they've won games where they were horrific from the three-point line, where they were outscored by 33 points from the three-point line. But here's the thing. In a 7-game series, Mike, every team gets a blowout, each one. That's normally how it works. You blow me out, okay, fine. But then when you play those other 5 games and you're going to need that key basket to somebody to spot up from the three, you're 28th in the league in three-pointers made. You're 27th in three-pointers attempted. Like, it's not a part of your game plan, but it is a part of other teams. And we talked about it pre-show. You're almost starting the game off, 16, 17 points in the hole because you can't hit the threes that they can hit. So now you have to do everything else to overcompensate for that. And on top of that, let me take Cade Cunningham out of the equation and make one of the other 4 beat me, and let's see what you have. And I don't think that you have that. So if I had to choose between the two, I'm looking at these teams in the second round to Cleveland. Or here's the thing, like it or not, avoid Charlotte at all costs.
No, stop now.
Charlotte Mike, Charlotte is red hot right now.
No. Okay.
They're red hot.
All right. The opinions of Rico Beard do not represent those of me or 97 on the ticket. Just leave that at his front door. Man, Buzz City. Come on. No. Okay. If that happens, you don't buy a lunch for a calendar year. There's no way. I understand the top 3 guys in the league hitting the three.
And that's a team now that you've created this little rivalry. They don't like you. Like,
all right.
I see what you. the second round, if I had to choose between the second round and the finals, I'd choose the second round.
I want to explain something too, because I think there needs to be a level of nuance to this, and I just don't want you thinking, well, why are they so focused on three-point shooting? Because it's like the passing game in the NFL, right? So the issue with the Pistons is they are at a mathematical disadvantage, and it's a steep one. For the best teams in the league are taking near 50 threes a night. You're taking 30. You only make about 10 threes a night. The best teams in the league are making 16, 17, 18 a night. You do the math. That's what Rico's trying to communicate to you about being 21, 24 points in the hole. Now, how do you make up for that? You make up for it by forcing the team into, let's say, 12 more turnovers, and you get points off that.
Defense and rebounding.
And a large free throw disparity. Now, here's your problem. You don't have enough shot creation. You have Cade, who is elite. He is a superstar. He may be the MVP. But you don't have creators. You do not have people that can take that basketball and generate those opportunities. So the three-point thing, and this is always my issue, is like we have to somehow be smarter in Detroit, or we somehow have to be different. You're playing a brand of ball that is almost exclusive to here, and it makes your life harder. And unlike 2004, there's no mechanism in the league that will allow you to hold teams to 70 points a night, 80 points. It's not that way anymore. Right. So as much as you try, and as good as this team is, they are deeply flawed. So I understand people with concerns. Now, I want to say this, and I'm not trying to pull a Stoney here. I'm not ready to make this huge declaration on March 4th. But I thought the question would invite the entire audience to the party. And if you are like, no, they are making the finals, remember, we the best. No, you don't get to do that. Reasons. If David and Rico are offering you reasons, that's not haterade. Right. Reasons.
And here's the other thing, too. Getting extra points, unfortunately, Cade is an ethical scorer. So he doesn't go and create free throw attempts.
He'll get there.
He doesn't go and all of a sudden gets the guy up in the air and jacks up a three, knowing he's not going to make it, but he gets awarded 3 free throws. He doesn't pull the James Harden, the stuff that we don't like to see, but he's going to have to do that in order to manufacture those points, in order to cover up from the fact that you can't hit 3-pointers. You got to create points at the free throw line, which means you're going to have to get some air quote unethical fouls.
And by the way, here's the other one. December 18th, I said you'd absolutely dummy the Knicks in a playoff series. It's on our YouTube. Said it with my chest, offered a blank check to the guys in New York if they wanted to make a bet. The Knicks aren't the barometer. And right now, the Knicks, you're not going to see them in round 2. It's the Cavs. And if the Cavs, who are top 5 in the league, taking and making threes, or the Celtics, top 5 in the league, taking, making threes, I just think that's really difficult in a 7-game series to every night basically be 6, 7, 8, 10 threes down. You're just playing at a mathematical disadvantage. So do I lean second round if it's the Cavs? I lean that way, but there is a part of me that says your toughness and you will have a counterpunch somewhere to some of this. But the issue is just you didn't make a move. Right. And that's what scares me. So we'll get into it. We got a lot of people who want to talk. Certainly we'll get to the texters. Just remember, no we the best. Reasons, people. Elevated a bit. 97.1.
Looks beautiful outside. The sun is out now that the fog is gone. And now you're starting to look at your lawn. And, well, you probably want to give my guys at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a phone call. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. As a matter of fact, if you call them before the end of the month, you can not only get green and stay green, but you can save green when you prepay by the end of the month with the early bird discount. Look, you want to fix problems before they happen. And Natural Way will come out there. They will come up with a treatment for your lawn. And the next thing you know, you will have the best lawn on the block. It is easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. By the time you see the weeds, it is too late. Give my people at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a phone call right now. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or you go online at naturalwaylawn.com. They will take care of you like they take care of me. They've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they're 100% satisfaction guaranteed.
Okay, David, we'll start with text communication, get to the people. Every Piston fan is invited because I've given you an option. You're either more confident they're going to the finals or you're more confident they're going to get aced out by the team you faced last night. Currently, you'd play in the second round. Giving you some data, giving you some opinions. I don't think anyone's wrong. That's the folly in all this. We've reached a point where if you don't say something pro-team, you're wrong. Also, I would say to the ticket texters who say it's 2 o'clock and it's negative, maybe we're the only show that's real with you. Yeah. You ever think about that? If you want me to hear, I'll tell you what, we'll have Kenny come on the air every day at 2 and just verbally rub your balls for you. Is that what you want? Too bad. We do the job. We talk about things the way that they are, not the way that we want it to be. If you'd like that, go elsewhere. Bye, Felicia. Or continue to text a show that you don't like. I don't care. My check still clears. David, to the text. I'm sure it's some very nuanced blather.
And real quick, just to clarify, look, you play the Hornets. I know.
Oh, God.
No. You can beat them, but it may take a lot out of you for that next round because of you're starting to have your own rivalry, and now you got to hope that nobody gets baited into doing something stupid, and you have players missing games, whether it's that series or the next round. So that's why. Go ahead, David.
The Pistons turn the ball over too much, especially their leader, Cade. Until they resolve that, I don't even think about the shooting because that's the problem first.
No, hold on. No, the problem is, look, Cade, and this is an MVP case, by the way. Cade has so much responsibility, and he is their only true primary ball handler. Guys, listen, that's part of the fear in a 7-game set. The issue for you is the good teams. Like last night, the Cavs had a couple of turnovers late. I think they entered the fourth quarter with 3. The Pistons live on turnovers. Why? Because you have to make up the negative differential from 3. And if you don't get those turnovers, you're minimizing who you can really beat. Well, the inconvenient part is the good teams, not the logo. Like the good teams, when they have their players, they're not going to turn it over that way. So that's going to be Bickerstaff's task in how you can work around some of these inconvenient facts. Go ahead, David.
I'm not saying we can't win because we could definitely pull it off, but based on our inability to knock down threes and what we have been seeing as of late, it's unfortunate, but I have to go with choice B.
Okay, so that's a second rounder to the Cavs. Go ahead.
This team will not get past the second round. The inability to shoot the 3 and defend the 3 is going to be their downfall, Nick in Southgate.
Okay.
After what I've seen this week, I've lost all faith in this team. I think their ceiling right now is a second round exit. If they didn't make the splash of the offseason to get K this Robin, then I am done with this team altogether.
Don't say it. See, stuff like that. Don't say that. This team's had a really good season. Don't do that stuff.
That, you know what? That's a person who's angry. That's a person who's projecting. That's a person who wants the Pistons to do more because they're a gigantic fan. I understand. I see what that person ain't going anywhere. They're mad right now.
All right. Go ahead, David. One more and we'll get to the callers.
Pistons will be done in the second round regardless of opponent. No. How do they function once Cade is collapsed on? They don't have another answer yet. Carl at work.
This is me saying this, so take it for what it's worth. That's a very negative statement. Because, again, if you play the Knicks in the second round, I think you're in that team's head. Mm-hmm. The reason this topic is interesting is the Cavs, you've seen them twice this week, never at full strength. You should be 0-2. And the three-point shooting and the shot creation and the lack of turnovers, that's how you beat the Pistons. And that's who you'd face in the second round. Rico's on Buzz City Island over there. I don't see eye to eye with him on that, but it would be a fun week because I would take the Pistons in 5, the gentleman's sweep, and Rico, or actually Pistons in 4, whatever.
No.
Pistons in 2. Any permutation you want, I got you.
Pistons in 4, but how much will they take out of the Pistons?
I don't know. I look, you're not. I want to be clear. If you have an issue with Buzz City, he's sitting right over there. Okay, to the caller, shall we? More confidence. They're going to the finals, or they're going to Cabo, Cancun, or whatever it was on inside the NBA round 2 with the Cavs. Go to Albert 97.1. Hi, Al. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How are you guys?
Excellent. What's on your mind, bud?
So I'm going to start with this. I don't think that this team has they have a chance still to make the finals, but if I had to pick out of the two, I would say it is losing in the second round, specifically to the Cavs. I think the Celtics depend on the Tatum situation. I think the Knicks, we have, like you said, we're in their head. We have their number.
And I think the Celtics, too, let me be clear about something, Albert. As a Celtics guy, I don't know how long you've listened to the show, but I mean, even during their championship runs of 22 and 24, there's a softness about the Celtics. And I do think the Pistons' physicality, it can slow the Celtics down. And when the Celtics don't move the ball, it can get gross. So just a word there is I don't think you're wrong. Cleveland's the one that scares me. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, the Celtics do play a lot of iso ball when their offense isn't flowing. But I think the problem with the Pistons is obviously the shot creation and three-point shooting. There's guys like last year, Dennis Schroeder really helped us down the stretch late in games. And you saw it last night. He continuously torched us, getting to that right hand, finishing at the rim. Guys like that can take pressure off Cade and take the ball out of his hands, especially when he's having off nights like he did last night. I think guys like Duncan Robinson and Kevin Huerter are there, yes, to spread the floor, but at the same time, they are so one-dimensional as players and are defensive liabilities that we can't rely on those guys.
Do you realize Duncan Robinson was not in the playoff rotation for the Heat?
I do, yeah. Actually, I used to watch a lot of Heat basketball, and he never played late in the game. And even Hero, they struggled playing with him, and they kind of had to just because he was so good on offense. And Duncan Robinson is nowhere near that caliber of offensive player. And that's my problem is that at the deadline, this team did not go be aggressive and go get that second guy like we've been petitioning for all season.
No, they're one move away, I think, from being championship good. And I know the Pistons truthers won't hear that because they get butthurt more easily than any fan base in this town. They're one player away from being championship good. And it's the hardest thing to find. I mean, they have to find a real high-level 3-and-D guy for the wing. And if you do that and it slots Duren in as kind of that garbage man, an elite garbage man, a rim runner, shot blocker, a guy who can clean up the glass, they'd be championship good. You need some depth, but you hear what I'm saying. Now, I look at it and I go, man, the workload for Cade in the playoffs in a 7-game set, and teams are going to get awfully creative. Yeah, it does. Look, I can salute the Pistons because, man, they bust their ass. They go to work. And I respect the hell out of them. But I can't take a lot of the wins serious because the regular season in the NBA is crap. Now, you get a few chances against teams that are going to have their people. All right, well, you lost to the Spurs. All right, well, now you look at this week. The Cavs didn't have their people. At least last night they had a couple back. Both games you should have lost, and that's the team you're going to see in the second round. It is concerning because if we're doing Cleveland radio today, are you going on the air going, oh, my God, we should fear the Pistons?
No, I would say we're a stupid half-court heave fouling a three-point shooter away from sweeping them.
They feel
without
like
our stars.
Yeah, and that's the primary to me because the Cavs have a recipe. Now, if you want to call up and tell me that James Harden is a snowflake and he's going to be ass in the playoffs, I'm not mad at you. But you got to just have reasons. That's all I ask. I don't want to do a We the Best music video. 248-539-9797.
Tiny circles.
Those commercials were rather entertaining.
Tiny circles, Dev.
Another one. All right. I mean, today's actually a decent day outside, but don't get excited. Mother Nature's still going to F with us a good amount. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Get to you within 24 hours, do a complete furnace checkup, and they're going to make sure your system is running safe and strong. Right now, they've got an absolute steal, only $79 for a complete furnace checkup. You can call Mastercraft today. They are the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators too, and they've got you covered, period. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Let's get right to the people. So the question, choose your adventure. You're more confident the Pistons are going to the finals, or you're more confident they're getting aced in the second round by the Cavs? Because that's who you would face if the standings hold. I have no question you'd beat the Knicks. And honestly, I'm pretty sure I'd pick you to beat the Celtics because I have a fear of Tatum coming back and messing things up.
But is that just you? Because you're
You mean as a guy who actually watches the team versus just texts a radio show and acts like they know anything?
No, because you're a Celtics fan and
No, because when I believe in my team, I say it with my chest. Okay. I mean, I have no qualms.
No harm. Just asking.
I'm also a jackass who thought we were going to beat the Warriors in 22.
You should have.
Until Steph Curry basically just said, nope.
You should have.
We definitely should have.
Great series.
To hell with you. The point I'm making is I also think the Pistons' toughness resonates more against the Celtics team where Vooch is not going to – I don't think he'll respond well to physicality at age 36. Jaylen Brown, you can get in his head. And I've always believed Tatum is soft. He's immensely talented, but he's soft.
He may be soft, Mike, but the only problem I would see with that is he would have fresh legs because he hasn't played all year.
Yeah, because he's been Lieutenant Dan. Okay, to the people. Look, it doesn't matter. You're not playing them in the second round. Right now, it's the Cavs. And the Cavs are the one that actually give me a little pause. And is there recency bias? Sure. You've played twice of the last 3 games, where the Cavs haven't even been close to full strength. And you should be 0-2. And they're taking twice as many and making twice as many threes as you. That's really hard to overcome. To the people, go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, man, Mike, I hate to agree with you, but I got to agree with you on all levels. And y'all forgetting a part. These dudes are the most consistently inconsistent free throw shooters that I've ever seen. They can't they can't make 2 free throws in a row. It's just mind-boggling. And did you see that? Since when Andre Drummond has a better 3-point mark than the majority of the players on the Pistons? Jesus Christ.
All right, take it easy. Look, Robert, I will say this.
Robert,
I mean,
we still got 20 games.
Robert, there's 20 games left.
Whatever.
I know, Robert. Whatever. Look. I'm not making any declarative statement today. I'm asking a question. I know what side of it you're on. This is where I'll never understand their trade deadline. I just don't get it.
Let me intervene right quick with this. You traded for Darko Milicic, Kevin Huerter, who's Scary Jerry out there. He's a worthless ball player.
Yeah, pretty much.
Very worthless.
Yeah, I mean, look, Robert, the approach from the organization lined up with a couple of the reports that they feel like it's house money.
That was the best. This man seems worn out by this. Jeez.
Look, Robert has had it. Okay, I'm pretty even keeled today. Robert has had enough.
Robert, we still got another 20 games.
Robert, there's still the 1 seed in the East. Like someone's still going to have to come to LCA and win a game.
I think what Robert and people like that wanted to see, Mike, over this last 2 weeks or so was just dominance, because you saw the best record, but you wanted to feel good about the best record. You wanted to say, not only is it the best record, but we're the best team.
We the best?
We the best.
So could I sell you, let me sell you this pen. What if the last 2 weeks was the Pistons playing down to the competition? And before you react to that, OKC, it's going to be unbelievable. They're missing their basically 8 of their top 10 players. These are humans. You probably let your guard down a little bit. You're going to play Cleveland on Friday night. No Harden, no Spider Mitchell. What if this is them playing down to their opponent and they ratchet it back up for the playoffs?
I can allow that, Mike, because a lot of teams, it's human nature. You can't, as Nick Saban said, you can't get up for every game. But you just wanted to see them go out there and beat those teams without their stars by 20, 30 points to show, you know what? Even if you had your guys there, we still would have beat you. Instead.
Okay, that's enough. Robert at one point sounded a little bit like Stephen A.
Somebody did text in and say, was he speaking English?
He was speaking Stephen A.
He had a lot of things to say, and it was all coming out at once.
Well, and he felt like he was very beaten down. Yeah. He felt very beaten down. Robert, there's plenty of season left. This team can respond, okay? Oh, man. Who knows? Maybe they beat the Spurs in a couple of nights and everybody's feeling good again, and Cookies will come in one of his silly outfits. I don't know. Jeez. Go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Talk to me.
So first of all, the Celtics absolutely will beat the Pistons in the first round. That's neither here. I mean, the second round, but that's neither here nor there. But you are right with what you're saying, man. They are one player away. Like they have no chance of beating Cleveland in the second round. Like whenever you have a team that you can focus on one person and take them out the game, and that changes everything for that team. Yeah. There's no way they're going to win 4 times before you win 4 times. There's no way. Then to add on top of that, you can't shoot the 3. Like, how are you going to beat Cleveland 4 times? Like, I coach kids, and if I'm coaching the team, and all we have to do is take this person out the game, we're doing that every game. So we talking about in a playoff series, with NBA level coaches.
Well, and that's, Jason, I think this is what I've always tried to explain to fans, and I don't know, there's like a mental block with some Piston fans. Jason, in the regular season, effort is going to carry you a long way because the NBA is just dog water lately. But when you get to the playoffs and everyone's going to put the effort in, talent is what shines. And it's no disrespect. The Pistons are a team, and they care about each other, and they play hard for each other. They don't possess the talent necessary. Cade is electric. Duren is one of the most improved guys in the league, but they just don't have shot creation. They don't have shot makers. And stylistically, to your point, Jason, I mean, they're taking 20 less threes a game than the teams that are at the top of the pops. They take less, They make less, they don't shoot at an efficient standpoint from 3. And yeah, you're right, in a 7-game set, that scares you. I understand people who can look past the glossy record of playing in the garbage East and go, all right, I have some concerns. But if people don't, Jason, I'm offering them the ability to call up and talk it, say it, just give reasons. And saying we the best in Detroit versus everybody aren't reasons.
No, I'm with Jason. I mean, every 7-game series, one blowout each team. It's the other 5. The ability not to hit the 3-pointers, that's what scares me about this team.
Appreciate it, Jason. And look, I'm not writing them off. I lean. If they play the Cavs fully loaded, I think they're in trouble.
If I had to pick one today, I had to pick a side. So there's where I'm at.
It's a radio topic. Yeah. That's part of the fun. Yeah. This isn't like you've made a law today and we have to go back and change it. But look, this last 2 weeks, if I give them an off-ramp, maybe they've let their guard down a little.
Play down to their level of competence.
Yeah, I mean, you amp yourself up only to look at the pregame and the walkthrough and the injury report, and you see OKC's down 8 players. You're not trying.
I would give you that, Mike, but the one reason the fly in that ointment was, okay, then the Spurs game. What was that?
No, that you got beat by a good team, and I'll forgive it once. Now, look, you go out and get drilled, later this week, maybe we have a different conversation. Right. I'm just making a point.
The OKC thing I can understand because everybody just died right before the game. It's like, and he's not playing, and he's not playing, and he's not playing.
Yeah, and the Cleveland game, it's the same thing. You go in Friday night and you go, no Mitchell, no James Harden. Like, we got this. And they put themselves in a pickle. I watched the game, and their effort wasn't A+. So I looked at that. Now, last night, you at least had Harden. Jared Allen played like 15 minutes left with a knee injury. So it's no Mitchell, no Allen, and that concerned me where I go, wait a second. This team is working basically with a 5 to 11-point cushion the whole night. What the hell is this? Go beat this team. So I think the Cavs off that report that came out of the locker room, off of all that. It just felt like a question to ask today and have some fun.
That was the thing right there, was you kind of got your manhood challenged, and challenge was not accepted. They called you out. I expected to see a little more fire.
248-539-9797. We'll continue the conversation. We got Lions to get to later today, a little McGonagle conversation as well. If you're in the market for a new ride, remember Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, open on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile. They are setting the standard for how car buying should be done. Moran Buick GMC Sterling Heights, the premier Buick GMC dealer in the area, focused on a fantastic buying experience. No pressure, no games, no nonsense. Right now, lease a 26 Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month, 0 down. Or a 26 Buick Envision Preferred, $379 a month, $999 down. Both deals, 24 months. So you're shopping for GMC trucks or Buick SUVs, start at Moran. You always get the best price, period. It's on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. We are professional grade. Get right back to your calls. We're going to touch table on some football. We are in the midst of it. Combine's done. League year about to start a week from today. The tampering a few days before that. David, if you want to keep the sensual music going, I don't know, we can do it, but whatever you like.
This is sensual. This is what I call sensual music right here.
Not D'Angelo?
No, this right here will do it. Let's get right to it because you're right, free agency starts. The tampering period begins at noon on Monday. So I'm going to give you a player, and I want you to give me the best fit for this free agent.
Sure.
Start with Trey Hendrickson. What do you think is the best fit for him?
You want to go first?
Let's see. The best fit for him?
Yeah.
I would say.
Here's a hint. Not Cincinnati.
No, any place but Cincinnati. I would say, a team that needs that one extra person, like Detroit or Chicago. Looks like Chicago may be going after Max Crosby, but I could easily see him here adding to that defense. Or, this is where I could see the Eagles. And the Eagles going out there saying, we want to make sure our defensive line stays the top defensive line.
Can I give you a sleeper?
Yeah.
Tampa. He's a Florida guy. You talk to anybody who covers the league or has covered Hendrickson. Deep roots Florida guy. He even went back to Florida for a piece of this offseason to avoid the Bengals.
Sure did.
Tampa desperately needs a true pass rusher. Not the Yaya Diaby breakfast special. A true pass rusher.
He would learn from a great coach.
No, pumpkin in a turtleneck. But Tampa, and the other one to me that would be a great fit for him, New England. Vrabel, players coach, winning organization, everything that guy hasn't had in his career. So just two, because it feels like Crosby to the Bears is a thing.
You put him next to Aiden, or you put him across from Aiden. You put him across from certain people. Heck, across from anybody in Philly, across from Bosa. That would work to me.
Just for reference, the article has him best fit Commanders.
Wouldn't hate it, but just that's not a winning situation. Look, I'm also projecting my own belief structure here.
Correct.
Trey, do you want to win or not?
Yes.
Everyone's going to pay you.
Next on the list, Tyler Linderbaum.
Giants. No, how about this? Take the Giants out of it because I'm a selfish bastard.
No, you can be selfish.
Let me give you the best landing spot for him.
And I think you're going to get what they say.
Zero BS. Here's the best spot for him. L.A. Chargers.
They have that, yes.
You go, you play for Harbaugh. They desperately need a center. He's a culture setter. They want to pound the rock.
Yeah.
You know you're getting Slater and Alt back. Hell, they may draft Proctor. You put Linderbaum in the middle of that O-line. The Chargers would be an incredible fit for Linderbaum.
Until Herbert finds a way not to win.
Don't do that. Oh, and by the way, they got about $89 million in cap space. Hey, Brad, you there? Brad.
He's in the kitchen cooking.
Next.
I never know what he's doing back there.
Next on the list, Kenneth Walker.
Giants.
I'm sorry, who'd you say that?
K9.
K9, yeah.
I'm only saying it because every report has attached that there's this giant fascination with him. Look, K9 has to be a part of a committee. I don't think he can be the only guy. Remember, you unlocked K9 when him and Charbonnet were both healthy. Thunder, lightning. Well, maybe the Giants are trying to recreate that with Scatabo, provided he's out of a wheelchair, and then K9. Do I want to pay a running back $14 a year? No, I do not. But I don't run the franchise.
I got two teams, David. One, the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, I dig that.
Yeah, he can go to Minnesota.
And they just got rid of Aaron Jones.
Right. So, therefore, he would be more, he would get more of the carries. The other, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, that's nasty.
Wow.
That's dirty.
They have best
like
fit
that.
as returning to the Seahawks. Is
Go
what
to
they
hell.
have.
No, that's not what this game is.
I agree.
This game is they leave.
I just figured, Minnesota got rid of Jones, or Kansas City. They've been missing that running back for a long time.
Next on the list, quarterback Malik Willis.
All right, take the Colts out of it because they're going to get with Danny Jones again. Would love to see Minnesota make a run, but here's the problem. A lot of reporting so far has Willis maybe getting as much as $30 million a year. Shows you the desperation in the marketplace. If I'm Willis, I'm not going to the Jets. That's a career ender. And I'm not going to Miami. I want to go somewhere where I got a shot to win. Would Minnesota be the spot? And they bail on 9. They just got rid of Hargrave. They just got rid of Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I think Minnesota would be one for me. I don't know how they would financially be able to fit him in there.
Cap's not real.
Then Arizona.
Go to hell. Why would you end your career?
No, because maybe the Arizona was bad because they tried to make everything go through Kyler Murray. He's not there. Maybe this becomes a different team.
What about Pittsburgh?
You don't deserve him.
Next on the list is
I want to say that to you. You don't deserve him.
It's a tight end. His name is Isaiah Likely.
Anywhere that wants a freak athlete tight end, and you have to actually throw the ball. I think there was great frustration in Baltimore where he finally kind of took over for Mark Andrews, but they just ran the ball so damn much. Listen, I love Isaiah Likely. I'd love him here in Detroit. Like, these are the reasons I don't run out and pay a Laporta. I'd rather have a window where I have both Laporta and Likely in Drew Petzing's multi-tight end system, and I can split Likely out wide.
Yeah. I would say Kittle's gone for a while.
Selfish.
San Francisco.
So selfish.
It's just
selfish.
How is that selfish, Linderbaum?
Always putting your own needs over the show.
Okay. No. I mean, he could walk in there.
You're not
he'll
wrong.
Start.
You're not wrong. You should be in the Alec Pierce business. You should be in the Wan'Dale Robinson business.
Well, see, that was the next name, Alex Pierce. Let's go ahead with it. Best
Niners. I'm serious. They need wide receivers, including ones who don't melt ice cream cones live on video. I don't know what that was.
They do.
I still think Wan'Dale or a slot weapon would be better for Mac Jones because Pierce is a little bit more of a vertical receiver. But the Niners need skill players.
Right. When Pierce didn't get franchised, that's where I thought that maybe he could go there. So, yes. But I'm not allowed to say that.
Oh, boy.
And finally on the list, Aaron Rodgers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, thank you.
A perfect fit. Just a sleepy West Pennsylvania suburb of West Virginia with dry sandwiches with French fries where he can totally pimp said organization and do whatever he likes because they are so desperate that they went and hired his over-the-hill blathering coach, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Or he's the perfect Band-Aid, and he goes to Minnesota for 1 year.
At this point, I don't think he's going to be good for them.
You know what? He's a yinzer for life.
Oh, yikes.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy. Maybe this year he'll have a little life alert around his neck at his advanced age.
You've fallen.
And I can't get up.
All righty then. That is your NFL Blitz.
What happened? Aaron fell in the shower again.
97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings face the Golden Knights tonight at LCA. Detroit will be without arguably their MVP this season, John Gibson. The netminder skated today but was not ready for the game. Cam Talbot gets the nod for his second start in 3 games. Sebastian Cossa has also been recalled to back up. Hear the 7 o'clock start right here on 97.1. The Stars traded for defenseman Tyler Myers today for a 2027 and 2029 pick. Tigers announcer Jason Benetti is joining NBC Sports as their lead voice of Sunday Night Baseball. He'll be absent from Tigers games weekly to meet those national obligations. The Tigers lead the Dominican Republic 1-0 in the third. Red Sox arm Brian Bayo has looked sharp, striking out Kevin McGonagle twice. Detroit Mercy and Oakland will start their journey towards the NCAA tournament tonight. They're both hosting Horizon League first-round games at 7. The NCAA announced today that player availability reports will now be released for the men's and women's tournaments games this season. CBS Sports released their March Madness announcers. Ian Eagle, Bill Raftery, and Grant Hill will be the lead team. Pistons former coach Dan Van Gundy will work with Kevin Harlan as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Thanks for being with us. A couple of things. So we will get more of your phone calls here regarding the Pistons. I've offered a question. Every single Piston fan is welcome because I don't think there's a wrong answer. If you are still super confident this team is going to the finals, say it. But are you more confident in that than you are they get aced out by the very team they've played twice in the last 5 days, who hasn't been healthy yet you should be 0-2 against? The Cleveland Cavaliers. Second round opponent. More confident going to the finals or getting aced out in the second round? Now that's one. And I want to mix in this other topic. A blockbuster NFL trade went down right before the show. Trent McDuffie, All-Pro in 23, second team All-Pro in 24, a little banged up last year, still graded out as a top 12 corner in the league. He's only going to be 26 years old. He's a superstar. The Chiefs trade him to F them picks.
Yep.
The Los Angeles Rams, a team that absolutely unequivocally tries to go win the Super Bowl. They're all in. The cost on paper, when it's reported they gave up 4 draft picks, you shudder. Except the best pick they gave up was pick 29 in the first round.
And it was their second first round.
Correct. But my point to you is pick 29 is not this huge cost. I know what Trent McDuffie is. I know Jimmy Lake, his DB coach, is now with the Rams. I know the Rams' biggest need was corner. What did the Rams do? Go get me an all-pro. But what about the draft picks or the cap? Respectfully, Les Snead put his ass to the microphone and made the deal. We sit here in Detroit, and the reports we get are the Lions aren't going to spend in free agency, Ratledge to center, competition at guard. My question to you is, are you starting to have a different opinion of Brad Holmes? Because I still cannot square the circle on the obsession, and it's an obsession at this point, with signing their own and early. There is no legitimate reason to sign Jahmyr Gibbs this offseason. None. Zero. Zetas. None. He has 2 years left here. Even his 5th-year option won't cost you what signing him will. Why on earth would you sign him early when you don't even know you'll want him in 2 years? What shape will his body be in? What's the NFL going to do to him? And all we keep hearing about is they have contracts they want to take care of here. Meanwhile, your direct competition, the Green Bay Packers, went out and got Parsons. He blew out, but they're trying to win a Super Bowl. The Chicago Bears right now, their odds continue to increase. They're getting Max Crosby. I mean, the Bears had their center walk away, and they had Biotish in the facility in 17 minutes. Where are you? Now today, the Rams, who made it to the NFC title game, who have every reason to believe we can win the Super Bowl, say, you know what? Our biggest need, go fix it. And they went out and get Trent McDuffie. Not just a good player, a great player in his prime. So I just frame it that way so I can ask Lion fan, if the Lions don't make one of those types of moves this offseason, do you begin to sour on Brad Holmes? I'm leaving Dan Campbell out of it. Dan Campbell coaches this team and he has input. Make no mistake, Brad Holmes shops for the groceries.
Well, my theory is I would think that Dan Campbell would probably go for it less if he knew he could count on his defense more. That, you know what, you'll stop them. We'll get the ball back. We don't have to always keep going for it. I'm with you, man. That's big boy moves are what you're saying. That's from big boy moves from big boy teams. By kind of saying, well, we're going to have an open competition at this guard and this tackle and, Decker's back, but we may need to find somebody. It's like a lot of him and Hahn. You're trying to nickel and dime this thing together rather than just going out and getting some pieces. And, it may cost you in a few years, but you wouldn't care if you have a Super Bowl trophy.
Ask yourself, is the goal here to win a Super Bowl or not?
Yeah.
No. Not to me and you. Is the goal here to win a Super Bowl or not? Because their actions do not point in that direction.
I think it feels like it's win a Super Bowl, but I want to win the Super Bowl my way.
Oh, more of that Detroit crap.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Can't just do it the way it's always done. We got to be different. I got it.
Because you're right. When I saw the Rams, I was like, man, that's the perfect. They had 2 picks because of the James Pierce trade last year. So they, instead of taking the top corner in the draft, let's take a proven guy already, which leaves pick, 13 I think they have. Mike, they could go anywhere they want to go.
And that's the whole point. They didn't give up pick 13.
Which means they're still going to get better because now they could take Sadiq, the best tight end, or, there's always a player that falls out of the top 10.
I would just go take the best corner on the damn board.
So have 2 corners?
Why not? You let a ginger beat you in the damn NFC title game.
Well, I figured at this point, you know what? Adams is going to be leaving next year. Let's replace him.
Fine. You do what you want. Just don't take Mekhi Lemon. Yikes. Nice interviews. Guys, I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. Because, look, they get to write their own story, but we are just dealing in today. So when I frame it the way I framed it, yeah, there's an assumption the Bears are getting Crosby just because it's trending that way. But, okay, Drew Dahlman walks away. They already have an answer. Ragnow walked away a year ago. We're still searching for answers. You have needs. What, you couldn't use Trent McDuffie? You couldn't make your pass rush better? You didn't do the Parsons thing. You didn't do the Crosby thing. You didn't go get Trey Hendrickson yet. It doesn't seem like you're going to do the things necessary to get in the Linderbaum sweepstakes. So here's my question. If they don't pull this type of move, is your opinion of Holmes starting to change? And if the answer is no, again, no villains and heroes routine. I'm fine if you still like the guy. But I'm growing increasingly frustrated, as is the Harvard laureate, that we're sitting here. It is clear they have deep needs, and yet we got to still listen to them. They're over here just staring at a fat-headed Jahmyr Gibbs. Wait, someone explain to me. This is the Denzel Washington thing. Explain it to me like I'm a second grader. Why you have to prioritize signing Jahmyr Gibbs this offseason. Tell me. Please.
I'll win this thing our way. That's what it feels like. And it's like, okay, but you don't have to do. I know. But we still have to, instead of just making the right turn, no, we got to make 4 left turns. But you just could go right, and you're right there. No. Left. Now we're there.
This offseason, and I want to be very clear, too, for the people who are upset right now. I'm not saying any of this to do that. I promise you. But I don't want to say I warned you. That's ridiculous. That's like, chesty language. I said towards the end of the season, This is exactly how I would approach the offseason. That if this was not bold, if this was not all hands on deck, if this was not about kicking that door down to ramping the pursuit of a Super Bowl, that this is exactly the way I'd be. I'm a lot of things. Dishonest isn't one. I am who I am. I right now, as I sit here, I'd be lying to my audience if I said to you I wasn't growing frustrated. Now, they have time. There are a lot of fish in the sea. But every day that goes by and we don't have multiple contract restructures that open up tens of millions of dollars, every day that goes by that some other team is doing something impactful, the frustration grows. How does it get fixed? They are the one who knocks. That's all sports is. That's all life is. You're either the hammer or the nail. And man, do they seem to be hesitant to be the hammer. Like I'm trying, and I'm going to remain a level of patient, but that McDuffie deal, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pissed. The Max Crosby updates where David is breaking my balls about how the Bears odds keep going down.
Minus 145.
Right. Like these things, the Parsons thing, it bothered me.
And I do realize that this is the smoke and mirror season. It's a lot of lying. But when you really look at it, Mike, every year we always say, well, don't believe what you're seeing. Brad's going to do something. And every year he kind of does the same thing.
Right.
And right now people are saying he's going to do the same thing, which leads me to think it's Dave Burkett, who he's not about the hyperbole. I kind of lean towards, it's just
the Rams have been going for it for 5 years. Yeah. And yet they have money to turn the lights on. Yet they were in the NFC title game last year, should have won it. What did they do? They watched their flaw end their season. Right. The first thing they've done now to start the next year, they didn't sit there and go, "Ooh, we have draft picks. Goo, gobbledygoo." Trent McDuffie, go fix the effing problem.
Can't stop JSN. We're going to play him twice, maybe 3 times a year.
What do we got to do? We're going to fix the problem.
Yep.
Rico, and again, if you aren't going to change your opinion on Holmes, you're not wrong. You won't be yelled at. That ain't how this show rolls. I only yell at stupid people. So just tell me.
And before you pay Gibbs, fix.
God.
No.
Gibbs, Laporta, Branch, any of these guys.
Or do this.
Tired of it.
Fix your O-line, and then you could be able to put anybody back there, and they will look great.
We sit and we wait. There is more to happen. But we deal in today.
I'm going to look. I didn't realize until you had brought it up a few weeks ago. Like, how many games did Gibbs have? We had over 100 yards. I'm like, we had a bunch. No.
Don't let facts get in the way.
And then
of
when you
some
go
good
and look,
ball
like,
touching.
Oh my God, 37 yards.
Guy averaged 70 yards a game. Okay. Yeah, he's the only guy in the league who could have got 70 yards a game. Right. Here's an idea. He ain't the straw that stirs the drink. The big uglies who take 15 years off their life blocking for him. Yeah, those guys are. Balls. It's just. Oh, but he's fast. I'm aware. 248-539-9797. All right. We're going to get some of the callers. And Piston fans, don't go anywhere. We're going to get to your phone calls, too. You more confident in the finals or being aced in the second round by the Cavs? Speak it. Say it. And no DJ Khaled, we the best crap. Reasons. All right, you're in an accident. You feel like you're on your own. Insurance company, they ain't your buddy. The paperwork, complete nightmare. It's why you need to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team. You need action. You need it now. Crisis counselors to keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts locking down the evidence. It's smart. It's fast. It's tactical. It is built to win. Get David, get paid. It's not just tagline. It is your playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. David, text communications. That was actually in response to something Rico just said to me off air, and I stand by it. David.
Listen to our podcast. Commercial break. 97.
Text communication says all-in moves never work unless it's a quarterback. Okay.
Okay, so you know what? Okay. Remember what I said about stupidity? That's
Okay.
That's stupid.
Recency bias, maybe. All-in move, Philly, Saquon, Super Bowl.
Oops.
Rams, Jalen Ramsey, Super Bowl.
Oops. Oh, no. Is that two examples in the last 5 years?
No. They got Stafford, so that it was quarterback.
Oh, that's why.
Wait, that's 3 moves in 5 years. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why you're texting a show.
Guys, please look at the success the Rams have had since Brad left them. He needs to learn what Snead is doing. He's the same as Roseman. Just go out and get winners.
Well, hold on. Now, okay, this is going to be worse than his Buzz City crap in the 2 o'clock hour. Here we go. My fear is you didn't hire a GM. You hired a scout. Hear me when I say it. Okay? Guys like Snead are GMs. Think of the difference between a Dave Dombrowski and a Brad Holmes. Dombrowski was not a scout, didn't care about it, and was all in all the time, wheeler dealer. Brad Holmes is a scout. That's what his gig was with the Rams. Snead is a GM. Now, clearly, they have a good system and a good staff in LA because they do a good job in the draft. But when it comes time to make, presidential level moves, Les Snead does it. DGAF. You didn't hire that. That's my fear.
And the fact that Snead last year may have made the greatest move ever in the draft. Here, Atlanta, we'll let you have that pick. Give us your pick next year. And Atlanta was like, oh, yeah, we got the steal. And he fell up again. It worked out because Pierce may not be playing football.
The point is, the Rosemans, that's a GM. The Sneads, that's a GM. John Schneider. These guys are all risk takers. Go look at their profiles. That's not radio blather.
You're right. You're okay. We made a mistake. We drafted this guy. We made this free agent signing. It didn't work out.
F it, do it again.
What do we do next? What do we learn from this? Let's not do that again, but let's go get this person. It's not status quo. It's not, I just, it's so funny. No,
don't be scared.
It's
Say
so funny how this team is doing everything they can to keep all the players from that NFC Championship game on this team. And you look at the team that you lost to in the NFC title game, and they have 25 players from that team still on the team. They flipped it already in a couple of years. And you're trying to hold on to yours like they're Pokemon cards.
Well, it's because of the theory that leads to what Mike just said. What does a scout do? A scout usually loves who they scout.
You know what,
He's
David?
loving who he scouted.
As Mike often tells me, you win.
To the people, shall we? We'll get to Kenny's take momentarily. I know he's screening. He's very busy. We go over to Landon, 97.1. Landon, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Talk to me. What's a good word?
So, my problem with the Pistons, obviously everybody knows, they need a creator. It was supposed to be Ivy. He couldn't stop getting hurt. But does that just mean you trade him for a guy who's never going to play in the playoffs? Like, I don't think so. I think you need to kick the tires on Ivy a little bit more.
You got to kick the tires on who?
Jaden Ivey.
You traded him.
He's a Chicago Bull.
I know. I mean, I'm saying, like, back at the deadline, instead of trading him for Herter, who's just never going to play in this rotation, obviously.
Yeah, you know what that felt
let him
like?
get comfortable.
No, it felt like a move for next year. You got 6 draft slots better, potentially. And again, that had nothing to do with winning a championship, and we talked about it. Kevin Herter is years, plural, removed from being an effective three-point shooter. I can't bring back the Red Mamba from 5 years ago. Like, it's just
it has like a worse Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the other problem. We talked about this, like the signing of Duncan or Karras, regular season. He was not in the Heat rotation. Now that's a guy I have to play 30 minutes a night. I will never understand their deadline, Landon. I just don't understand it. And maybe they see it through and they can get to the ECF for the finals. But if you wanted a real shot to win something, you needed to make a move. The East will never be in a better spot than now. And they just passed. So, yeah, this is what they have. I don't – Landon, I don't know what to say. I can't argue with the point you're making. I didn't understand the deal on surface, and I don't understand it now. The guy doesn't even play.
Yeah, and this is just kind of the game you're playing when you have guys like Osar and Holland and the other guy. I can't think of his name.
The other guy. I love him. No, Landon, I hear you.
I'm not a big NBA guy.
You're fine, buddy. It's fine. It's just, look.
You take the guys like Osar who are just black holes on offense, but they're so productive on defense that they seem to make up for it. But then you get to the playoffs, and then the guys that actually can play defense and just don't feel like it start trying to play defense.
Oh, there you go.
And it's like, oh, this guy's good on defense now, and he scores 20 a game.
The playoffs.
That's not what you're getting from Osar. Talent
wins. The regular season, effort wins. The playoffs, talent shines through. That's what 7-game series are. Now, you play somebody one and done, anything can happen. Totally agree with you. You get to a game 7, your toughness versus their talent, that's a one-game thing. But you got to get there. Go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy? Okay, I think John might be having a conversation. We'll just go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, pal?
Oh, Mike Rico, you guys, it's a pleasure. It's been since October 2024 since I've been able to last call in when I got put on third shift and forgotten about. But I did get to call in every morning and make Cookie's blood boil to start off his day because me and you agree on a lot of things, and I know you and him don't agree.
That's correct.
But he called me crazy after week 3 of the Lions when I called in and said they're going 9-8 for the year. And if the season starts any similar to what last season does this coming year, because Brad doesn't make a move, he's going to be on the hot seat, if not be out of a job before the end of the season. Because what he really needs to do is go ask Quezzy what the mindset of we're good enough got him when he passed on Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
He needs to make a move, make something happen. Otherwise, the fans are going to turn on him. I mean, I'm a realist, so I see it now already. I'm not delusional thinking that we're good enough and we have depth. We lost all that depth. I mean, everyone got injured. The season crumbled before our eyes.
And Kevin, understand something. When I make the remark, and when I ask the question, are we sure the Super Bowl is the goal here? That's not me being a smartass. That's me asking a legitimate question because their actions do not align with the teams that, wait for it, actually go to the Super Bowl.
No, it's funny when you say it that way because but when you actually peel it back, it's like, well, that's not a Super Bowl move. Is that a Super Bowl move? Like, that's why I can't fault you because it sounds weird until you really look at it. Go ahead, Kevin.
Brad's actions are that of he is trying to make sure he has a secure job. And what I think is going to end up happening is you're going to cause a tension between him and Dan. Because Dan's going to always do the best that he can with what he has. But if the talent's not there, at some point you got to think that the tension's going to rise, and you're going to see it.
Yeah, because, again, Kevin, any cap space I clear out this year, I'm being as respectful as I can. I don't give a damn about my in-house guys. I am trying to win, and I will get them signed at the appropriate time. Paying a running back $22 million a year now makes absolutely no sense. I don't even know if I want Gibbs in 3 years. How do we know what the next couple of years play out as? How do we know he's still the same player? Why on earth would you sign a running back early? You want to get your quarterback done early? Fine. You want to get your star pass rusher? Didn't say a word. Fine. You want to sign Aiden? Sign him. But some of this other crap, Kevin, they need to create space and they need to go out into the marketplace and bring in some outside solutions here. Now, I'm hoping they do because then we don't have to do these types of shows. But as we sit here today, I got news for you. The Rams got a lot better today. A lot. I've had it. I'm upset. Poor Kevin couldn't even think of a word to say. All right, we'll get more to phone calls. We'll get more text communications. Kenny Cott, I want to hear your opinion on the Brad Holmes stuff as well. I know you've been inundated talking to your public. And also, Kenny had a message for everybody today. F. Tyler Myers. That's all I can tell you. I just went, okay.
Not what I said.
That's how I heard it. 248.
Welcome to my world, Kenny.
248-539-9797. Rico, please.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Matrix Basements. As a matter of fact, I was actually taking a walk through the neighborhood, and some of my neighbors are getting their basements done by Matrix Basements. Why don't you do the same thing? Head over to matrixbasements.com right now, and what you will see, they are offering something that you can't really pass up. It's the Build Now, Pay Later program. If you've been on the fence, no need to be on the fence anymore. Because with the Build Now, Pay Later program, it's 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028. That's 2 years from now. You could be enjoying your new man cave or your new add-on addition to your basement for 2 years before you have to make your very first payment. But you need to head over to Matrix Basements right now and sign up, get that free consultation. They'll come up with a great design. And before you know it, you'll be sitting there watching playoff games in your brand new basement or opening day in your basement. But you need to go right now. MatrixBasements.com. Build now, pay later, and enjoy a beautiful new basement sooner.
All right, we'll get straight to the people. We got 2 topics in the mix. We started out the show, Pistons. Now, they lost to the Cavs last night. Cavs didn't have Spider Mitchell. Jared Allen only played 15 minutes. And that was after Friday night where they didn't have either Harden or Mitchell. And you were lucky as the day is long to get to overtime and win. The Cavs seem like they outplayed you. So the question was, are you more confident in the Pistons going to the finals or the Pistons getting aced out in the second round by the Cavs? There is no right or wrong answer. It's conversation. The other thing was Trent McDuffie, the all-pro corner from the from the Chiefs, was traded to the Rams today. F them picks. The Rams seemingly just keep finding ways to go for the Super Bowl. And this is on the heels of, if you don't like Dave Burkett or if you don't trust his reporting, that's your business. When Dave speaks on Lions affairs, I listen. Because Dave is not a fanboy. Dave is not bought and paid for. Dave just does the effing job. When he reports that the scuttlebutt at the combine is the Lions won't be aggressive in free agency and that Ratledge is going to center, that's their answer. Less than 24 hours later, you got the Bears trending to get Crosby and you got the Rams getting Trent McDuffie. Yeah, guys, I got to be honest. I'd be lying to my audience if I said I wasn't getting a little annoyed. Now, do the Lions have a chance to write their story? Of course they do. But every day we sit here, and I don't hear about how they've created 50, 60, 70 million in cap space. Their story's getting written. They just haven't published it yet. So I wanted to know your take that if the Lions don't make that Linderbaum type of move, they're not going to make a Crosby move. Seemingly, they won't even try for a Hendrickson, whatever it may be. If they don't make a big move, does your opinion of Brad Holmes begin to change? So those are the two topics. 248-539-9797. Anything I missed? Okay.
No, you got it. You nailed it.
Let's see if John is done with his conversation. I want to check back on him. John, are you with us?
I am here all the way now.
All right, my man. That's why I put you on hold and didn't, say goodbye.
It seemed like it was important.
Yes, my daughter was way more important than anything that was going on in the world at that moment.
Very fair.
But everything's great. First, about football. I called about the Pistons, but football, you guys have said it so far, and I'm sure the callers would continue to say it. There's serious question marks about Brad Holmes and his decision-making. And I take it all the way back to last year's draft, if you would want to talk about it. But as far as the Pistons, while I make this point, look at their schedule. Ever since the homestand ended, the schedule is going to affect how they play over these next 2 weeks, I believe it is.
Okay.
They were in Orlando, flew up to Cleveland. They fly out to San Antonio. Whatever happened to that West Coast trip, the Southwest trip where you played San Antonio, Dallas,
Phoenix, Houston?
Yeah, what happened to that trip? That trip doesn't exist anymore. Then they leave and come back home to play the Nets, fly down to Miami, fly up back to New York to play the Nets again, and then they come back home. So that stretch is brutal just from a travel standpoint, and I really think that's going to affect them. After they come out of that, there's some normalcy again, and I think they will go ahead and make it to the Eastern Conference Finals because I like their inside presence. Nobody in the East can match their strength inside with Duren and Stewart. And please, why don't you give my man some run, even though everybody's back?
Who's your man? You talking Paul Reed?
Paul Reed. Give Paul Reed some run. Now, don't hear me out.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
I'm sorry.
No, John, I know how you feel because you feel like once you say this, you're about to be attacked. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes. Well, if you put Paul Reed in there with Stewart or Duren, and he's out there shooting threes. Now, he can make those threes. But if nothing else, he gets the other big men to even have to consider and take that step, which opens up the floor. And they don't have any three-point shooting, but they have the size. And Paul Reed on defense, hey, you're not losing nothing on defense. You put Paul Reed in there. He's going to get his blocks. He's going to get his rebounds. He's going to bust his butt. Put Paul Reed in with Stewart. Get some of them other guys out of there. Give Duncan Robinson a rest. Run that down the opponent's throat a little bit. But I think they'll be fine after they come off this brutal schedule. If you look at it, it's
so.
insane.
So can I mark you down? You're more confident they make the finals than you are. They get beat by Cleveland.
Boston scares me more because of the volume of threes they take. And if they start hitting them,
but I've said this before. John, listen, and obviously as a Celtics fan, John, your physicality and your defense, your disruptive nature, I have watched this for years with the Celtics. When they are playing at their peak, and they are playing Missoula ball. And the ball movement, it's crisp. They're generating shots. It's beautiful to watch. But, man, when they get into the trenches and they get into the mud, and now we're playing hero ball, the wheels fall off. There is not I just never viewed my team as a tough team. They're talented. They're not tough.
Who you trust, Boston or James Harden in the playoffs?
Oh, on what? So a singular player or an entire team? That's not a fair question.
Well, because they make Boston's game is such impactful. James Harden's game is impactful.
I would trust Cleveland for one reason. Cleveland's bigs with Jared Allen and Mobley are superior to the Celtics bigs of, Neemias Queta and Vooch. That is what you need against the Pistons. I don't trust the Celtics interior, to be quite honest.
So you pull Paul Reed into the game, and you stretch those bigs out, and you open that lane up.
To a point, I want to be fair about something. Now you're right; it's a limited sample size, and I want to give you credit. Is that at least Paul Reed is shooting 34% from deep, albeit on 29 attempts. Let's not. I don't want to get carried away and act like he's Lowry Market.
No.
But to his point, look, if the beef stew thing, I leave to you guys. There's an obsession in this town. I leave it to the fans.
He is the epitome of toughness.
Oh, okay.
Hey, before we move on, I got something to say really quickly.
I cede my time to the senator from Cambridge.
Get ready for your surprise face, fellas. The Patriots just released Steph Diggs.
Did he get his paperwork pregnant? Wouldn't be surprised if he's nailing somebody in an airport bathroom. Guy can't stop having kids. All right, he gone.
Yeah, just happened. He had an additional $6 million set to become fully guaranteed next week Friday. They said, we don't want to drag this out. You're not coming back.
Yeah, that money was headed to somewhere else.
Friends of the court.
He don't even get his paychecks anymore. David? What?
Oh, that's good. That's good.
All right, well. Boy, I tell you.
Thought that was, there's your surprise face. I know you're shocked.
If him and Cardi B can't make it, there's just no hope for any of us. Those two kids, I'll tell you.
She said he cheated on her.
Wait, the guy with 6 kids from 5 women?
She was warned about this when she started dating him.
That's actually Steph Diggs boarding his Delta flight. Gets right on that PA.
Right. I'll be your flight attendant. Hey.
If anybody needs some pipe in the back of the plane, Steph Diggs is here.
I'm a platinum member of the Mild High.
Seatbelt signs off. Anybody needs some pipe?
Probably best.
Everybody else is asking for cookies, and he's thinking something else.
He has a different definition of a Biscoff.
Right.
Indeed. Okay. All right. Sure, Paulson's has got to be thrilled with this. Hey, it's college basketball season. Whether it's in your living room or on your patio, whatever it is, March isn't just about hoops, it's about new projects. Spring is around the corner. Indoor upgrades, outdoor entertainment systems, landscape audio, patio TVs. Paulson's does it all, man. They don't just sell the products either. They can design this from the ground up, then install it with their own people. They don't outsource any of the work and get you set up the right way. Dedicated service department. For over 30 years, Paulson's Audio Video has been your best-in-class AV source in Metro Detroit. Just check them out. PaulsonsAV.com. New season, new projects, new experiences. It's Paulson's. Okay, before we get back to the phones, Kenny, I know you've been busy. Your take on this Brad Holmes thing, Trent McDuffie, the kind of setup I've offered. If they don't make one of these types of moves, whether it's a Linderbaum, I can't say Crosby. It sounds like he's going to the Bears. Trent McDuffie's now a Ram. You know the type of move I'm saying. Does your opinion of Holmes begin to change, yes or no?
My quick answer is no, primarily because I've always thought this about Holmes in the last couple of years. This has been my opinion of Holmes. So it wouldn't change because this is what I always thought he was.
So it's similar to like how I feel about the Pistons, which is like I've never viewed them as a championship caliber team. Nothing's changing for me.
Right, correct. And we have a bunch of, and I've listened to the discourse, I've listened to the calls, I've listened to you guys talking about it, and we have a bunch of smart people on the show. And then we have David. And then, no, in seriousness, you guys said something that actually kind of resonated with me about Holmes being a great scout. Maybe we just hired a scout. And he loves his own guys because, as David said, he's a scout. And he scouted these players. And that's what scouts do.
Sounds like, feels like.
Seems like, sounds like, feels like. And that's my concern. Now, that would be very upsetting if we see another offseason without one of these types of moves, because it just tells you, it telegraphs, these are the types of moves that he will not make. It deviates from his plan. And it's either A, he's a scout that likes his own guys, possible, or it's stubbornness, or it's a combination of both.
There's a third silo.
Go ahead.
His instructions are be relevant, be good, and be good for a long time.
Oh, the sell the tickets, keep the waiting line long. And
the Lions were never the popular girl. They were never the popular guy. And now you're up for that prom king and queen thing. They got a waiting list. People want to talk to you. They want to hand you their money.
As long as you're a pretty girl at the bar, people will want to talk to you. That's the way that you think this is going?
I'm asking the question because their actions simply do not align with that of their Super Bowl counterparts.
I don't think it's a ridiculous thing to suggest.
Okay.
I'm not there all the way yet.
Not yet. This offseason will be the determining factor.
Yep, absolutely.
If this offseason is signing Gibbs, Campbell, and then a bunch of C-list free agents, no, I'm all the way there. I just, there's nothing else I'd be able to say. Like, okay, then this is the path you've chosen. All right, we'll go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's good, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
How are you, sir?
Pretty good. Rico and Mike, normally it's like Rico be reading my mail. But today, Mike, you all on my notepad, man.
Okay.
I wrote down these three things I wanted to talk about, and you just blew it up for me. Rich Eisen last week asked Brad Holmes. He said, word on the street is basically that the window is closing. Brad said, no, we just expect the window to stay open. I don't see it closing. Along with that, the other thing you said, and I wrote down, I said one-trick pony. He's a one-trick pony. He's a one-trick pony. I looked up all the GMs in the NFL. You got one lawyer, which is Philadelphia. You got one owner, Dallas. And then you got an accountant in New Orleans. The rest of them all came up through, the ranks of scouting, player personnel, all of that. But my thing is, do we have a capologist anywhere in the organization? Have we did a cap change with anybody? Now, I've been pissed with Brad for years because in 2023, I started getting upset. We had Swift already. We already had Montgomery. I wanted us to go defense, and we did all of this, changing the dynamics in the first round with a back and all of that. I would have went defense then. And for us right now, let alone, I ain't going to get to the 3 third-round picks, 2 this year and 1 last year that we wasted. Can you imagine 2 more third-round picks this year?
Sure.
But to not redo a contract now, to get somebody like a
How about a Jalen Phillips? And I know he doesn't totally fit the profile of what they want, where they want a 3-down, 6'6", 280 pounds. But like my point is to deploy him tactically, to have that type of player where you can just raise hell on known passing downs. Like they need to have something this offseason that makes us go, okay, we're taking a major step forward. And I mean, right now, and Mike, I know it's on the heels of the Montgomery thing. You got Amon-Ra saying basically he's sick to his stomach. You got people lamenting that he's gone. Jahmyr Gibbs came out with comments. Right. Dude, it's just this has to be a big offseason.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yes.
Just out on the limb, just thinking. Would you rather have an opportunity to get a Hendricks or the guy from Oakland, or would you rather sign Gibbs 2 years early, Campbell 2 years early, a Laporta 2 years early? Or would you rather have a difference maker who's an all-pro? If you put them all in a basket together, they're better than those other two guys anyway.
Yeah, I think there's ways around it. I think there's ways to keep some of these guys. I would never advocate for letting them all go away.
No, I'm not saying let them go.
But there's
you don't have to deal with them right now.
No, I don't.
Do
not
you?
Gibbs. No, not Gibbs. And I'll be honest. I mean, if you want to sign Campbell, depends on what the price is, but it's an off-ball linebacker. He is the supercomputer of your defense. Gibbs, no. Branch, no. Laporta, no. That's my approach.
Last question.
Mm-hmm.
Have we, for the last 3 years, have we restructured anybody's contract? I mean,
yeah, assuredly you have. But bottom line, the restructures that you need to look for are Goff, ASB, and Sewell, Mike. Those three alone would create north of $80 million.
And it needs to happen soon.
What do you want from me, man?
No, I'm nothing.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Make it happen.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man. What's up?
Mike, I think the Pistons are less chance to get to the end of Eastern Conference Finals. When you look at the trade deadline, and I hate to be mad at Trajan because what he's done so far and how the Pistons are turning around. But like you brought up it earlier with Michael Porter Jr. being a free agent, and I know he's under contract for 2 more seasons. His money is, I think he's like $38 million.
Yeah.
But to me, they need another perimeter player that can score.
Yes. I would have. If you acquired that type of player, and again, let's be fair, he didn't get traded at the deadline, so maybe the ask was insane. But if you had acquired that type of player, I'd say you are a shoo-in to go to the NBA Finals.
That's what I was going to say. And when you look at the team, the way it's constructed, Thompson can't shoot. Ron Holland can't shoot. So, like you said earlier, when you play the better teams, like I'm even worried about the Knicks come playoff time. It's like, okay, well, teams start to throw 3 players at Cade and force everybody else to score because Duran has to get the ball from Cade. He has to be assisted to get his points. So when you start to look at the rest of the roster, is going to be up to Tobias. And that's why I keep thinking about the deadline. Well, Tobias is a free agent. His contract is on the books this offseason. So did they keep him to afford Duran? Because I feel like they're probably going to max out Duran. Because I'm thinking, why didn't they trade Tobias?
Because they get lost in their own sauce. Oh, he's Uncle T, and we love him. And then Cade did his whole, there's no one I'd rather have. Right. And by the way, the Duran thing, they wanted to sign him for $30 a year. He's now going to cost you north of $40. And I'd be careful with that one, too. I like him. But if I can't run a play for you, I don't know. All right, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Red Wings have their first home game since January 31st. The Golden Knights in town. Goalie John Gibson participated in the morning skate, but is not ready to play tonight after his stinger against the Predators. He's officially day-to-day. With that in mind, the club has called up Sebastian Cossa under emergency conditions. Hear the 7 o'clock puck drop right here on 97.1. The Tigers were in split squad mode today. One half of the team beat Panama 2-1 with Kerry Carpenter homering. Jack Flaherty started 3 innings of scoreless ball while striking out 3. Evan Petzold noted that Keter Montero looked the sharpest of the pitchers, saying his increased velocity could land him a spot in the bullpen. Detroit Mercy basketball hosting their first Horizon League playoff game since this guy was chasing Pistol Pete's scoring record. Detroit or Orlando Lovejoy is their leading scorer these days. Tip at 7 against Milwaukee.
Oh, my God.
Who just lost their leading scorer to a
Did you
broken
just play your
ankle.
own highlight?
I sure did. Oakland also has to Northern Kentucky at home. NKU traditionally one of the best programs in the league and might be the toughest first round out despite being the 7th seed. Hear that 7 o'clock tip on the Bet 1270. The NCAA is hoping to limit betting-related pressure by mandating the teams report player availability starting in this year's March Madness tournament. The Patriots plan to release Stephon Diggs. Chiefs corner Trent McDuffie was traded to the Rams today for 4 picks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right. Get back to the phones momentarily. Let's touch the table on a little bit of football, shall we? Music, please. Yes.
Okay.
What can I do for you?
Mike, the news has been, we all know, David Montgomery is gone. So what do you do if you're the Detroit Lions? I would like to play a game with you guys.
All right.
A little bit of Goldilocks here. Too high, too low, or just right. Meaning, too high, this person won't, the name that I give you won't come here because they're going to be sitting behind Jahmyr Gibbs. Too low, we could do so much better than that. Or just right, yes, that's a name the Lions should maybe think about going to go get in free agency.
All right. We'll give this a run.
So just to make it easy for you, I'll start off with Kenneth Walker III.
Too high. And he's a similar back to him. So too high.
Yeah, definitely too high.
Yeah, too high.
Okay.
100%. Very
All
easy.
right. Okay, just Travis Etienne.
Too high. Also, similar type of back.
Too low. Say no, too high.
Yeah, I'm with you guys so far.
Kareem Hunt.
Too low. Trash. What?
That's why I love you.
I'm going to say just right.
I will say too low. Best years are behind you.
J.K. Dobbins.
Does he have legs?
Just right. 1-year deal. When he's healthy, he performs. Productive. Yeah, bionic leg aside. I'm going to say just right as a backup at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I'm going to say too low because I just don't know what his knees are like.
And that's why I say just right, is because the MO of a Brad Holmes guy is a guy with a bionic leg.
That's actually Kenny wins. Tyler Algier.
It would be fabulous. I'd say just right. He's like Demo. Physical. Has been in a timeshare. Clearly was the red zone guy for Atlanta. Runs incredibly hard. That'd be amazing. Just right. Be incredible.
I'm going to say just right as well because I'm not sure he could be the bell cow somewhere else.
You know, it's going to be funny.
Yeah.
When they end up paying him exactly what they paid Demo.
That's what it is. Yeah.
But at least he accepts his role here.
And that's why I say just right, is because he would be able to accept the role as not the Batman. He could be, back to back with Gibbs. So yeah.
Isaiah Pacheco.
Too low. Trash. His body's just done. 7th round pick, no pedigree, got used up in Kansas City, never got paid. Oh, wait, now he's done. Weird how that works. I'm going to say too low.
I'm going to say just right because he'll be cheap, and that's just what they need.
Well, I think I'll say too low because there's a reason why he's cheap, and they don't need that. So
Very
too
true.
low.
Okay.
But he is an oft-injured player, and, that turns Holmes on.
That's a good point.
We could fix it.
Right.
Guys, I got a guy whose lungs don't work. You got to check this tape.
He has one arm.
We could redshirt him for a year. Yeah, Brad, we don't redshirt people in the pros. Well, we do. Let's go with Austin Eckler.
How about just right as a very limited backup with elite receiving skills? I'll say just right. I know, Dave. I know. I got a soft spot for the player, though.
This is going to be sad. I forgot he was still available and in the league.
Oh, my.
So I'm going to go, no, he's not good enough. No.
I'm flipping the mental coin of just right or too low, up, down, up, down, up, down. Probably on the lowest side of just right you can be.
Let's go with Rico Dowdle.
Too high. He's going to be a starter somewhere. What he did in Carolina last year, somebody's going to sign him to start. I'll say too high.
Yeah, that's too high. Based on the language that he spoke at the end of the year, he wants to be the bell cow somewhere. He wants to be number one. So, no, too high.
Yeah, that David has nailed it. I think if you want to be that guy, if you want to be the 1A running back, you're not going to accept a role here. So, too high.
Brian Robinson.
Too low. He's kind of just baked. I'll say too low.
See, I was going to say just right.
I also was going to say just right.
Not a hell of it. Then you two win, and he's just right.
Until he gets here, and then he's done, and then you were right.
And then, yeah.
Michael Carter.
Ugh. Too low. Just don't want him. Doesn't do anything for me.
I'm going to go too low as well.
Replay whatever noise Mike just made there. Yeah.
Devin Singletary.
Stop it. He's 3 feet tall. He's used up. No, out, low.
If it was Madden, I would say just right, but it's not. He has nothing left, so too low.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he wasn't so very too used up, I would agree that it would be probably just right.
Devin Singletary's like that Rico drop you guys played a little while ago. I'm not going to say it because then you'll turn mean. That's Devin Singletary.
I was waiting on Mike to say
Nope.
it, so.
I know better.
Do you want to add to the lunchbox, Mike? You can say.
No, I don't.
Let's go with Rashard White.
I hate this player. One of the most inefficient running backs in the league. Doesn't take on contact well and lost his job to a guy named Bucky in 10 minutes. I'm out. Trash. Low.
I'm going to say just right.
Loser.
I'm going to say low. You said it. He doesn't take on contact well. That's what you need if you want the opposite of what.
And he's
Gibbs
inefficient, man, as the day is long.
Right.
David, why just right for you?
Because he has no standards. I'll answer for him.
Because this isn't about if I like the player or not. It's if he fits with what they need, and I think he would fit with what they need.
Okay. A few more, guys.
Sure.
Let's go with David. This is somebody you know, Najee Harris.
No, because he has nothing left.
None.
Messed up his Achilles. He already had no speed before that. No.
Low. Trash.
Yeah, I agree with you both.
But oft injured, Holmes is super boned up. You pop on the Najee Harris medical report, you're chewing it and doing it.
If he had an Achilles, yes, because he's a physical back. So yes, but
no, he's always hurt, and I'm with David. There's just no juice in the orange. It's done. No.
Here's one often injured, Nick Chubb.
Oh, this is a Brad Holmes guy. Leg was on backwards multiple times in his career. Mm-hmm. Sign me up.
Physical back, leg on backwards. Absolutely a Brad Holmes. I bet his RAS score is amazing,
When
too.
you have more highlights of catastrophic injuries than great runs.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Right to the front of the line.
Very gross highlight, by the way.
3 years, $24 million
Yeah.
coming your way
Woo!
to Nick Chubb.
All right. And he's outfitted with a scooter at the grocery store. No, I'm all set.
We have Kenneth Gainwell.
He's a bit of a trinket. He's a receiving back. He has a very particular skill set. I don't know that makes you better because Gibbs has that skill set. I'm just going to say low on fit.
I'm going to go with I hate him.
Oh,
jeez.
He brought nothing to me and for me. So I am
Well,
going.
what about that catch in Detroit?
Because of that, bring
Detroit?
him here. No, too low.
Okay.
Yeah, too low.
Why too low, Dave?
He sucks. Okay, that's
I just
too
said
strong.
it's duality and ability. David took it to a different.
I'm just upset with him. He gave me nothing.
Okay. Finally, James Conner.
Perfection. Absolute perfection on skill set, style, familiarity with Petsing. Perfect timeshare back. At this point in his career, we can keep him fresh, keep the injury bug away. Yes. 1,000% yes.
See, he gave me nothing, but he just needed a change of scenery. He needed to get out of Pittsburgh, there for college, there for the beginning of his pro career. He's a good back, so I would say just right.
That's all I can provide here. I agree with both of you, exactly what both of you said.
Thank you, guys. Wow. All right, so that's a list of potential free agent running backs since the Lions need one. 97-1.
If you're in an accident, it can feel like you're on your own. The insurance company is definitely not your friend. The paperwork's a complete nightmare. It's why you need to call David Feminino. Only Feminino Law has the accident response team. You need action now. Crisis counselors keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts lock down your case. And it's smart, it's fast, it is built to win. Get David, get paid. It's not just a tagline. It is your playbook. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, real quick, couple of notes. Just something I said about 30 minutes ago. Now I just want to be clear about something because it's so it's so annoying. So I made a comment about Jalen Duren, and my whole point, to the people is, look, the Pistons wanted to sign him at $30 million. Okay. If it's such a no-brainer to pay him over 40, why isn't the deal done? Why have negotiations been a little bit frosty? All I mean when I say be careful about it is you don't just go places you're not comfortable going. I like Duren. I think Duren can be a part of a championship team. But remember something. You're going to need another Cade with him to do it. Mm-hmm. And when you start paying guys and going up in the 40s, you have to think about the rest of the roster and do I have enough to get a max level player in here to pair with Cade? This tax apron is no joke. So you're going to get to a point, and if you overpay Duren, no matter how much he's improved or how much you like him, you still have to operate within reason. And when you look at a guy you can't run a play for, you look at a guy who can't shoot threes, has no perimeter game, is not a post threat. He is an elite rebounder. He's a shot blocker. He's an anchor, and he will clean up the boards. He's a rim runner. Look, he has value. But $40 million a year, you're getting into a place where it gets a little scary. So once again, Piston fans are some of the most sensitive, tin-eared, limited intellect people on the planet right now. You can't say a thing without having to do legislation to some of these dimwits. The world's not out to get you. Grow up. The Pistons are a really good basketball team, but the rules are the rules. Mm-hmm. You can't just always cave to a player. Do I want Duren here? Yes. Do I get uncomfortable going into the 40s? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
If that offends you, too bad. Now, I'm sorry, it was a house cleaning, though.
No, because, I can see how people would take that the wrong way. Mike said that I wouldn't pay Duren.
Nope, didn't say it. I said be careful because roster construction is everything. Mm-hmm. And if he's not a modern center. The modern centers do all the things he doesn't do. That makes, what I put around them now. Look, to get an elite wing, you need a ton of money. If I downgrade that and I say, look, I need an elite 3-and-D guy, that's not going to be a max player. But that wing player that can shoot it, can give me a little bit of dribble drive, and is going to play the defense the Pistons require, that's still going to be expensive.
Yeah.
Be careful.
He's a good third option. But I don't know if are you going to pay that to a third option? Because you need that second score. I'm with you.
That's all.
I think most Pistons fans understand what you're trying to say.
I agree. There's just a portion of this fan base that is continually aggrieved idiocracy that we live in, and it's just frustrating. You know what, guys? How about you win a series before you talk like you're Warrior fans? There's an idea. David, text communications before I go on a soliloquy about Kevin McGonagle being on this opening day roster, please. Can you do that for me?
Sure. Regarding the running backs that we just mentioned, someone says, are you guys crazy with James Conner? The guy is 30 years old and coming off a horrific ankle injury. No, and no.
First of all, the injury is what turns Brad on.
Correct.
Second of all, he'd be a distinct backup to one of the best backs in the league. I lessened the requirements on him. Unlike Demo, he might not be unhappy winning football games. It's a fit. It's only a fit because he died.
Najee Harris always hurt? Come on, David. You're not going to pipe in a correct mic on that? Please tell me how many games he missed as a Steeler. Doesn't matter when he's coming off
he just
Achilles
sucked
injury.
as a Steeler.
Right.
He sucks. And he missed a whole year with a devastating injury.
Thank you.
Najee Harris stinks.
You love him so much, you bring him back.
Yeah, you know what? You enjoy Najee Harris. Go pay him $8 million a year.
You take the airline miles.
Yeah, there you go. Comatose for me.
Regarding the Lions. Someone says the Rams had 2 firsts, so we don't even have that, so we couldn't make that move.
Yeah, difference. They traded pick 29. You're at pick 17. If you deal pick 17, you know what you get back from the Rams? Probably a second-round pick. Learn the sport. Try it. I beg you. You don't always have to cape up for your teams. Second of all, nobody sat here screaming that they had to get this type of player. It is, are you going to do what's necessary? For years, we've heard about how the Rams are going to fall off. The Rams have no cap space. The Rams F them picks. The Rams have been consistently better than you for years. And they have something you don't have, a Lombardi. And they made that move. Like, it just, come on, man.
Nick in Farmington Hills says Brad Holmes should be fired. Yes,
that
Lord. Is steep, but it looks like to me the Lions only care about profit and not championship. The fans should get off the waiting list.
Oh, boy.
That's dramatic.
But at that point, is that not a Brad Holmes problem anymore? Because if the Lions' priority is only to, sell tickets and keep the waiting line long, it doesn't matter who's GM. That's always going to be the goal coming from, the owners, which I don't think is the case yet.
I'm not gonna co-sign that ticket text. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
The Lions have too many holes for the F them picks move to help. That time was 2 years ago. Let's be honest here. All in for cornerback isn't going to help the Lions' issues on both sides of the ball right now.
You are missing. Oh, God. Okay.
It's about making moves, period.
It's not for the corner.
It's about making moves, period.
Oh, my God. This is why I just should do a podcast. I
we
can't.
miss you.
No, it's like people want to defend their team so badly they miss the entirety of the conversation. The whole way this was framed, if the Lions don't make a bold swing like this, or like Linderbaum, or like Crosby, does your opinion change? Immediately, it is a deluge of, we didn't need a corner. And it's just like, dude, I've done this for too long. It's like I want to rip my hair out.
You're praising the Rams because the Rams got this corner, and our corner's going to be fine. And it wasn't that.
I'm praising Les Snead for identifying their particular need and going out, dropping his lumber on the table, and fixing it.
Right. And basically what we're saying is for the Lions to identify their top need, go out there and get that person. And if it takes your 17th pick to get that person, fine. You take the player that the skilled player that's going to come in here and get the job done, the bird in hand rather than the draft pick. And it could be anything. It could be an offensive lineman, which I think that's where they should go this season, is strictly offensive lineman for those first couple of picks. But if you can go out there and that means that you can solidify some top player in a trade, that's what we're saying, not the corner.
Carry on, David.
NFC teams have lapped the Lions in a race while the Lions are still walking. Believe this is how it's going to be for a while.
No, look, they have the rest of the offseason. There's nothing else I can say. It's a question about if the Burkett report is correct and they're not going to be bold in free agency. We've seen no willingness for them to be bold in trades. Does your view change? That's it. No, I'm not screaming they didn't get Trent McDuffie. I'm more upset that the Rams just outright addressed their glaring need and did it with an all-pro caliber player in his mid-20s. Like, that's what I'm upset about. Just like the Bears have a glaring need. Oh, wait, their center just retired. They already had Biotish in the building. Yeah. And it seems like they're going to get Max Crosby. That's their top two needs. Meanwhile, I continue to have to hear about how we just have to get this Gibbs deal done. No, actually we don't.
No, we will.
I hate you. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
Regarding the Pistons, Jim in Farmington texted in and says, the Pistons haven't won a playoff series in 18 years, and Langdon made us worse at the deadline. It's disgraceful. We will be done in round 2. This is by far the worst number 1 seed I've ever seen. I'm willing to bet they lose in round 1.
No, I'm not. Okay, that's stop,
Rico right there.
You're getting a little negative here now. Come on, that's me saying that.
No, I said Charlotte will take a lot out of you.
I'm less confident that the Pistons are going to the finals. They don't have enough scoring to compete with other teams in the East. It's over, guys.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. All right. I think I've had my fill. Let me knock down a couple of calls. This is where the texters just are a liability at this point. It is just a minefield of emotional instability. Let's go to Evan, 97.1. Ev, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
I wanted to pose a question to you both and ask, am I a bad fan for thinking this? So, do you think I'm a bad fan for somewhat wanting Detroit teams to not necessarily fail, but to have, especially the Lions and Pistons, to have a come-to-Jesus moment, to have sustained long-term success? Because I feel like the blueprint to be able to get over that hump and win a championship in the NFL and in the NBA, when I still believe you're in that window for both the Lions and the Pistons, it's all around the league. You're trying to be the smartest guy in the room, like Brad and Trajan are. And I'm just kind of at the point where I'm like, okay, Crosby goes to the Bears, cool. Sign Gibbs 3 years early, do it. Don't get Cade any help for a deep playoff run, works for me. In order for us to truly get over that hump, to be a team that I want to see a parade. I want nothing more than that.
I'll give you my answer. I'll give you my answer. You're not a bad fan, even 1%. You start to resent your teams because they want your time, they want your emotion, and they want your money. And then they don't do the things that are necessary to give you what you want. And that's the problem. I think we can all deal with our teams falling short, but if you are not trying the way that your rivals are trying, Evan, I'm a similar fan to you. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I'm just seeing what, in division teams are doing and for the Lions, and I'm just like, so we're just going to that's okay. You guys are seeing this and just going to roll with your guys and pay people early. Okay, cool. And then just in the NBA, just kind of seeing you need stars to win it all. I don't care
It's
about
why we talked.
success.
It's why we
Never
talked
had a
last
Super
summer.
Bowl.
And last summer, I was called every name in the book because I was impatient. You can't speed this up. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, well, fine. So they didn't make a move. Then you got to the trade deadline. The same need was the same need. And they didn't make a move. And by the way, the people that wanted to hold on to Jaden Ivey's dead, lifeless body, you got nothing for him. And now we're at a spot where, look, they might make a run here. But they didn't give themselves the best opportunity. And that's the problem. So now we'll go into next summer. It's going to be the same conversation, except the financials are going to be a little bit different because Tobias won't be here. And Duran's going to be on a completely different deal. And I think the league has now gotten a long enough look at Asur Thompson that I'm sorry. I just don't think he has value. Where is he going that he's the centerpiece of a deal? There's not a market for it.
Only unless you send him to Houston to go play with his brother.
God bless.
That's about it.
248-539-9797. Kevin McGonagle needs to be on this opening day roster. The soliloquy next. 97.1.
Guys, if you take a look outside, the sun is out. I think it's safe to say the spring is on its way, which means you need to start thinking about your lawn. And if that's the case, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service should be your answer because Natural Way will come up with a solution for you to make sure your lawn is at tip-top condition, that you will be the envy of the block. Look, if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass grow thin every summer, give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a phone call. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. And you'll simply find out what Natural Way can do for you because they'll do for you what they'll do for me. They'll come up with a design, a plan for your lawn, tailored for you, and the next thing you know, you're going to be loving your lawn. Look, it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Get started right now. 888-GET-GREEN. As a matter of fact, you can save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. That's Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
So we'll get back to the phones in a minute, but I wanted to just offer this to you, okay? And I said this early in the offseason, having no idea it would play out this way. It's just how I felt. Kevin McGonagle is your best shortstop. Now, that's not saying much because your shortstop pool is Javi, McKinstry. Yeah, I'm going with the kid. Now, what he's done in spring training is arguably be the best player in spring training. And yes, I understand taking a hot spring training and attempting to extrapolate that into the regular season for a kid who is light on minor league at bats. Totally get it. But all I'm saying is this. This kid's best ability is an advanced hit tool. And what I mean by that is the ability to not only identify pitches, make contact, quality at bats, put the ball in play, all of it. He doesn't have a hole in his swing. That's different than like hyper prospects like Ellie De La Cruz or years ago O'Neill Cruz, right? Those guys were boom or bust offensive guys. But look at the bat speed and the exit velo. Right, look at the 200 strikeouts and they swing at pitches that are 8 feet above their head. McGonagle has polish. Again, last night, just ripping the baseball. I will just tell you this. If he's not with this team on opening day, it has nothing to do with baseball.
What would it have to do with? Actually, it would be baseball.
No, it'd be service requirements. Service time. To me,
yeah, that's what I mean.
I'm bringing McGonagle up, and if he shows me real ability, I'm going to sign him. Now, don't freak out when I say the player I'm about to say. I had no idea at the time they signed this player that he would go on to be an international criminal. Okay, I'm just making an example.
You're going with
like
this.
When Tampa signed Wander Franco. He was a super prospect. He showed early. They paid him early. Just think of it as another form of Colt Keith. I only say that because the service time will have no impact. You would attempt to sign this kid to an 8-year deal if he's any good. Again, it can backfire. Christian Campbell for the Red Sox. They signed him. They paid him. He didn't have a good year last year. But Rico, like right now on the 40-man roster, if I bring him up, here are the two guys that to me, it could cost them a job. You tell me if you give an F. Wenceel Perez,
nope,
or the venerable Jahmai Jones.
Well, no. No. I'm with you. I would bring him up as well, but it'll probably end up becoming a service time thing. But yeah, he should be on the opening day roster. I think it's what fans would love to see because we've been waiting for him to go out there. And yeah, there's your shortstop to go along with your other two all-stars.
David, go ahead. You could tell me I'm crazy, but I just feel like he's shown you he's too advanced for the minors. He's shown you he makes you a better team. You don't have a shortstop. You just don't.
See, I'm with you. I want him on the opening day roster. Now, I do understand the business side. I do get why they would want an extra year of control, but I'm a fan. I don't care about the extra year of control. I want him in my lineup because what he brings with his bat is what we needed last year in the Seattle series. Yeah. It's what we needed in the Cleveland series.
Well, and here's the funny thing about it.
If you need a right-handed bat.
Yes.
I hear you.
If you bring him up here and worst case scenario, you find out he's not ready, you ship him back down. You find out he becomes this year's version of a Red Pop, where I thought he was going to be all that, and he had a great 2 weeks.
Chris Shelton?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Good heavens!
Worst case scenario, you put him back down, but what if it works?
Correct.
What if you don't ever have to send him back down again? What if you have your guy, and instead of, we need him to face more pitchers in the minors, or in order to get better, how about you go up against major league pitchers? And you'll find out if he is that good.
Correct. And yes, you're right, Mike. Yes, we need a right-handed bat. But I'll take someone that's intelligent and knows what they're doing at the plate, either side right now.
Yes.
Because that's what we need. And I fell in love yesterday watching him play. I am all in. Give me a jersey the minute he makes the opening day roster.
was ready.
Because he hit that home run and then he rips a double in his next at bat. I am all in on Kevin McGonagle.
Like, David, it's one game. Don't care.
That's what you told me. It's one game. It's still spring training. Doesn't matter to me.
No, in the whole spring training, I mean, he's damn near an 1150 OPS. It's just, I just don't see the harm in it. I mean, if you look, I'm not going to blow a gasket if he's not here on opening day. It just feels like he should be here. He's showing he belongs. He did everything right in his 2025 season. He's done everything right in spring training.
If you had to put money on it, is he here for opening day?
Just to have action with you? Yeah, sure. What do you want to do?
No. It's not action. It's
How many
just-
lunches? What do you want to do?
It's not a lunch thing. It's just, what is your gut
Everything's
tell
a
you?
lunch thing.
It's
Your
just-
confidence is directly correlated to how many lunches you're willing to put on an opinion.
It's just, your gut tells you, is he up here?
He'll be here.
Okay.
Because that's the way I want it. I'm just going to act like a Pistons fan. I'm going to get rid of all facts, and
We
I'm
the
just going to
best.
talk about things the way I want it.
We the best.
Right.
Oh, no.
I mean, Kenny, go ahead. You want to get involved on this bet?
Yeah, sure. No, I'm on the Rico side of this one because if he's as good, if he has all the skills, all the earmarks that you have on this guy, I want him here for that extra year. So,
but you're going to sign him before it would ever go there.
I'm aware of that. But him starting
Hold
opening
on,
day
hold on.
is
Hey,
the
Kenny,
bet.
Kenny, I'm saying I want him up here.
Oh, I want him up here.
I want him to face major league pitching. I want to see what he can do.
Okay, all right.
I
I
just don't
say
believe
he's
he'll
here.
be up here.
You say he's not. Each of you bet me a lunch, and if I lose, I owe each of you a lunch. Okay. It's 2-1 odds.
David, where are you on the lunch bet?
He's on the opening day roster.
All right, so if you guys win, Kenny breaks out the hot dog roller.
No,
and we pay you guys.
Definitely not. Absolutely
Kenny,
not.
I'll get the ballparks.
I what he's doing in spring training it's more than commendable. He's forcing a decision by the franchise. He should be here. Unlike Max Clark. No, he needs time. Max Clark, he's not ready.
James.
No, I'm not, man. I don't care if the kid wears diamonds or does whatever he wants. I would just say, kid, if you don't care, don't waste 3,000 words on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I got an architectural preview of his childhood home. Like, what are we doing here? Right. My dad drove a truck. Phenomenal. If you don't care, it's cool. Don't care.
Right. Yeah.
Don't tell us how much you don't care while you're not caring.
Right.
And here's another 3,000 words on my lack of care.
Right. It's taking a
It
trip.
was such a long.
Right. It's like taking that long trip. It's like taking a trip with your wife to ask for a divorce. Like, or you could have just said, I want a divorce. But we went to Cabo and we did this. Or you could have just said, no, I'm out.
You could have told me in the living room. Also, I don't know what he was getting at with his, I grew up in a 2-story house. Okay, so you've told me you didn't live in a ranch. Thank you. 248-539.
Right. You had both parents in your house. Good for you.
I don't know. All right. March is here. College basketball's about to take over. If you're hosting friends, watching games, maybe you got the quad box, whatever it is, Paulson's Audio Video has you covered. And it's not just about basketball. Spring's around the corner, which means upgrades. Outdoor entertainment systems, landscape audio, patio TVs, you name it, they have it. But they also design it. They have a dedicated service department. They have absolutely the best products and at the best pricing. They also have their Music Matters event happening Tuesday, March 18th, 5 to 8 p.m. They have all the audio brands, demo, food, drinks, experiences, and incredible pricing. Register today at paulsonsav.com. New season, new products, new experiences. It's Paulson. Get right back to your calls. We're going to touch table on some football. We are in the midst of it. Combine's done. League year about to start a week from today. The tampering a few days before that. David, if you want to keep the sensual music going, I don't know, we can do it, but whatever you like.
This is sensual. This is what I call sensual music right here.
Not D'Angelo?
No, this right here will do it. Let's get right to it because you're right, free agency starts. The tampering period begins at noon on Monday. So I'm going to give you a player, and I want you to give me the best fit for this free agent.
Sure.
Start with Trey Hendrickson. What do you think is the best fit for him?
You want to go first?
Let's see. The best fit for him?
Yeah.
I would say.
Here's a hint. Not Cincinnati.
No, any place but Cincinnati. I would say, a team that needs that one extra person, like Detroit or Chicago. Looks like Chicago may be going after Max Crosby, but I could easily see him here adding to that defense. Or, this is where I could see the Eagles. And the Eagles going out there saying, we want to make sure our defensive line stays the top defensive line.
Can I give you a sleeper?
Yeah.
Tampa. He's a Florida guy. You talk to anybody who covers the league or has covered Hendrickson. Deep roots Florida guy. He even went back to Florida for a piece of this offseason to avoid the Bengals.
Sure did.
Tampa desperately needs a true pass rusher. Not the Yaya Diaby breakfast special. A true pass rusher.
He would learn from a great coach.
No, pumpkin in a turtleneck. But Tampa, and the other one to me that would be a great fit for him, New England. Vrabel, players coach, winning organization, everything that guy hasn't had in his career. So just two, because it feels like Crosby to the Bears is a thing.
You put him next to Aiden, or you put him across from Aiden. You put him across from certain people. Heck, across from anybody in Philly, across from Bosa. That would work to me.
Just for reference, the article has him best fit Commanders.
Wouldn't hate it, but just that's not a winning situation. Look, I'm also projecting my own belief structure here.
Correct.
Trey, do you want to win or not?
Yes.
Everyone's going to pay you.
Next on the list, Tyler Linderbaum.
Giants. No, how about this? Take the Giants out of it because I'm a selfish bastard.
No, you can be selfish.
Let me give you the best landing spot for him.
I think you're going to get what they say.
Zero BS. Here's the best spot for him. LA Chargers.
They have that, yes.
You go, you play for Harbaugh. They desperately need a center. He's a culture setter. They want to pound the rock.
Yeah.
You know you're getting Slater and Alt back. Hell, they may draft Proctor. You put Linderbaum in the middle of that O-line. The Chargers would be an incredible fit for Linderbaum.
Till Herbert finds a way not to win.
Don't do that. Oh, and by the way, they got about $89 million in cap space. Hey, Brad, you there? Brad?
He's in the kitchen cooking.
Next.
I never know what he's doing back there.
Next on the list, Kenneth Walker.
Giants.
I'm sorry, who'd you say that?
K9.
K9, yeah.
I'm only saying it because every report has attached that there's this giant fascination with him. Look, K9 has to be a part of a committee. I don't think he can be the only guy. Remember, you unlocked K9 when him and Charbonnet were both healthy. Thunder, lightning. Well, maybe the Giants are trying to recreate that with Scatabo, provided he's out of a wheelchair, and then K9. Do I want to pay a running back $14 a year? No, I do not. But I don't run the franchise.
I got two teams, David. One, the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, I dig that.
Yeah, he can go to Minnesota.
And they just got rid of Aaron Jones.
Right. So, therefore, he would be more, he would get more of the carries. The other, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, that's nasty.
Wow.
That's dirty.
They have best fit as returning to the Seahawks.
Go to hell. No, that's not what this game is.
I agree.
This game is they leave.
I just figured, Minnesota got rid of Jones, or Kansas City. They've been missing that running back for a long time.
Next on the list, quarterback Malik Willis.
All right, take the Colts out of it because they're going to get with Danny Jones again. Would love to see Minnesota make a run, but here's the problem. A lot of reporting so far has Willis maybe getting as much as $30 million a year. Shows you the desperation in the marketplace. If I'm Willis, I'm not going to the Jets. That's a career ender. And I'm not going to Miami. I want to go somewhere where I got a shot to win. Would Minnesota be the spot? And they bail on 9. They just got rid of Hargrave. They just got rid of Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I think Minnesota would be one for me. I don't know how they would financially be able to fit him in there.
Cap's not real.
Then Arizona.
Go to hell. Why would you end your career?
No, because maybe the Arizona was bad because they tried to make everything go through Kyler Murray. He's not there. Maybe this becomes a different team.
What about Pittsburgh?
You don't deserve him.
Next on the list is
I want to say that to you. You don't deserve him.
It's a tight end. His name is Isaiah Likely.
Anywhere that wants a freak athlete tight end, and you have to actually throw the ball. I think there was great frustration in Baltimore where he finally kind of took over for Mark Andrews, but they just ran the ball so damn much. Listen, I love Isaiah Likely. I'd love him here in Detroit. Like, these are the reasons I don't run out and pay a Laporta. I'd rather have a window where I have both Laporta and Likely in Drew Petzing's multi-tight end system, and I can split Likely out wide.
Yeah. I would say Kittle's gone for a while.
Selfish.
San Francisco.
So selfish.
It's just
selfish.
How is that selfish, Linderbaum?
He's putting your own needs over the show.
Okay. No. I mean, he could walk in there.
You're not
he'll
wrong.
Start.
You're not wrong. You should be in the Alec Pierce business. You should be in the Wan'Dale Robinson business.
Well, see, that was the next name, Alex Pierce. Let's go ahead with it. Best
Niners. I'm serious. They need wide receivers, including ones who don't melt ice cream cones live on video. I don't know what that was.
They do.
I still think Wan'Dale or a slot weapon would be better for Mac Jones because Pierce is a little bit more of a vertical receiver. But the Niners need skill players.
Right. When Pierce didn't get franchised, that's where I thought that maybe he could go there. So, yes. But I'm not allowed to say that.
Oh, boy.
And finally on the list, Aaron Rodgers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
No, thank you.
A perfect fit. Just a sleepy West Pennsylvania suburb of West Virginia with dry sandwiches with French fries where he can totally pimp said organization and do whatever he likes because they are so desperate that they went and hired his over-the-hill blathering coach, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Or he's the perfect Band-Aid, and he goes to Minnesota for 1 year.
At this point, I don't think he's going to be good for them.
You know what? He's a Yinzer for life.
Oh, yikes.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy. Maybe this year he'll have a little life alert around his neck at his advanced age.
You've fallen.
And I can't get up.
All righty then. That is your NFL Blitz.
What happened? Aaron fell in the shower again.
97.1.
5 o'clock, great to have you. Hope your work day is done or close to it. We'll try to get you home. I want to run this back because 2 topics today really captured people, and you can choose your adventure. Is it dangerous for me to offer 2 topics? Probably. But what the hell? I'm an idiot. We started the day with the Pistons.
The Pistons don't need a corner.
Honestly, I'm waiting for that text to come through, and I'm walking out of the room. The cognitive ability of the texters today has been a bit of a struggle. So I asked a question that I think allows all perspectives a seat at the table with your Detroit Pistons, your number 1 seed, Detroit Pistons. And following a loss to Cleveland last night, what I'm doing is putting the 2 Cleveland games together. You've been healthy. They aren't. You didn't face either of their max level players Friday night, which is the equivalent of you not having Cade or Duren. You needed a miracle to go to overtime. Last night, they get 15 minutes out of Jared Allen. Spider Mitchell doesn't play. You got wired. Now, again, 2-2 on the season. The point is, the report that came out Friday that from the Cavs locker room was, hey, the Pistons can't beat us in a playoff series. And J.B. Bickerstaff responded to it, the whole bit. Okay, here's my question to you, and I want to know what you're more confident in. And the only ground rule is you don't get to be DJ Khaled screaming, "We the best." That's not a reason. Are you more confident in the Pistons making the NBA Finals or being eliminated in the second round by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who you currently would be slated to face in said round? You choose your adventure. Now, we've talked about this. The concerns with the Pistons, if we know the positives, their weapon is they try. And effort will get you through the regular season. Talent wins in the postseason. Why? Everyone tries in the postseason. Now, here's the thing. The cause for concern is like last night, for example. You were minus 24 from the three-point line. They hit 17 threes. You hit 9. The Pistons are bottom 5 in every three-point category. Bottom 2 in several. Takes, makes, percentage, all of it. It's dreadful. It's been worse since the deadline, where they're down around 31%, which is the worst mark in the league. The teams that you will face, like Cleveland or Boston, leave New York out. I think you've proven mano a mano you can beat that team. Those teams like the Celtics and Cavs are going to put up 40, 45, 50 threes a night, and they're going to hit 7, 8, 10 more than you. Well, the only way to make up for that is forcing a deluge of turnovers or getting to the free throw line a zillion times. Here's your problem. Those teams don't turn the ball over. So that's a concern. You choose your adventure. Give us the reason why. You start, and then I'll give them topic 2.
Well, the good news is if you're facing New York, it means you're on your way to the NBA Finals because that's the Eastern Conference Finals. And at that point, you'll probably beat the Knicks. But I'm more towards, as of right now, the side of losing to the Cavs in the second round because it's the three-point shooting, Mike. It's as you said, the Cavs, the players who sit out in the regular season, a lot of those times we often say, if this was a playoff game, they would be playing. It's more of a care factor. The Pistons have the care factor all throughout the season, and that's great. I wish other NBA teams felt the way and played the way that the Pistons do, but they don't. The fact that you can't hit three-pointers, I think, will catch up to you in the playoffs. In a 7-game series against the Cavs, that, every game going down and being outscored by 15 to 21 points from the three-point line could be the difference, especially if you can't force that team to turn the ball over and, you're not out there getting the air quote unethical fouls so that you can get to the foul line to kind of make up. So that would be the problem. So I'm leaning more towards the second round.
Okay, so let's throw the number out, 248-539-9797. And again, the last 10 days or so, you played a full-strength Spurs team and you lost. The other games, it's tough for me because I don't want to knock the team, but they're men. They're not machines. Yeah. When you get geared up to play OKC and then you realize they're missing 8 players, including 5 of their top 6 scorers, that's not made up stuff. That's real. And then you're only up by 3 in the fourth quarter. It felt like a letdown. Friday night, you weren't going to face $100 million of basketball player in Harden and Spider Mitchell. Well, maybe they let their guard down. Maybe they played down. I want to see what they look like against the Spurs coming up.
But see, here's the thing, Mike. The fact that you're not playing against those players and you're still 28th in the league in made 3-pointers.
Yeah, I know.
You can't say, oh, well, they just played lockdown defense. These guys won't be playing in the playoffs that you went up against.
It's a bit of an issue. Now, that's one. And you could choose your adventure. If you're hyper positive they're going to make the finals, say it. Just give the reasons. And if you're negative, I don't think you're negative. I think it's realistic. I think you're identifying this Pistons team. And look, this is something that I get annoyed at in this town is like, why do our teams in Detroit feel the need to reinvent the wheel? The league has gone to a certain place and the game is played a certain way. Why do we have to be the outlier? I can't stand that. Like, just shoot the damn 3. Get 3-point shooters. Like, what on God's green earth is the malfunction? But here we are. The other topic, and you can do what you want here. There was a major trade in the NFL today, a blockbuster. Trent McDuffie, who's an all-world corner, he's one of the 10 best corners in the league. He was an all-pro 2 years ago, second-team all-pro in 24. He got traded to the Rams. Those Rams. The FDM Picks Rams. The Rams had a big need at corner. They made the NFC title game. They didn't just draft a guy or keep everyone in-house because they like the fruit basket that got sent to the facility. They went out and acquired an all-pro. Gave up pick 29, a couple late-round selections no one cares about, and now they have a franchise corner. Now, for the people that don't think quickly, I'm not suggesting or screaming the Lions had to make this particular move. I'm making a point that when it seems like Crosby's headed to the Bears, or hell, the Bears lost Drew Dahlman yesterday.
I was about to say.
Biotish was waiting in an Uber outside at their facility, and then you get the report from Dave Burkett. They're not going to spend. They're not going to be bold. And hey, your new center is going to be Tate Ratledge. Look. Could it be smoke? Hope it is. But Dave Burkett is not salacious. Dave's not a sizzle guy. Like, Dave is one of the best beat reporters in the league. He's also not a fanboy, like so many of these embarrassments who purport themselves to be media. Dave does the job. Like, when Dave Burkett passes, journalism goes with him. It's just, dude, he's really good. I listen to Dave, okay? So, guilty. I think Dave does a great job. My question was, if the Lions don't make one of these types of splash moves that your Super Bowl contemporaries are making, does your opinion of Brad Holmes begin to change? Rico Beard.
Yes, Mike, because it tells me that you put it best earlier in the show. He leans more towards being a scout than a general manager, meaning as a scout, you go out, you find the talent, and you really like that talent, you draft him. And then in Brad's world, you want to keep your talent around, you want to pay them, you want to make them Lions for life. Instead of using them as chess pieces, okay, I'm going to sacrifice this piece in order to gain these pieces over here.
Pieces.
To keep evolving your team and keep making your team better and keep tweaking it every year rather than just – dusting it off, saying, no, it's going to work this time. It's like, it's not working.
Yeah. And again, they have the offseason to prove it. But when you pair Burkett's report, the Crosby news, and what went down with the Rams, listen, go look at how John Schneider operates, the current defending champion. Go look at how Howie Roseman operates, the team that won it 2 years ago. And go look at how Les Snead operates, with a Rams team that is continuing to chase another Super Bowl after winning it. The bold swings and the way these teams go at it. And then there's you. Your behavior does not align with theirs. Again, it's this whole idea oh, we have to be the smartest guys in the room in
We're
Detroit.
gonna win it our way. I see what the Rosemans do. I see what the Lynches do. But what if we did it this way and
Correct.
we just keep our own guy?
Yeah, and you know what? I should have put John Lynch in there, and I apologize. They've made 2 Super Bowls, and they ran into Michael Jordan. You had the lead in the fourth
They ran
quarter.
into a torn Achilles in Greenlaw.
Okay, the point is the Niners deserve to be in that conversation with John Lynch with bold swings. And by the way, oh my God, yeah, how dumb is John Lynch? They traded for Trey Lance. Dust off, figure it out, fix it, do something else.
Yeah.
And they do it.
And then they found a quarterback and told Trey, we're going to trade you. We're not going to keep you around and see, well, I made all of these moves, so I'm married to you. I'm not married
So
to
look,
you, man.
I've said this now since Christmas. This is how my opinion of the offseason is. And I'm kind of a hardliner with it. They needed a bold offseason. It is March 4th, end of business. We have no reports of a restructure yet. Whether it is Goff, whether it is ASB, Penei Sewell. That's the way they could get into that's how they could say and could have about $80 million in cap space.
Just saw what Dallas did with their quarterback. And
What'd they do with Dak?
Dak is now, Mike, I thought I saw it incorrectly. He went from $40 million to like $1.8 million.
Yeah, because they gave it all in a bonus.
The simple restructure.
Yeah, Jerry
yep.
sold the bond yacht, gave him the cash.
Right.
Now he doesn't count against the cap.
Right. I was like, wow. Okay. CD Lamb, I think, is now at 1.7. Like, they reduced everybody against the cap. I guess they got the bonus up front, but yeah, they're not playing around.
You can do the same. Look, there's no scenario Jared Goff's making $70 million this year.
No,
I know they'll do that.
But think about this, though. We all, because I know, at least I can't speak for everybody else, but when Dallas traded Micah Parsons, I was like, okay, you know what? You could just say goodbye to the Cowboys. They had a plan.
I stood up for them, damn it.
You did. They had a plan, and it's like they're about to flip their team, and they're about to be good. I know. Cowboys good.
I know. And look, we can laugh at them. We can laugh at them that they haven't won a Super Bowl and they don't win enough playoff games. What you can't laugh at the Cowboys for, I'll be damned, they try. And sometimes they've tried too much with desperation. Mm-hmm. But I'm just making a point. Niners, Rams, Eagles, Seahawks. It's all the same script.
Mm-hmm. All in your conference.
248-539-9797. So there's your 2 topics in the 5 o'clock hour. Getting into a new ride from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row, they make the car buying easy. GM employees, immediate family members, lease a 26 Equinox EV starting at $159 a month or purchase $24,999. Want a little more power? GM employees and immediate family members, lease a 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab starting at $259 a month. Both are only $999 down. No games, no runaround. Buying, leasing, certified service at MoranExpress.com. Stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I'll go right to the people. Number of different things, giving you the two big topics of the day. We begin with Basketball Elite. It feels like the right way to start the 5 o'clock hour, and we welcome Dre in Southfield. He is back to talk with us. Dre, what's good, buddy?
Oh, man. Thank you for that, by the way. I think a different way of saying what you guys were laying out earlier, which I thought you did a beautiful job of doing in terms of the deficit that the team starts off with their lack of proficiency with the three-point ball, is that, especially in the playoff series, it makes their margin of error so small. And in other words, they have to do everything else right and better, that much better than the other team, just to compensate, like getting turnovers, getting the 50-50. But the things that they're able to take advantage of in the regular season due to their effort and also athleticism too. I think part of the reason why they're so good at it is because they got freaks like Asor and Ron Holland, where they get to plays that not a lot of guys can get to. But still, like with the intensity ratcheted up in the playoffs, you're not going to be as proficient at getting those plays. So the things that help you compensate are not going to be nearly as effective. And that's the biggest problem when they go against a team like Cleveland, is that, look, and I do buy a little what you were saying, Mike, because that was kind of my read too. I think that, look at this from the Pistons' perspective, and it's not an excuse. You're a young team. You came to the season hot, like we want to prove a point, and you have. You've gotten respect nationally around the whole league. But you're kind of at, 70, 80% through the season, and you're like, all right, well, most nights we're playing the Wizards and Nets. Most teams who play suck, and it's kind of gotten easy for them. They win most nights. And you kind of get to the point where it's like, all right, we want a challenge. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, we got a week after the break. We got the Knicks, the Thunder, the Spurs, etc. Then all of a sudden you get there, and it's like, all right, man, whatever, bro. I mean, it's just human nature. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I brought it up earlier. They're men. They're not machines. And when you look up in the Thunder, it's their janitor playing small forward. Yeah. You let your guard down a little bit. So I'm trying to show them some grace, too.
Yeah, they deserve some grace in terms of I think some of the slippage you've seen. Like, I think some of their defense and attention to detail, closing out, like the small things they normally do well, they kind of slipped the last week or two. And I think it's more towards that. Now, that doesn't change the weaknesses they have. And I think that will be their Achilles heel in the playoffs. And the only way they're going to be able to get over the top versus a team like Cleveland is by somehow, find a way to shoot average. They're never going to be proficient, but can they at least have a couple of nights, like Rico said, where you're not expected to, but you can somehow knock a few more threes down. And then you still make the small little plays. Now, I'm not going to count them out because I do think there is a authenticity to how the chemistry this team has. I think they have a good synergy. They love their role. They have an identity, which I think you need in this league, man. I think that's the Knicks' biggest problem, why they're so inconsistent. They don't have an identity.
And Cat is a cat enthusiast.
He's soft and charming. Yeah. I know. But I'm just saying that it will help keep them in the mix, even if they lose to Cleveland, which I probably think they could. I think it's going to go down to the wire. But if that's the case, you never know, because we saw against the Knicks last year. Look, it comes down to a couple plays, man. And we'll see. But it's a little bit frustrating because you're like, man, we're so good, and all we need is that one more guy to kind of help balance this thing out, because you see what teams are doing. I mean, they're not even playing the sword. They're like, go ahead, dude, take that. I know you're not going to take the three. Go ahead and drop.
No, and I'll give Asor a little bit of credit in this regard, and you saw it last night. Okay, I'm not going to settle for this jumper they're baiting me into. Get in the lane. He had a couple of nice dishes. It wasn't quite an alley-oop, but he had a nice pass to Duren late in the game. But when it just comes down to it, your bigs, they can't shoot. Duren can't shoot. No. Stewart can't shoot. Paul Reed, I mean, if you want to make it a thing that on 29 three-point attempts, he's hit 9 of them, you know what I'm saying is in closeout games, you just don't have enough spacing, and teams are just going to blitz Cade. And Cade can only do so much. He's an unbelievable player, but my God.
One quick thing, Mike. Here's the one adjustment I would like to see JB make, and he unfortunately don't have Schroeder, which he really helped us last year. You got to help Cade out, and maybe we have a source. Somebody else bring the ball up the court. Stop allowing Cade to get pressed full court, and by the time he's getting turned left and right. And you got to, and I think they will. You got to find different ways to get him involved in the offense without him bringing the ball up the floor. That's the best way you can help him, because other than that, you're going to just wear him out, him trying to go against the press the whole time.
No, I agree totally. And that's, again, the roster construction, we know they're not a finished product. I just didn't appreciate their approach of passing on the summer when there's a gap year coming up in the East, and then at the deadline again. Trading Ivy for a dead body that thus far has been Kevin Herter. When you are the 1 seed and you should have absolute designs on going to the NBA Finals, man, I'm not going to scream you didn't get Michael Porter Jr. because no one did, but you have to. There's a middle ground. You got to do better.
It was a
than
head
that.
scratcher. So why did you bring him here? That's what I just
I don't know.
don't understand.
Maybe they listened to the show and they thought it'd be funny to hear more Ginger talk. I don't know. I don't have that answer. Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing?
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, buddy. What's up?
No, I love the basketball topic, but I got to steer towards football.
Sure.
I personally think that Brad Holmes is the villain. He wears that villain shirt. He is the villain. He's the problem. You know, you say all these things. You want to break your own mold or make your own mold, whatever you want to call it, but you haven't done anything. It's annoying. It's frustrating. As a fan, like, it's upsetting. It's just, like, you're right. Like, Dave Burkett's right. Like, if those facts are true, it's why am I watching this product if you're not going to try?
Well, listen, that's what we're all kind of watching and waiting for. We know there's no scenario. They have this empty offseason. But it's when you see how the teams that are getting to the Super Bowl approach things, and then you look at the way you are, at what point will they break mold and do what seemingly is necessary? So, yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Now, look, it could all change with one big move. If all of a sudden a hot air balloon with Tyler Linderbaum showed up, you'd go, okay. But they got to show it.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you 100%. And I think it's to the point where it needs to be shown. If this is a smokescreen, okay. But what do you prove by making it a smokescreen? I guess that's what I'm hoping for.
That's a great point you're making, and credit John and Jim because they talked about this morning as well, which is, well, what would the benefit be to telling people, yeah, we're not interested in your free agent center because that's going to be Ratlich's job? What's the benefit of telling people you're not spending?
There's no benefit to it, but it's when you just start looking at the history, they don't lie. They tell you the truth of what they're doing. We're looking at these people. We're looking at this. We like our own. We're going to stay in-house. And they don't deviate from that. Mike, you know, a lot of GMs, you do the opposite. You believe the opposite of what they say. Yeah, we're going to not spend any money. Cut scene, they go out and spend like drunken sailors.
Yes.
Here in this city, everybody's kind of told you exactly what they were going to do. As fans, we're so conditioned to thinking, no, they're lying to us. Or maybe they're just telling you exactly what they're going to do. And that's where I am with Brad. That's fine. God help you, man. Hopefully your way works. But that's why I believe what these other people are saying. And I don't think that there's this master plan. Oh, we got them tricked. I love to see it happen. I love to see the Lions make a big splash move. But in the end, I think it's going to be exactly what
the other
rumors
problem
are.
is it's a local reporter who's one of the best in the league in Dave Burkett. And then the lone positive thing was Albert Breer saying, they may make a big swing. It's like saying Kenny may ask out Sidney Sweeney. Like I
believe in you, Kenny.
Like May? Huh?
You can do it, Kenny.
Also, attaching anyone's name to Tyler Linderbaum, half the league needs a center.
Right.
Go look at the list. Like, yeah. Like Kaz Tech is calling Tyler Linderbaum. I mean, David, text communications, please.
Sure. Last place in the division. Not like they need a lot of help, guys. They're good.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else texts in and says, what the Rams did is what teams that want to bring a championship to their city do.
Amen.
It's cute that the Lions just continue to sign their own, knowing it won't bring a championship.
The worst part is if they think it will. I mean, I'd love to know, look at the teams that just went to the Super Bowl. Look at the construction of the roster. Forget about the Patriots who spent $350 million total last year to revamp the roster and go to the Super Bowl. Fine. They had an easy schedule. You call it a fluke. Seattle? Go look at their outside acquisitions. Look at some of the bold moves they made. And yeah, I consider getting rid of Geno Smith and bringing in Sam effing Darnold bold, and they were right. All right? Tank Lawrence, they were right. Several members of that defense, they absolutely were right. Ernest Jones, they were right. John Schneider has that track record of multiple Super Bowls. Howie Roseman, say less. John Lynch, say less. Les Snead, it's right in front of you. And then there's this. And I'm sorry, I know I'm overreactionary, and I'm a New Yorker, and I'm a jerk. 2023 may as well be black and white and Henry Ford watching the first Model T roll off the line. The whole idea that Lions team has anything to do with what's on the field now, that's a myth. 15-2, myth. The NFL moves at warp speed. So I don't know. I don't know if they're still looking back through their camera reel and like at the good times. We'll see.
No, I think it's, you know what? Once we're all healthy, this will
Gotcha.
work.
Yeah, because totally healthy football teams happen all the time.
It's his Scott Frost.
Oh, God. Okay. 97-1. I hate you.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and a price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your device when you need them the most, that finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that protects you from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and nobody battling for the bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you'll get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. To get started, call Xfinity, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
All right. Get back to the phones momentarily. Let's touch the table on a little bit of football, shall we? Music, please. Yes.
Okay.
What can I do for you?
Mike, the news has been, we all know, David Montgomery is gone. So what do you do if you're the Detroit Lions? I would like to play a game with you guys.
All right.
A little bit of Goldilocks here. Too high, too low, or just right. Meaning, too high, this person won't, the name that I give you won't come here because they're going to be sitting behind Jahmyr Gibbs. Too low, we could do so much better than that. Or just right, yes, that's a name the Lions should maybe think about going to go get in free agency.
All right. We'll give this a run.
So just to make it easy for you, I'll start off with Kenneth Walker III.
Too high. And he's a similar back to him. So too high.
Yeah, definitely too high.
Yeah, too high.
Okay.
100%. Very
All
easy.
right. Okay, just Travis Etienne.
Too high. Also, similar type of back.
Too low. Say no, too high.
Yeah, I'm with you guys so far.
Kareem Hunt.
Too low. Trash. What?
That's why I love you.
I'm going to say just right.
I will say too low. Best years are behind you.
J.K. Dobbins.
Does he have legs?
Just right. 1 year deal. When he's healthy, he performs. Productive. Yeah, bionic leg aside. I'm going to say just right as a backup at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I'm going to say too low because I just don't know what his knees are like.
And that's why I say just right, is because the MO of a Brad Holmes guy is a guy with a bionic leg.
That's actually Kenny wins. Tyler Algier.
It would be fabulous. I'd say just right. He's like Demo. Physical, has been in a timeshare, clearly was the red zone guy for Atlanta, runs incredibly hard. That'd be amazing. Just right. Be incredible.
I'm going to say just right as well because I'm not sure he could be the bell cow somewhere else.
You know, it's going to be funny.
Yeah.
When they end up paying him exactly what they paid Demo.
That's what it is. Yeah.
But at least he accepts his role here.
And that's why I say just right, is because he would be able to accept the role as not the Batman. He could be, back to back with Gibbs. So yeah.
Isaiah Pacheco.
Too low. Trash. His body's just done. 7th round pick, no pedigree, got used up in Kansas City, never got paid. Oh, wait, now he's done. Weird how that works. I'm going to say too low.
I'm going to say just right because he'll be cheap, and that's just what they need.
Well, I think I'll say too low because there's a reason why he's cheap, and they don't need that. So
Very
too
true.
low.
Okay.
But he is an oft-injured player, and that turns Holmes on.
That's a good point.
We could
Just right.
Guys, I got a guy whose lungs don't work. You got to check this tape.
He has one arm.
We could redshirt him for a year. Yeah. Brad, we don't redshirt people in the pros. Well, we do. Let's go with Austin Eckler.
How about just right as a very limited backup with elite receiving skills? I'll say just right. I know, Dave. I know. I got a soft spot for the player, though.
This is going to be sad. I forgot he was still available and in the league.
Oh, my.
So I'm going to go, no, he's not good enough. No.
I'm flipping the mental coin of just right or too low, up, down, up, down, up, down. Probably on the lowest side of just right you can be.
Let's go with Rico Dowdle.
Too high. He's going to be a starter somewhere. What he did in Carolina last year, somebody's going to sign him to start. I'll say too high.
Yeah, that's too high. Based on the language that he spoke at the end of the year, he wants to be the bell cow somewhere. He wants to be number one. So no, too high.
Yeah, that David has nailed it. I think if you want to be that guy, if you want to be the 1A running back, you're not going to accept a role here. So too high.
Brian Robinson.
Too low. He's kind of just baked. I'll say too low.
See, I was going to say just right.
I also was going to say just right.
Not to hell with it. Then you two win, and he's just right.
until he gets here, and then he's done, and then you were right.
And then, yeah.
Michael Carter.
Ugh. Too low. I just don't want him. Doesn't do anything for me.
I'm going to go too low as well.
Replay whatever noise Mike just made there.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary.
Stop it. He's 3 feet tall. He's used up. No, out, low.
If
Trash.
it was Madden, I would say just right, but it's not. He has nothing left, so too low.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he wasn't so very too used up, I would agree that it would be probably just right.
Devin Singletary is like that Rico drop you guys played a little while ago. I'm not going to say it because then you'll turn mean. That's Devin Singletary.
Was waiting on Mike to say
Nope.
it, so
I know better.
Do you want to add to the lunchbox, Mike? You can say.
No, I don't.
Let's go with Rashard White.
I hate this player. One of the most inefficient running backs in the league. Doesn't take on contact well and lost his job to a guy named Bucky in 10 minutes. I'm out. Trash. Low.
I'm going to say just right.
Loser.
I'm going to say low. You said it. He doesn't take on contact well. That's what you need if you want the opposite of what.
And he's
Junior Gibbs
inefficient, man, as the day is long.
Right.
David, why just right for you?
Because he has no standards. I'll answer for him.
Because this isn't about if I like the player or not. It's if he fits with what they need, and I think he would fit with what they need.
Okay. A few more, guys.
Sure.
Let's go with David. This is somebody you know, Najee Harris.
No, because he has nothing left.
None.
Messed up his Achilles. He already had no speed before that. No.
Low. Trash.
Yeah, I agree with you both.
But oft injured, you know Holmes is super boned up. You pop on the Najee Harris medical report, you're chewing it and doing it.
If he had an Achilles, yes, because he's a physical back. So yes, but
No, he's always hurt, and I'm with David. There's just no juice in the orange. It's done. No.
Here's one often injured, Nick Chubb.
Oh, this is a Brad Holmes guy. Leg was on backwards multiple times in his career. Sign me up.
Physical back, leg on backwards. Absolutely a Brad Holmes. I bet his RAS score is amazing,
When
too.
you have more highlights of catastrophic injuries than great runs.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Right to the front of the line.
Very gross highlight, by the way.
3 years, $24 million
Yeah.
coming your way
Woo!
to Nick Chubb.
All right.
And he's outfitted with a scooter at the grocery store. No, I'm all set.
We have Kenneth Gainwell.
He's a bit of a trinket. He's a receiving back. He has a very particular skill set. I don't know that makes you better because Gibbs has that skill set. I'm just going to say low on fit.
I'm going to go with I hate him.
Oh,
jeez.
He brought nothing to me and for me. So I am
Well,
going.
what about that catch in Detroit?
Because of that, bring
Detroit?
him here. No, too low.
Yeah, too low.
Why too low, Dick?
He sucks. Okay, that's
I just
too
said
strong.
it's duality and ability. David took it to a different
I'm just upset with him. He gave me nothing.
Okay. Finally, James Conner.
perfection. Absolute perfection on skill set, style, familiarity with Petsing, perfect timeshare back. At this point in his career, we can keep him fresh, keep the injury bug away. Yes, 1,000% yes.
See, he gave me nothing, but he just needed a change of scenery. He needed to get out of Pittsburgh, there for college, there for his beginning of his pro career. He's a good back, so I would say just right.
That's all I can provide here. I agree with both of you, exactly what both of you said.
Thank you, guys.
Wow.
All right, so that's a list of potential free agent running backs since the Lions need one. 97-1.
College basketball, nonstop, big games, crazy spreads, momentum swings. Look, it's Rico's jam. And March, you know the drill. It's the time of year, really, the only time of year it matters. FanDuel is giving away to turn that energy into some bigger wins. College basketball parlay profit boost. You build any hoops parlay any way you want, zillion betting markets, and apply that profit boost to instantly bump the potential payout. So do whatever you like. As I always say, it's free country. Good luck on that with college hoops. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. It's FanDuel. Play your game, 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Minimum 2-leg parlay required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable boost build tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See term. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, David, couple of texts, and I believe Rieger is next, correct? Or am I hallucinating? All right.
You probably
And then,
heard him through
we
the
got to
glass.
dig in a little bit on the Wings. Obviously, play Vegas tonight. We'll get Kenny's trade deadline bistro. Tyler Myers off the board. Kenny's comment to that was F Tyler Myers. I go, all right. So we'll see what would make Kenny happy. We'll get to that tomorrow.
I didn't say that.
Kenny.
I did not say that, but I didn't say that.
You didn't say nice things. You basically were like, he's a tall scrub. I want better. I'm like, all right. That was a little disrespectful to the Myers.
Sorry,
family.
Doug Karsh. I was not respectful enough for your liking.
Okay, well, considering we've gotten nothing at the deadline ever, I'm just saying maybe we need to set our sights more realistic.
It's a good old something's better than nothing. We got Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith or whoever the guy's name was last year.
Right. Craig Smith currently is running the board overnights here for the network. Okay? Like, give me a break.
He's on 1270 right now.
He'll be in at midnight.
Yeah, he's hosting with Nick Costos. David? All right, Rieger, you're plugged in? All right, to hell. I've had enough of the texts all day. What do you want? The texts have been off the chain today.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I've been listening today, fellas. The Brad Holmes thing, I remember doing a show with Rico. You were out. I was filling in for you. And I told Rico, I'm like, Brad's got to adapt. Brad's got to be different. His philosophy has to change. Brad is going to nail this offseason. I think I might have been wrong.
No. It's too early for that. That's why I said.
But I'm leaning towards I'm
okay,
wrong.
But there's a reason we structured it as if they don't do X, would your opinion then change? I do think it's a flashpoint off season, much in the way it was for Scott Harris. And late in the game, they saved themselves with Framber and then JV and the payroll. So we're good.
Maybe
I think it's the
McGonagle.
same. I hope he makes the team. It's the same thing for Brad Holmes, no?
Yes, but I don't know. Like, I do think at a certain point when all the things you see, whether it's the Burkett stuff, whether it's they're not really involved in trade rumors, they're not mentioned for Linderbaum as a free agent, I think you add it all together and maybe you're just forced to say, all right, well, just Brad being Brad. And if he decides to go about changing things, like I heard Burkett yesterday on your show, the fact that Tate Ratledge is going to be your center, maybe be your center. How could that be? Like, honestly, how could that be?
Well, the problem is this. When you look at the elite centers in the sport, by and large, they were all centers in college. Tate Ratledge was not a center in college. You tried to rep him at center in camp and quickly pulled the plug on him.
And then you're going back to it.
And that's my issue is that, okay, if Ratledge goes to center, what is the goal there? For him to be acceptable, whereas Glasgow was terrible?
Sure.
So, but my point
And
is,
of course
if we're
Glasgow beat him out.
if we're gunning after a Super Bowl, I understand a lot of teams need a center. I understand it won't be cheap. It is incumbent upon you to get, like when the Rams go, we had a needed corner. They went and got Trent McDuffie.
They go get a
They
former
didn't just
All-Pro.
get, Soupy Sales, who's an acceptable corner.
But I have a thing for both you guys then. Number one, let's say Tate's center. Okay, I can deal with it. If they think he's good enough, I'm good. But then don't you have to take your savings for Tate being center, whether it's you have extra money to spend on the other side of the ball, draft picks, whatever the case, and you got to make a splash on the other side, right? Like, for instance, if Tate's your guy already in-house, then you better go kill it, and you better get a Crosby, or you better get a corner. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I see what
I
you're
would say
saying.
if Tate's your guy, you probably want to go invest in some guards to protect him.
Like, honestly, you draft Caden Proctor and you sign the best guard you can get your hands on. Now, you're not going to get an elite one, but you get a good guard. I mean, I'm with Rico. If you don't fix this offensive line and you don't put an elite running game back here, because that running game was not elite last year, I don't think anything matters. But the difference is Dan Campbell said he had defense on his mind. The whole thing centers on until, look, whether we're on the air or it happens on a Saturday, I don't control. It's March 4th. Yeah. Legal tampering is less than a week away. Fellas, until you see the restructures.
Well, that's the thing. That's my second thing. Does it make you worry at all that there hasn't been any
Yes,
yet?
it does. It does. And until I see a Scott Harris type move, I'm going to go business as usual.
What kind of Scott Harris move?
Where they actually did something.
Like no Charlie Morton, right?
No, I'm talking about what he did like in 6 days. And he was like, just went out.
Right.
Got this guy.
Framber and
Heck, I'm going
JV.
to bring JV. Right. Okay, well, we lost the arbitration, but don't worry about it. We still signed Framber. We still brought in JV. It's like, whoa, you felt better about the team. Until I see that type of thing happen, I'm just going to assume it's business as usual down in Allen Park. Quick question.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do Sunday?
What do you mean?
I tried to
It's
tell you.
like 3 days from now. What do
I
I
tried
do?
to tell you the
What are you
game
talking
was
about?
going to be at 4:30.
Oh, Michigan. Oh,
and
yeah.
you didn't believe
Shut
me.
up.
So are you going to do play-by-play like you did for the gold medal game?
Yeah, I want to take time to announce this right now.
and
I'm
pretty
on
much
Sunday afternoon after Tigers baseball before Red Wing hockey. I am having a Michigan State watch party. I will be giving the play-by-play.
So
because I'm on the air,
I like it.
and the game's on. Let's
Mike,
go. I will be giving play-by-play.
some poor
Mo
caller-
Johnson takes it strong.
Some poor caller called Rieger and had this point. Rieger wasn't listening. He's yelling, "It's a goal! And
Oh, that's terrible.
Kurtang for 3. No, goes the other way. Mara jam.
He'd be an improvement to teaming, I'll tell you
Let's
that.
go.
All right. What do you have coming up next?
We're going to do that. We're going to talk about Brad Holmes. We're going to go through a chronological order of things that have gotten me worried dealing with the Detroit Lions.
A chronological, what is this, the Godfather presentation?
That's correct. We got 45 minutes before Red Wings hockey. By the way, the Wings better win today. Vegas, second day of a back-to-back. I know Talbot's in net, but you got to win this game, don't you?
You're favored. Look, the
They
biggest
are.
thing, we turn
Slight
our
favorite.
attention to their trade deadline starting tomorrow. I just couldn't believe the slander Kenny levied towards Tyler Myers.
He probably don't want to
God.
be here, right?
Simply untrue.
He wanted to go to Dallas, although Robert Thomas, you hear that Buffalo turned him down because the asking price was too high. I would like him in Detroit.
You just said he was a 6'8" piece of. And I'm sorry. All right, we're out of here. Here's Rico to tell you about basements.
Nope, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now. Hit the road with great deals on their massive inventory. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the March Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy